Yes, guys. Yes, people. Welcome back to Chelsea Fan TV. Welcome back to another live stream for you guys today. And the news that we have been predicting for the last few days is now true. It has got the here we go. Fabrizio Romano has given it the golden touch, and we know that's happening now. Romelu Lukaku is going to be a Chelsea player. He hasn't officially signed yet, but all the paperwork's been done. He's coming down to England in the coming hours to take his medical, and then it will be done. He'll be a Chelsea player. He's going to be wearing this decent Nike kit and that yellow kit as well. I'm really still not too sure about it. But the point still stands. Romelu Lukaku is going to be a Chelsea player. We finally have our bagsman. We have our number 9. And I'll tell you what, this is the most excited I've been for a striker since Diego Costa came and joined us back in 2014. It's got similar vibes as well because he fits that mold of a successful Chelsea striker. He's a destroyer. He's a bully on the ball, just like Diego Costa, like Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, like Didier Drogba as well. All our most successful players have had that similar build. And Romelu Lukaku, I think, is coming into a team that needs someone of that caliber as well and someone of that experience up front as well. But guys, let me know what you guys' thoughts are as well down in the comment section below. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Chelsea Fan TV as well. And yeah, guys, let's get your thoughts as well. Mo, what are you telling me, man?
Bro, I'm happy, man. We're finally getting our guy, man. It's honestly, I think obviously the transfer window's been open for quite a while. There's a lot of football that's been going on, and people are seeing obviously what Man United was doing, then what Man City is doing, and it's like, fam, what the hell is Chelsea doing? That's how kind of our fan base was going about things. And for a moment there, I think for a lot of our fans, it looked like to them we're just not going to get anybody. So finally, we get our guy. We get someone that can score goals. We get someone that's used to the Premier League. I can't wait, man. It's going to be a good season, bro.
Big up Zane as well, man, with the super chat. Much appreciated, my guy, saying we are getting Martinez and Madison even better. Now, Madison, that's definitely not happening, especially not at this point in the season. Not unless you lot pay it all up front. Martinez, though, like I would have said a few days ago that it's not happening, but with the news that's been coming out the last few hours, everybody's for sale at Inter Milan, basically. It looks like you could have a free run at everybody if you had a shot. Martinez could be leaving, and I know he does want to go to the Premier League. I'm hearing, what's his name? Skriniar could be on as well. Anybody, to be honest. Everybody's up for sale for Inter Milan as they're trying to pay off their installments to Oak Tree because if they don't end up paying that out, then then all their owners are getting kicked out, and then they'll take control of Inter Milan themselves. But with that in mind, is there any other Inter Milan players you lot would be interested in? Because I'm looking at Skriniar and I'm thinking I'd take you straight away.
I'll go same with you. I think he's a good defender, underrated defender, I would say, and he can play as a centre back as well, left centre back, and yeah, I think he's one of the defenders in Europe that he cannot be discounted off. I thought he's a decent defender. Such a shame that he's in the club that in a financial state. I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to sell him.
A lot
For
of people
me,
saying Barella in the chat as well.
Barella is the first person.
Barella and also Marcelo Brozovic. I think he's also a very good holding midfielder for their team, and he has had a really good season last season. And I think he's also a very good player for Croatia. Brozovic.
One sec as well. Winter Surfer, one sec. I'll send you a link if you want to hop on as well, G. Give me a sec.
Yeah, Barella is for me also the same one that stands out. I mean, if someone said to me, who would be your priority if you could only sign one player, that would be it, man. The guy is someone that, oh my God. You know when Antonio Conte was linked with him, I used to watch this player then, and I used to be like, you know what, it's interesting profile of a player, and I wasn't so sure how he would develop. But over the last 2 years, just watching this player carefully, I'm like, shit, man, this guy, he definitely has to end up at a big club, man.
My only thing about Barella is, don't we already have somebody like Billy Gilmour who has a similar stature to Barella? I think Barella is also a pretty short player and like a very tenacious in that nature. I think Billy Gilmour also fits the same frame size of a player,
But Barella is like a box-to-box player that I think is
there's that.
He's a presser. He's someone. The best way I can describe it, I wouldn't say he's necessarily at that level yet, but N'Golo Kante is someone I would look at as someone that I would kind of look at towards. And generally speaking, bro, he's young, he's hungry, He's someone that I think would link up very well with Jorginho. I just feel like he's someone that's just ready to actually. He would suit the Premier League really well. That's the best way I can describe it. The guy is very, very much a player that is up for the fight. He's short, but the guy is just a menace, man. He does not sit well. He doesn't just sit and like kind of wait for the ball to get to him. He tries to make things happen. He's trying to always get the ball. He's trying to be always on the front foot. With a player like this, I feel like you just can't go wrong with him. It's like when I used to watch Verratti, I felt exactly the same until he ended up at PSG as well. So it's one of those situations for me.
Yeah,
I would hope Chelsea spend some time developing Billy Gilmore, but yeah, Barella wouldn't be a bad player.
Yeah,
Sorry, Lewis, go ahead.
Yeah, it's cool. We need a midfielder in the squad anyway. I know Tuchel's looking at least one extra midfielder in the squad, and I feel like we could be sticking at home for one of those options because we could keep Chalobah in the squad. We could keep Ruben Loftus-Cheek in the squad that we want if we wanted to. God forbid Bakayoko is still in the club by the end of the month too. Tchouaméni could be coming in. There could still be the opportunity of us getting in Boubacar Kamara as well. But the Kamara rumours have really dried up over the last few weeks. And another place that's dried up, to be honest, is right wing back. I don't even know if we're going to go for one at this rate, which, I mean, isn't going to be the worst thing in the world. We do have enough options there to last for the rest of the season. But remember at the start of the window when it looked like right wing back was one of the biggest options Tuchel wanted to fit in this squad.
Yeah.
And now, we haven't even focused on it in the last few weeks.
Like
That news's been radio silent, though. Nothing. Absolute nothing. Ever since Lukaku news and Haaland saga came out, that right wing back news has been radio silent for the last 6 weeks now. Absolute nothing. Who could we get though? Like Dama Traore back on again? Good luck with that.
I don't know about you lot, but it's better if you don't go for someone if you can't get your ideal target. That's the way I kind of look at this type of situation right now. And obviously, when it comes to that position, one we were interested in is Hakimi, and as soon as that deal broke down, we moved on to other priority positions, and ever since then, we haven't really looked back to it. So, in terms of priority, I think it wasn't a priority that we had in mind to be first or second necessarily. It was always just an opportunity that presented itself, and we were definitely interested in looking to see if we can get him in. Obviously, it didn't work out, and regardless, I do feel like we're getting the right targets anyways. Even the Kunde deal at the moment seems to have taken a backseat to this Lukaku one. So it just shows maybe there is like a priority.
At least for the Kunde deal, we know it's still progressing. Like we know as soon as Lukaku's done, we're turning onto Kunde. We haven't heard anything about a right wing back. I thought Adama Traore was like our cut price second option if it wasn't going through, but that one's just gone quiet. I remember Fabrizio said he was going to report about that in a few days.
Wasn't Hakimi Chelsea's first target when the transfer window opened for the right wing back position? But then Hakimi decided to go
end up going to PSG, and it looked like we were turning towards Adama. Because even though we were looking at Hakimi, there was still a lot of rumours linking us to Adama Traore as well. It looked like it was like Lukaku or Haaland, Rice or Tchouaméni was going to be Hakimi or Adama Traore. I see a lot of guys asking if Ronaldo. Sorry, I see R9 and I keep thinking Ronaldo now. I got to remember it's Lukaku. Yeah, can Lukaku play in the Super Cup? We need to register him by I think 12 p.m. on Tuesday, and he's already traveling to London now to complete his medical. He should be all registered by tomorrow night. So I think.
What about the quarantine and everything? Since he's coming from Italy, what are the UK regulations on that? Because if he has to quarantine, then I don't think he would be able to play, right?
Was Italy one of the countries added? There was countries that were added to the green list or were about to be added just a while back.
Yeah,
Italy must be in there. They must be in there because we haven't heard anything about Lukaku.
Germany was definitely in there. I remember now, but let me see.
I don't think it is because we would have heard that he had to quarantine if that was the case. Someone would have already reported on that.
Why would he quarantine in the first place?
He should be available.
What? I don't think Lukaku's going to quarantine anyway.
Well, Varane was going to have to, but Spain's just got put on the amber list this weekend, so now he doesn't have to. But really and truly, it all depends on the laws on that country, but we haven't heard anyone saying that he has to quarantine when he comes into the UK, so I don't think he has to quarantine. I know Harry Kane has to quarantine. From
Because he's
I
coming from
forgot what
Florida.
country.
Because he's coming from Florida.
Yeah, that's why.
And Florida is in a very bad shape right now. I mean, I live in the United States. Florida is in a very bad shape with regards to COVID. So
Isn't like that place? They didn't really go into lockdown, did they?
pardon
Well,
me?
Did Florida even go into lockdown or anything like that?
It's
No.
I don't
it's
know.
all another topic. I mean, if just go on
When
CNN
Jessica
and they
hops
have
on,
the
he'll
coverage
tell
on
us,
that. I
but
don't want to
I ain't
talk
got a
about
clue.
that on here. It's too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't got a clue.
But
But
no,
they
they are
haven't
not in
said
a
anything.
lockdown. To answer your question, no, they are not in a lockdown. But
No, well,
yeah,
there we
let's
go.
avoid that for now.
Oh, fuck's sake, Sam, you can't be asked. Mike London saying Lukaku is most definitely not world class. But, I mean, if we're saying he's in the top 5 strikers in the world, is he not a world class striker? Like, to me, I think he is world class. Definitely is. He's one of the best strikers in the world right now. He's the reason why he was our number 2 option. And to be honest, I thought he should have been our number 1 option because right now he is better than Haaland. It's just Haaland will probably end up being better than Lukaku when he's at his peak.
Yeah, I'd agree with that statement.
Wayne, we've already been giving you your flowers. I told everyone that you called this months ago. Like, everyone was cussing out Wayne for saying he had sources. His sources was saying we were putting in bids for Lukaku. And then it came out a few days ago that we'd already dropped 2 bids on his head. Everyone was
Johnny's
wondering, where's your
mudded
flowers,
now.
bro?
Johnny's
What?
mudded now. Johnny's mudded now. I think he's gone missing.
Nah, Johnny ain't missing, man. Johnny's out with his mates. I was trying to get him on my stream. But he'll be fine anyway. Like, he said he'll support Lukaku if he joins the club. He just really wanted Erling Haaland, and is what it is. Can't blame him too much. You guys, drop us in your questions as well surrounding Lukaku transfer. As long as it's not like people saying that
If he proves
not anyone
himself in the
asking him to
Premier
play in the
League,
Super Cup or anything like that.
I would say he's above Lewandowski and Benzema if he proves himself. And based on how well he performs, maybe he's even better than Kane. We'll have to wait and see. He scores like 17 Premier League goals for West Bromwich Albion in his first Premier League season as a teenager. Then bagged under 20 goals with Everton and United. So he ain't got nothing to prove though.
Yeah, he's Premier League proven already, and he's gone and proven in Italy, got better, and carried Inter Milan to a Scudetto. I don't really know what else he has to prove, but he's coming here to prove something to the English media. He's going to
No,
show
I
them
think he
how
has
much he's
to.
changed. I think he's going to be properly motivated for when he comes back, and that's the sort of
100%.
mentality that I want this new signing in, because I know he's going to fire goals.
I also think that he has a point to prove to Chelsea. I mean, like, I think he would have that motivation that okay, I couldn't make it. I think he missed a penalty in the Super Cup against Bayern Munich. I think in Mourinho's first season, was it, when he came back? So I think he has a point to prove with that as well. That okay, I know I couldn't do that well at Chelsea. Now I want to prove it here. Personally, I believe Lukaku was Drogba's natural successor. It's just sad we couldn't get him, and we ended up getting Morata instead of him. Another disappointing forward.
It would have been better if we just switched strikers. They might have got a better tune out of Morata than we did.
Yeah.
He probably would have suited their system a lot more. Lukaku would have suited us perfectly, but
And
we
it was
didn't want to
Conte
bid
who
with
was the
Raiola.
manager then. So yeah.
No, apparently Raula's asking price is a bit too much, but it sounded cheap because I heard all of Man United's transfers that season they only paid 18 million in agent fees. I'm guessing a big chunk of that probably goes to Raiola, so it must not have even been too much if he's asking for 40 million now for Haaland.
The issue with it obviously is like the overall package. I think with the agent fees and all of the stuff that we're paying Dortmund, etc. That I think when you look at all of that, that was going to be an expensive package, and it's going to take a lot of convincing, especially with Chelsea, who likes to negotiate deals and likes to make sure that they get in the better end of the deal in terms of how they do it financially and arrange it. And in this deal, it didn't look like Dortmund was going to play ball on that front.
Yeah, no, Dortmund, I feel like we're just happy to lose him regardless of the price tag, which I feel like next year they'll probably end up regretting once they see that how much they could have had and how much more they could have had to strengthen out their squad next season. But they're stubborn like that. They want to keep a player, they're keeping a player, not unless you hit a certain price tag. And we thought that was a bit too much. And that's fine by me, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think even when you look at like kind of how looking at it from their perspective, the way that people have tried to describe is them qualifying for the Champions League kind of makes up for the amount of money they miss out on. Which I guess that's a good argument. It's not necessarily a bad argument to have, but imagine they miss out on the Champions League because regardless they've lost a Jadon Sancho who's a creator for them as well. And I haven't particularly seen how their team is going to necessarily come together without Jadon Sancho now.
Neither do I, but actually, no, to be fair, tell a lie. They have options in the wings anyway. They got Gio Reyna, they got Thorgan Hazard. I'm sure Royce can still play in the wings if they need him to.
Yeah.
Like, there's plenty of options for them.
But can they get the same output that Jadon Sancho was? That's the main question I've got. Obviously, they've signed Marlon as well, so that will be another interesting one on top of things.
The thing with Dortmund is, right, I mean, no matter who they sell, they always end up finding some product from somewhere who actually does well for them. I think they also did. Is it Dortmund who got Daniel Malin as well? Or am I wrong on that?
Malin, yeah.
So, see, he can play as a striker and I think as a winger too. So, they have that cover as well over there. So, Dortmund always finds gems out of nowhere. And they end up selling them for like a lot of money afterwards. We've seen them over the years do it again and again and again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think people will probably say that obviously they're going to be fine because they've got a lot of talent. I think it's sometimes just to get the figuring out part. They've also got a new manager, so that's going to take a bit of sorting out the team and getting to understand the personnel and finding a system that works best for the manager too. And that's not to doubt the manager in particular, but it's just obviously sometimes those things just take a little bit of time. So it'll be interesting. They might just actually just hit the ground running. So regardless, we're in for an interesting Dortmund, and it will be interesting to see how Jadon Sancho does at Man United, and likewise as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out if there's been any updates on the Lukaku transfer. I feel like from what we heard about him getting ready to travel to London, there's a good chance he could be in the city now. Or he could just be landing. Something around those lines.
Within the next hour, I would say there will be some sort of update of some kind. That would be my guess. Just because of how usually things go.
I feel like everything could also go quiet until tomorrow or potentially Monday when it's announced, because here we are and we've found everything we need to find out. Like, we got the here we go from Fabrizio. We know the medical is pending. There's not really going to be any updates on the medical. It's just going to be an announcement.
Yeah.
Or maybe an announcement that one will be coming in a few hours.
You know what's interesting as well that no one's talking about is like the deal that was being obviously thrown about for Lukaku was about 130 million euros. The fact that it's 115 million euros just shows you again, like, we went into that room and we had to negotiate that price down as well still. And that just lets you know, like, the difference in just in terms of difficulty between the level of negotiations you'd have to go through with Dortmund for Haaland in comparison to Lukaku, who about 2 weeks ago actually said he wasn't necessarily looking to push for a move and he's happy at Inter.
Yeah, Lukaku's mood has changed significantly over the last few weeks, but I feel like it's also kind of been because Inter Milan have just pushed him out. Not in the sense that they wanted to get rid of him, but they were willing to accept offers. And they were clear about that from the start. Lukaku also said the only club he would change his mind for was Chelsea, because he's got unfinished business here and unfinished business in England as well.
Yeah, he does.
Like everything's falling into perfect place for him as well. If he balls out, this is going to be such an amazing story. The guy's left for about 7 years, gone, got better, come back, and he's now one of our key players.
Oh, Lewis, you've blocked your
Your
mic.
mic's bugging so much.
Oh, fuck.
It's just probably because he's got it far.
I have two concerns on this, that's all. And maybe you guys can tell me if it's fair enough to have them or not. One, price tag. Obviously, it seems that the deal has been an all-cash deal. Do you think the burden of the price tag would play in the head of Lukaku when he plays for Chelsea? Because in the past, we have seen some strikers not be able to stick with that burden. I don't think Lukaku will have that issue, but it's a thought we could ponder over. Secondly, same with the price tag only. I'm just upset that we couldn't offload any of Chelsea's deadweight in this deal. Zappa Costa, Marcos Alonso, or Emerson, any of these guys who may not even feature that much in the season, but may end up taking up the salary space. Do you think that's sort of it's kind of is a sour note to some extent because Chelsea has 42 players.
Yeah.
It's too much, too big of a squad, and I don't know. It's
Yeah,
less
but
than a
they
month
always
to go
just get
before.
loaned out, or some just get sold for profit.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
But
we see
regardless,
a
we
lot
get
of
profit.
exits. Hopefully, we see exits.
I think you're right. Like the to answer like the second part of the question that you have, like yeah, it's definitely a missed opportunity to be able to get rid of players in this deal. But I think when you consider that the news that's coming out of Inter is that they are potentially going to liquidation, this sounds like a club that needs to be getting rid of players, not signing players. So from that perspective, I guess it is what it is. And the first part of the question in regards to maybe potentially the amount that we're paying for getting in the mind of Lukaku, I generally don't think so. I feel like he's someone that's matured a lot, has learned a lot from the situations he's been in the past, and he's definitely grown stronger for it mentally. He's not a player that I think is now phased by the challenge of what media and all those types of people say. I think he's kind of expecting it and relishing as an opportunity to use that as a motivation to actually do well instead. And I think that's what kind of rises the cream to the top, if I'm honest with you, because let's be frankly honest, what he'll be judged on mainly is if he can score. And
Yeah.
as long as he's in a team that provides opportunities for him, which we are that team right now, I think he has nothing to really worry about as long as he finishes these chances. And I feel like he will. And to give you like a comparison, I feel like he's not going to be necessarily like a Werner in that case, where his confidence
No.
is a little bit dented by the fact that he's just trying so hard to score. And I think Werner, the quicker that he realizes that pressure is not fully on him to be the goal scorer, that's probably going to sit well with his confidence now to not necessarily be the guy that has to be the guy that makes everything happen. And hopefully the team then benefits for it actually. And let's be frankly honest, adding a Lukaku to our team just now gives us much more options going when you think about that front three. You can have different combinations that can be suitable for different types of games. And sometimes within games, you might find that, you know what, a combination is not working quite right. You can then switch it up again. And that for me is the beauty of this deal, is that it provides us with a striker now that can be the target man, can do the running in behind, can be the bully, can be the goal scorer. And again, it's very rare to find a player like this. And I feel like a lot of people speak about the money so much, but the today's market, no players like players are mostly not what you pay for them. Like what you pay for them is always over the odds. And it's unfortunate that's the case, but the market's fully changed. So for that reason, I don't really concern myself with money so much nowadays. Even Havertz was somebody that last year they wrote him off, and they said, yeah, he's not going to come good, he's not all that. But the last 4 months has shown you already a massive amount in that's not necessarily the case, and you just got to give things time.
No, I agree. I agree
Yep.
on the tactical part of this. But sorry, Lewis, go on. Sorry.
No, I was reading the super chat. Brad C, big up yourself, man. It's been a minute saying we got super Romelu Lukaku. Yep, he is nearly through the door. Literally standing in front of the door. He's getting a little medical, and then we're going to let him through. And then he's going to kick through every Premier League door on the way to the Premier League title. And I can't wait for when we got Manchester United away, last away of the season, potentially scoring the winning goal to lift us the Premier League title there. That right there is going to be the stuff of legends. R9's already dominated Old Trafford once. He can go and do it again. You lot, if you remember from back in the day, you remember. But yeah, Karan, what were you going to say anyway before I interrupted?
No, yeah, I mean, I agree with Moen with regards to the tactical part. It would allow a lot more tactical flexibility depending on the opposition. Chelsea can also end up playing with a two-striker system in some of the games, or in maybe a half, to have Werner and Lukaku up front, because both the strikers have such different attributes against the kind of defense you may come up with in the Premier League. Now, if you have a low block defense, like your Burnleys and your Watfords and all, who have big, tall defenders, they don't play that much. somebody like Lukaku can be useful because he'll occupy your centre backs and allow room for the wingers or even for the other centre forward to make runs behind them. But then when you have like Manchester City, United, all of your top 6, top 8 teams who play like who are on the same footing as you, it gives you another dimension. Then Lukaku again can hold up the ball pretty well, link up play with your midfielders, with your attacking midfielders, your wingers, and supplement the striker.
Yeah.
And also in set pieces, he's an additional threat in the set pieces as well. You already have Rudiger, you already have Christensen, Zuma. I don't know how much Zuma will play, but then you have such physical defenders, and add Lukaku to that is going to be a handful for the defenders as well. And players start getting tired. Like, especially your defenders, as the game goes on, and if you have not had the ball, defenders start getting tired. They end up making mistakes, and you may see this not directly but indirectly when, if Lukaku or your centre backs are occupying the defense, it'll end up Yep, go on.
Go on. Finish what you're saying.
Yeah, so it'll occupy the defenders. They may end up making a mistake, and your wingers or your your Pulisic, Ziyech may end up winning a penalty because of this, because of the work that the defenders have had to do on Lukaku, Rudiger, and all. It's a pretty good signing. It's a pretty good signing for sure. But go on. Sorry.
Big Oi saying, with Lukaku confirmed, I'm confident of Chelsea's performance in the coming season. Only problem I foresee is Kepa. He'll be our number 1 for a whole month because of AFCON duties with Mendy. Kepa is a crap. Yeah, that's one way of saying it, bro. Big up for the donation as well. All these donations help to help the channel grow as well. So much appreciated to all you guys. But I am worried about Kepa when it comes to January, but for all you know, it could be Betlinelli that's our number 2 by that point. I'm still hoping someone comes out and takes Kepa on loan for a season so we can try and raise his valuation fee a bit higher so we can try and sell him. But I feel it's going to be very unlikely anyway. He has to build his own reputation up himself, and no one else is going to take him at the number that he's at right now. So we have to let him show himself in some performances. And I just don't really know where. If we have Kepa for a whole month, it's a bit sticky. But even Tuchel made him look good for periods of the end of last season. So you never know. It's just, I also don't really want to know. And I'd rather keep that door closed as well. Because anyone who takes the long shot against him, I don't back him. I just don't. Big up Josh anyway.
My only thing with Kepa, if he's keeping... The defense and the midfielder should make sure opponents are not taking long shots. Close them down early. Avoid them taking long shots. That seems to be his Achilles heel. He just can't save long shots. Inside the box, I think he is pretty good with saving. But long shots,
he struggles with his far post too, but we don't really speak about that too much. Because if we do, then it's like, okay, what can he do? I think he's a good shot stopper. I think he's good at playing the ball out from the back. And that's about it. No, penalties as well. He's good at saving penalties. That's about it.
Just not a lot of options out there either right now. So,
now for me, options just anybody semi-decent. I don't expect too much from my number 2. What you see is what you get with them. Otherwise, they'd be at another club playing as a number 1.
Well, so if people were talking about him having to play several weeks for Mendy during AFCON, then you sort of want a competent number 2. But if he, I think he could get us through a few weeks. If he knows all the pressure's on him, if he knows he's the guy for that span, maybe it'll up his performance a bit.
Maybe, but he's fallen out for Spain as well. It's Xavi Simons that starts for them.
Listen, I'm just grasping at straws here, trying to find some positives. It's like it's not, if he's going to be the guy, then you have to find some way to back him a little bit.
The scary part is, I think, as much as it's a month, it's 3 games, but it's the actual games that they are.
Right.
When you see that it's Liverpool and followed up by Man City, followed up by Spurs, it's not really the most favorable in terms of fixtures that you could end up with at that time of the year. And I think it really will depend on the momentum of the team. If the team's momentum going into that is actually in a better place, I would feel more confident with a Kepa coming into a team that is already performing well and it's doing what they need to be doing. If a team is struggling, and I'll be honest, lately I feel like December is when I feel like I always see the bad results, and those are the times that I feel the least confident about how our players feel when you come into the team. And I would be more worried for Kepa just because those three teams will be fully aware of the weakness of Chelsea. And if Harry Kane stays at Spurs, you've got a guy there that's already going to be happy to take long shots. And if you look at Liverpool have got players like Salah and that will be willing to take long shots as well. And then last but not least, it's Man City. And Man City is an interesting one. They're not necessarily known for the team that takes too many long shots. But I think opportunity presents itself. They're not afraid to do so either. I think any club that faces a Kepa will know that that's sometimes something that's going to be to their benefit.
Yeah, if we could get 4 or 5 points out of those 3 games, that's a win for us. To be honest with you, if you could get 4 to 5 points out of those 3 games, I think you have
won't
to.
have Salah and Mane in the December-January period because of AFCON.
They'll be gone as well, right? Yeah, so
completely forgot.
For me, if you can get 5 points,
they'll be screwed at that point. So
Liverpool. Nah, they'll stat pad a few penalties, get a few late winners as they always do. I can't write out Liverpool too much. They had all those injuries and still finished above us by a point. So
the league will keep them in it for as long as they can.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Josh.
Sometimes it just so happens to work in some of these big teams' favor when they need it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, their fan base at the moment is in a meltdown mode because of their transfer window business. They just feel like Konate is not just the only player that they need. They need more players. They need more depth in that squad. But at the same time, the club is not really willing to spend. And they've been linked with this Saul guy for God knows how long. And it's still not, like, you're not even hearing a little bit of news just to give them a bit of hope. So to them, it's looking like they're going to go into the season with no signings and probably end the transfer window with just one signing. So they seem very, very worried. And watching Man City today as well, I think they need a striker. I feel like they're going to put the money down, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I can't see them going.
Harry Kane. Not with that statement he dropped a few days ago as anything to come by, because he looks like he's coming back with his tail between his legs.
I think he wouldn't have said anything if he was really going to be able to push. Like if he knew he could really push for it, he would have just stayed quiet.
Man City seems to be a team that I think when they notice that there's a problem that is not going to be necessarily easy to fix, and just by putting other players there, false nines, etc., whatever, when they recognize that that's not something that's going to work out for them this upcoming season, they're going to probably do what they need to do, which is get the player that they want. So they've not been linked with another striker. So my feeling is that they're going to put this money down and find a way to make it happen. And whether that's they put a player in the deal and also add the money on top of that, God knows. At this point, Pep has said 2 to 3 players are likely to leave the squad. So that tells me that they will find the money as well in that way.
I know Bernardo Silva's meant to be one of them.
Yeah.
That's just it.
Then even Laporte. There were rumors, I think, a few days ago I read, which said that Laporte wants to leave Man City and wants to go back to Spain. So.
I did hear that. To be fair,
you got to think one of Sterling or Mahrez would probably want to leave as well, especially with Grealish. With Grealish coming in, like he's gonna need to be probably on one of those wings to be the most successful. But
I think Mahrez will stay because they don't have anybody else on the right wing. Ferran Torres isn't that good.
Yeah.
So they want somebody who's better and proven on the right wing. So Mahrez is the one. Sterling could go.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if he would want to compete with Grealish, but where would Sterling go? Who would take Sterling? Liverpool would take him back, maybe, yeah. But then again,
I can't see Sterling going. I generally can't.
I just made a comment.
It's tough to see, but they also have Foden. They're going to need to get minutes. Like they have like 3 or 4 guys who are used to playing a lot that are now probably play less because of Grealish.
Yeah.
So,
did any of you see the City game today? How did City play? Did they look any good like they usually do, or their squad really?
Go ahead. Sorry, Josh.
No, you're fine. I was gonna say, I'll be honest. I didn't get this. I just saw the penalty at the end. That's all I saw. I didn't get to see much of the game.
Fair enough. And yeah, the first half they looked quite shaky for my liking. I mean, they created chances, but they were very minimal. I felt like Leicester were much more dominant in that first half, and second half, City was much more dominant, created a lot more of the chances. But then the substitutions at the end kind of started to make Leicester come back into it. And yeah, the penalty was just an unfortunate situation. I think that happened. It was probably going to end up going to penalties anyways.
Yeah.
And so it felt like a pretty even game, but I felt like Leicester had the squad to be able to make the subs that they did as well, whereas City really didn't.
It was Ake, right, too, on the pen?
Say that again?
It was Ake, right, who got the penalty?
Yeah, it was Ake on in the natural.
Masterclass.
I feel like that the Harry Kane is their final jigsaw. If they get Harry Kane, they might. I would still put them in the top of the list for the title. Then you can have us behind them.
I'm not sure though, because I just don't think they're getting Harry Kane for one. And even with Harry Kane, I think now we got Lukaku, we still got a very even side.
So are you referring that we're now the favorite? Yeah.
I think we're both favorites.
I
go either way.
It's tough to come off as non-biased, but I think our roster is better than theirs. I'll be perfectly honest.
At the moment, yeah.
We have a better defense. Midfield is level because we can dominate their midfield regardless, even if they have better quality players that can play in midfield.
Yeah.
And going forward, our attack, we both now have strikers that can finish.
Yeah, we have the better number 9.
Didn't have that before.
As well. Both the coaches are good as well.
Exactly, it's a very even squad.
On one side. That's what I was going to say. For me, that's what makes me feel confident with Chelsea. Is if we had a different coach that didn't really understand how to get the best out of our squad, I'd feel probably a lot different about it. But I feel pretty confident with Tuchel there that he will find solutions even when we do face problems. But that's also kind of what I'm looking towards. For me, a manager fully convinces me in the moments where there's a hiccup. That's what I'm looking for. So I believe there will be a hiccup at some point for us. I would love to see how Tuchel deals with our hiccup.
You know, a potential hiccup I see during the season would be around the December-January time when English Premier League is on. Like, you have the Boxing Day fixtures and back-to-back games. Tuchel has not experienced that so far in his career as a manager. That is the juncture I want to see how the team performs, how he performs as a manager, because it's really grueling and it's a really difficult time.
Yeah,
rotation is
something.
key.
Rotations are key in that moment, and I want to see how the manager does, because he joined right after that, so he has not seen it. So this would be like the first time he goes through that. So it would be interesting to see how that plays out, and that's also a time where Chelsea seems to wobble a little bit during that period. November, December usually. At least in my time watching Chelsea, I've never been the most confident watching Chelsea play during those 2 months. So it's a little different this time.
If he gets into that comfort zone of like being hesitant to rotate, then we could be in some trouble. Like he's gonna have to trust the players this year and rotate in some of those midweek games, regardless of the competition of the team. He's going to have to just trust them and go with it and hopefully it'll pay off for him. But if he gets into kind of some of our managers have fallen into that habit of like just sticking with the same squad every week, regardless of the amount of games. And then by that third or fourth game, they're just gassed and you could drop points like
easily. Yeah, I would agree. And I mean, the first 6 games, sorry, go for it, bro. I was just going to say the first 6 games, innit? The first 6 games, obviously, we've got Palace first, but then that's followed up by Arsenal, sorry. Followed up by Liverpool, followed up by
Aston Villa,
followed up by Man City.
No, Spurs.
Spurs, then Man City, sorry. Yeah. So that is not an easy start like to a season, I'll be honest. But if we can get 15 points from that first 6 games, I will feel very confident about this season. That will let me know what type of situation we're into this year.
I have one thing to say to that, Mo. As difficult of a fixture it is, it's good you're getting the difficult teams out of the way early in the season. But at the same time, even if it's a wobbly start, we saw how it went for City last season. They didn't have the best first few months of the season. I think it's only in November or December they really picked up and they started winning games all the way until the end of the season. They were, I think, mid-table at one point. I remember as well. Both Man United and Man City were like not really well when the season started. Football is a funny sport. Premier League is very funny. Things turn around in a month.
Quick question on the squad formation. Now that Rom is in, do you think Tuchel will play Werner and Rom up top with Havertz and Mount in behind?
He would at some point.
I mean, I'm sure we'll see it. I'm trying to figure is that our best attacking formation to have Werner off of Rom so that we all know how good Werner is off the ball, and then having Havertz and Mount in behind, so you have Mount who can drop deeper, help defensively, and Havertz can attack and play balls into Romelu and Werner, as well.
If we're gonna go forward the back, then you can have maybe up midfield of Jorginho, Kante, and then box to box Mason Mount. And then right forward, left forward, Havertz, Werner, and then up front, Lukaku.
Yeah. I feel like that might end up being our best attacking formation. And then you still have attacking fullbacks, right? So you'd have Chilwell and James who can still get forward. And Golo and Jorginho can sort of you count less on Jorginho to have to he's not really a creator in general anyway, but he could be focused even less on that this season, I think. And then you're really solid defensively because then you have Mount, Kante, and George who can all run around in the midfield and wreak havoc defensively.
Don't forget Kovacic too.
No question.
Yeah, and Kovacic. And we're going to get another midfielder into the squad too. Yeah. Big up all you guys locked in. Drop your questions in as well. Just see if you guys have said anything.
Do you think that after Lukaku comes in, Jorginho will still take the penalties or would it be given to Lukaku?
I think he probably...
given to Lukaku.
I think Jorginho should probably take him until he proves he can't be great. He's so good at it. I mean, it's rare. It's rare it gets stopped. The best defense on Jorginho is what Pickford did in the Euros, which is just stand there and hope Jorginho doesn't, because Jorginho rarely gets through the ball. He usually just tries to place it. Yeah. So if you just stand your ground and hope you can get to it when he tries to lay it off, that's your best bet. But so few people stop his penalties.
I feel
either one. It's a good shout.
I feel like Lukaku will take it. I don't know. Yeah, I just feel like
big up Jorginho, but I need Lukaku to stat pad this season. Every goal counts. I need the golden boot.
Yeah, that's seven additional goals potentially Rom could have had this year. If Jorginho doesn't take all the pens.
Werner could have had 12 this season if he had penalties to stat pad with, and suddenly we wouldn't be saying he was so bad.
Yeah, considering he earned most of them anyway, it's like...
most of them came from him, to be honest. Rohit saying predictions for league finish this season. With our 9 at the wheel, first place.
Go for it. No, I'm not going.
Sorry, I'm saying it here, first place.
Yeah.
It's one or two for me. United are going to be a good team, but
Champions League, by the way.
Yeah.
I'd love nothing more, bro. I'm not even
back to back. We're going St.
Where
Petersburg.
is the next Champions League final?
St. Petersburg, Russia.
Wow, is it really?
So watch along. Cool.
Abramovich masterclass, man. He knew
it's coming.
Hopefully, Abramovich can have a little discussion with Putin about the referees before that game.
Yeah, I want to say that we can definitely win, but what I want to see from our squad that I haven't seen in a long time is this ability to be consistent, because it's a 38-game season, and I feel like we tend to fall off at some point, and the recovery period sometimes just takes far too long. And also, when you look at a Man City team that is very good at when they pick up form, they maintain it very well. Like they can be consistent for a long period of time. That's what's scaring me. I feel like I don't want to underestimate Man City. I would feel like it's still favorites between us two. But what I want to see in particular from us is to be actually competitive this season for the title. I don't want us to be in a top 4 battle. That for me would say that would make me feel like we've not improved really. and also I feel like, I don't know why, but I feel more confident about Champions League run than I do about Premier League right now. That's just the way I feel.
Well, we have to punish the mid and lower table teams. We have to punish them in the league. You can't. That's what City does best. Is they almost never drop a game to those mid lower table teams. Whereas we lost 6 points to West Brom last year. So it's like we have to punish. I know I don't want to bring it up. But we have to punish those teams.
My one thing to Mo, I would like to say, you talk about consistency. That's very true. But consistency also comes from the fact that they have had pretty much the same core of the team and the same manager for such a long time. That even when they encountered the difficult moment in the beginning of the season, they were all able to. The cohesion was so strong, the unity was so strong in the team that they could encounter the difficult moment.
Yeah.
The thing with Chelsea, and why I guess Chelsea suffers from consistency issues, is of the fact that we have managers change so often.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough of a chemistry that is developed between the manager and the players that when a difficult moment arrives, players and the manager together are able to overcome that.
Yeah.
Now, I hope Tuchel stays at Chelsea for a while, but if not, I hope he does. But if not, I guess the consistency issues of Chelsea will continue to haunt them for the reason. But coming to the predictions, I don't want to give any predictions because I just hope Chelsea finish top 4. But I can't put in a number for what position we'll finish in. Let's hope. Silverware, but I don't know.
Yeah, let's hope. What other questions we got from you guys? What's your opinion on too many forward players right now? Would you guys say we have too many forwards with Lukaku? Because Tammy's going to be leaving anyway as soon as this deal's done.
Yeah.
So that will leave Lukaku, Werner, Havertz, Mounts, Ziyech, Hudson-Odoi, Pulisic. That's about 7 players.
What about Armando Broja? Is he staying or is he going? When he says forwards, does he mean centers or does he mean center?
He's going out on loan.
Nah, he's probably going on loan.
Yeah.
No, I think that's called squad depth. You know, it's important to have that.
Yeah, I'm happy to let them all fight out for spots.
Yeah.
No, like there'll be
competition is always good.
Exactly. There'll be players disappointed, but there'll be good competition as well. As soon as you slip up, maybe someone like Ziyech or Hudson-Odoi who's at the bottom of the pecking order gets another chance. And then they'll come in with all the motivation to impress. It creates such a good atmosphere around the club.
You don't want guys in your squad that aren't willing to compete. It just is. If they're expecting to be in a spot because they think that's their spot, then those aren't guys for your squad. Let them go. You want guys who are going to be willing to compete because then that will show, and then those guys will eventually get a chance to play and they'll step up.
The best way to make. Oh, sorry, go for it, bro.
One thing I would like to say, Chelsea would be participating in probably the most number of competitions they have in a while. Don't forget that Chelsea would also be in the Club World Cup. So they'll be gone for a while as well. And when they come back, a lot of the fixtures that Chelsea would have missed in the Premier League, you would have a pile up at maybe after the New Year's or whatever. You'd have a lot of consecutive fixtures in the midweek. So there'll be a lot of competition. So squad depth definitely is good. And
well, that's what I was going to say to you.
Yeah, go on.
That's what I was going to say. Just to jump off your point, literally, I was going to say the fact that we're going to be in many competitions is going to be a big help to creating an environment where there's good and healthy competition, where there's still good fair amount of chances for players to impress and actually show their worth, and sometimes even cement their places in the team. To be honest with you, what that would really depend on is how well we do in these competitions. Because if you go out early from a League Cup competition, that's one less competition. Yes, it might be less taxing on the team having to not play so many games, but the fact of the matter is then that puts you in a predicament. Now you have less competition in which you can do a rotation. So I would love to see our club, honestly, that when someone's saying the prediction stuff, that I mentioned the Premier League and the Champions League, and that's not to ignore the other competitions. I actually want us to do well in those competitions. In fact, I would love for us to win it, because I hate seeing Man City just collect those 3 trophies because none of our other clubs are doing the job that they're meant to be doing.
Yeah,
fair enough. Agree with you.
Agree with that as well. Keep rolling with the questions. What player? This is an interesting one. What player do you expect to underperform this season?
Oh wow.
In the starting 11 or just
predicting someone's failure?
Yeah,
that's mad. I've never thought about this before.
Are we talking starting 11 or just in the squad?
Yeah, just in the squad. In the squad. Who's going to underperform and let down your expectations this season? This is such a toxic question, but let's get into it.
I have a very controversial answer to this. I have a very controversial answer to this. I don't know why. I have a feeling it could be Mason Mount. I don't know why.
Interesting. Explain.
I think he would just be tired with all the, I think the Euros last season. I think he played the most number of games last season as well. Even this season, I think there'll be so many games. God forbid, but if he gets an injury or something.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's not a bad shot. I'm expecting some end product from him this year. Like, I need some goals and assists from Mason. And if he has a season where he's just hustling and playing defense and not getting goals and assists, then to me that's a bit of a letdown for what I expect from him. I expect some goals and assists from him. So I don't think he'll be the guy, but I do expect him to get some end product this year.
Yeah, just before we go on to the next one, big up Josh saying we need to win at least 3 trophies, Club World Cup and Super Cup included, at least contend for the league. Which are the UCL, Premier League, FA Cup or League Cup? I think it's like, which one would you prefer? Like, even though we do need to win the Premier League, I'm going to take number 3. I'm going to take number 3 again, I don't care. Real Madrid did the 3-peat of the Champions League and didn't win the league either. So, I'll take Europe. Any of you guys say otherwise? If not, who's your player that's going to underperform for the season?
Oh, I would say definitely Champions League for me as well. And the player that I think might underperform, it's just because I have high expectations, man, but I'm worried. And it's going to be a wild card, but it's going to be Reece James for me, man. There's something about Reece James that I'm looking forward to, that I want to see more of, because I saw it in him in his younger years where he would take on players, that he would do the attacking phase of the game a lot more often than he's been doing lately. So I would love to see that part of his game. I want to see more. Like, I feel like he can be better than Trent. That's the best way I can So I have high expectations for the guy, and because of that, that's the person that I feel worried about. That's not to say I don't think he's a good player, but I've got such a high ceiling for the guy.
I would say Pulisic. I feel like.
Oh, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say Pulisic. I feel like him. I think he's not going to be playing that much this season, and at times he can be a bit laggy or maybe a bit rusty at times, And at some games this season, he might come up from the bench, and I'm not sure about his impact though, but. Yeah, I think he'll be the guy that underperformed for me this season.
For me, it's really hard to pick, because...
Can't lie, this is a crazy question. It is. It's fully thrown me off. I said it.
I'm going to say this, and I hate saying it, but I feel like it's also one of the safer bets. So I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say I hope it's not true, and I hope he balls out and he has an amazing season. But if age is as big of a factor as we expect it to be, I'm going to just say Thiago Silva and leave it there. I'm going to just leave it there. Okay. I don't want to say anything else, because he's been a baller this season. But I want 37, 38. You're going to ask me someone? Maybe. It's not to say I think it could happen. It's not to say I want it to happen. But if you're going to ask me to make a bet, I'm going to go for the 37-year-old.
For me, I'll say Jorginho.
Ooh.
Wow, okay.
For a similar reason, just similar to your reason for Mount. I think he could have some tired legs at some point this year. Okay. And depending on how much he gets rotated, which I think will be big on keeping him healthy and at his best this year. I think Chelsea fans could be underwhelmed by him, just because I don't think there'll be much there in the way of going forward. And I don't know if it'll be exactly what everyone's expecting from him this year. So I'll just say Jorginho. I hope he plays well, obviously.
Apparently Haaland's just scored a hat-trick in pre-season. Here to tell all you guys in the comment section, we don't care. Not anymore. We did care. Yeah, I don't care anymore.
We'll be hearing
He's
about his
got
stats
R9.
all year. We'll be hearing about his stats all year.
They
We
should
can
also
get
read the
Dortmund in the
opponent.
Champions
They
League.
should
We
also
can
read
lock
the
him up in the
opponent.
AC Penitentiary, and then we'll have him in London for a game. That's it.
Go on, Alex.
Alex, who's your player that could underperform this season?
I think we know who I'm going to say.
Oh,
Go for it, bro. You might as well say it.
No, the thing is, I don't know about underperforming. Like, I think he set a very low bar.
Yeah.
So I think he's just going to continue on that trajectory. But I hope he proves me wrong. But I'm going to say Timo Werner. Yeah.
It's a fair one.
I was waiting for somebody to say that.
You know, can I say, you know what's really funny? I saw a Match of the Day advert earlier where they showed like a really bad miss of Timo Werner. I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm justified. The fact that the BBC are showing it in the highlights reel. So no, really.
Werner, I only say Werner because what would underperform be with Werner? Because if he just kept missing chances, it would be what we expect now.
Yeah. For me with him, I'm looking more at the overall contribution to the team with Timo. I know obviously everybody wants him to come in and score goals, but if his overall contribution stays the same as it was last season with assists and his movement, pulling guys out of the box and things he does leading to goals, then I'll be okay with him this year as well.
Yeah, big up Mods Modder as well, saying, who do you think will be the best player in our upcoming season?
Havertz for me.
Just before that, I know it's going to be a very easy question, but big up Jester as well. I know you came for this. Who's the player that you think's going to underperform this season?
Go ahead, say it, Chester.
Just say the name. I know you're going to say it.
Underperform? Well, you got to play to underperform.
Oh, come on. Man.
just saying, man.
You got to play to underperform.
Oh, for goodness sake. That agenda
My underperformer on the team this year. Wow, that's going to be a difficult one. So I think everybody's going to have an excellent year.
Yeah.
You know what? Because you have to
Craig,
play.
jump on, man.
Craig, hop on, bro.
Go on, Jester. No pressure.
This was going to be so easy for you, Chester. I don't know why.
No, again, because I don't think Callum's going to underperform.
Because he
doesn't think he's going to play.
Because you got a low bar there. You just hop right over that bad boy. I think if you're going to say I think it's going to have to be, and again, Christian Pulisic is not going to get the game time. So how do you underperform when you're not on the field?
Mm.
So, man, I'm going to say Timo, just because.
You took the easy answer. I don't like it.
Okay,
No,
well then fine. Okay, I was just going to say Ziyech, but I don't know if he's going to be with us after the end of the transfer window.
No.
My dark horse bet, because nobody said it, was going to be Dave. Because I feel like we're going to start to slowly simmer him out of the squad as well.
Yeah, but do you see him very, very often in the squad? We're going to say Marcos Alonso. How about that? Marcos Alonso.
He's not going to play. He's not going
to
to
play.
Well, we don't have a backup left back.
No,
so
but when he plays, he's still capable of underperforming below my expectations. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
And the only other one is going to be Mateo Kovacic.
I don't think he plays too much either.
Yeah, but I think our starters.
Jorginho and Kante is just too good.
Yeah. I don't think he'll underperform.
You know what? Did someone say Jorginho? Josh, you did, didn't it? That was a smart pick, but when you think about it, because this guy is on an all-time high right now. Like, fans must be waiting at the moment that they can.
I think, but it's also because we have a manager that knows how to use him. Lampard didn't know how to use him. Sarri did, and he had a great season with him too.
That's the only thing. You gotta hope Tuchel can protect him.
Does Jorginho hang on to taking pens, or does it go to Rom?
It goes to Romelu. I need a stat pad.
Yeah, it has to.
Okay, so if he's not scoring the goals, is that an underachievement for Jorginho? Because he was our leading scorer last year. If he's off pins this year and he doesn't score, then he's gone from 7 to 0.
Yeah, that was my rationale.
Josh, that's why I said it was a smart pick, bro.
That was my rationale, is that if I don't think we'll get anything as far as production from him offensively. So like goals and assists will be very low this year for him. Only because I think the Tuchel's main focus with him will just be doing his thing defensively.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I have a counter to that, Josh. I mean, even for Italy when he played in the Euros, I don't think they looked at him for penalties and stuff. They looked more at him for dictating the game, for being like the metronome for the team. So as much as you can talk about penalties and stuff, but even if he doesn't play, if he's dictating, if he's commanding the midfield, if he's running the game, like I think, and it's a big shout out, like how Pirlo used to do with Juventus.
Yeah.
He could
listen,
if he's come up with a few assists every now and then, come up with maybe a goal, an assist,
Yeah, no, if he's dictating the flow and we're playing well, then hey, it's just not going to go like noticed in the stat books, but it'll show on the win-loss column, which is more important. So.
Oh shit, we didn't even go through the last question. My bad. Oh fuck's sake! What did he say?
The last question was who's going to be the best player.
Who's going to be the best player? Right. I'm just going to start and end Andreas Christensen. Thank you. What else are you guys going for?
I got Conte.
Yeah, I say Havertz for me.
Same. Unbiased answer. Havertz for me as well.
Well, Havertz attacking, but Conte takes our team to a different level.
Yeah. Listen, he's our best. He is our best player.
I didn't think about Conte.
He just takes it to a whole different level.
Yeah.
So if he has an amazing first half of the season, we could technically still run Kante for Ballon d'Or prop.
We can we can run Jorginho as well.
Yeah, and Golo is our best player. I think Havertz will just get us. I think his numbers could be insane this year, goals and assist wise. He could have a huge year. But Conte for sure is our best player.
I don't know, like Justin's gonna love this. I think it's gonna be Ziyech.
Ziyech is the best of the season. I would love to see that.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why. I just feel like he's going to actually prove people wrong this year.
If he's here.
That is a very fair point. It is if he's here. AC Milan did say they were going to come back for him, and it still looks like that could be a possibility.
He'll be here. He'll be here.
I think he'll be here. Yeah.
Well, they're having to sell. Actually, if Zuma and Chalobah don't leave, Tchouameni's not coming in, is what Matt Laws reported.
If they don't sell Zuma and who?
If Chalobah.
Wait, they want to sell Chalobah?
No, if they can't be in the squad is what I think is the way he termed it. I don't know why.
That would Tuchel being said. That would have to be Tuchel saying we're not going to sell Zuma, we're going to get Koundé, and we're going to keep Chalobah.
Right, and there's a lot of activity left to go this window, folks. So don't be banking on the player you think is going to be here. You never know. I saw a stupid report that we're going to send Timo plus 60 million euro to Juve for Matthias de Ligt. Okay? So understand that there's reports still out there. And Ziyech has the most reports. So
I mean,
there goes your boy. There goes your boy. At least he's playing time though.
We don't need him. We don't need him. He's a roadblock on the path to greatness.
Again, just a report. That was going to happen. Just a report. But there's
I'm back on the Timo train. I hopped off for a second, but now we're good.
So again, you only hear about a certain number of players that are actually they have multiple articles of leaving the club. And at a certain point, you can only hear that so many times before you go, okay, maybe there's something to this. Most of the squad aren't linked to leave. So
what's crazy is if we do end up getting 40 for Tammy, then Rom was basically free this summer, which is great, just by outgoing sales. So because we're already over 60, I think we're at 64 million. So if they sell Tammy for 40, you're at 104 million there, and so basically Rom has been paid for just by the outgoings we've had. Which again, that's called Marina Masterclass for you boys. That's a net zero spend, and you bettered your team in the market.
Who's going to pay 40 million for Tammy though? Do you think? I can't see Arsenal doing it.
Well, Atalanta was supposed to be willing to spend the 40 for him. I mean, I agree. I don't think.
I think that's in euros.
I think he's worth 40. But yeah, I think that's in euros. Yeah,
it's in euros.
There were people that were convinced he was going to Villa until Danny Ings was announced.
Yeah.
Now that's all just dead in the water.
Like I said, there's plenty of time left. Yeah. You never know who's going to come in. You never know who's going to leave.
Did you guys read
Just one of those
report
things.
about Pulisic and cash for Koeman? There was some. I think when the transfer window started, I was reading somewhere that said that Chelsea may be interested in Koeman because Tuchel likes him, and they would give Pulisic and some cash on the other side. That's nothing. It's not come up. I personally want Pulisic to stay. I love him.
Yeah, I do. I wonder how much cash they want though. On top of that.
Well, the Bayern were linked with Pulisic before he came here.
Oh, by the way, that's the answer to my question, and to the question that's on there now. I think Pulisic will be the one that's missing out on playing time.
Who will be missing out on playing time this season in each position? Big up Casey Day as well, saying Ziyech, Cho, Pulisic are going to have to fight it out, or is Tuchel going to be rotating formations to keep the squad happy? I do think we will rotate formations, but there will still be players that do miss out. In terms of Ziyech, Cho, and Pulisic, really not sure, to be honest, out of the three. I think Pulisic, because he's in pre-season for the first time in ages, he's probably going to be the most likely to start. But the only thing that blocks that is if Tuchel still views him as a super sub. We did see him come off the bench in the Tottenham game, but he did also start the Arsenal match too at wing-back. So I think that's still out for debate right now. Hudson-Odoi's had a good pre-season. Ziyech has had a good pre-season. So I'm really not sure on that one. It's going to depend on the first few games, but they're all going to get a fair chance. We just can't speculate on it too much right now because we could say, it's going to be Ziyech and Pulisic starting, and then they both start, and we could say Ziyech, for example, has a stinky first few games, then Hudson-Odoi comes in and balls out, or the same thing with any of the other two names. So I'm not really too sure, but if you have to ask me out of the three, here's Cho or Ziyech.
Oh man,
it's Cho or Ziyech. I'm not sure which one out of the two though. I'm really not.
Cho will be right. Cho will be put as the right wing back.
Bye bye, man.
Cho will be put as the right wing back. Right, I reckon it's Pulisic, bro.
That's why I said Pulisic as well.
Pulisic depends on his availability for the season.
Yeah,
and one injury and he goes back to being a super sub.
Yeah. He's prone to injuries. It's so annoying.
Yeah, but this is also his first pre-season for Chelsea, so I'm willing to forget about all of that.
Yeah,
if he has a good start to the season,
it's an easy answer. It's a very easy answer, and I know nobody wants to say it's Callum.
Yeah, I agree.
You just go by what they did last year.
Yeah,
you didn't show anything more in the preseason and say, "Wow, you got to put that person on the pitch." He didn't. He didn't. It's not like he had Ziyech's preseason. So why do we automatically think that Tuchel's not going to do the same things he did last year when we won Champions League? We're still going to go into a back three. Reece James can still be their starting right wing back. Chilwell's still going to be the left wing starting wing back. Jorginho and Conte in the pivot. It's going to be probably Mason Mount, Kai Havertz, and Romelu Lukaku. That's going to be our starting 11. So
we're going to say all of them miss out.
They're not going to start. No, I'm sorry, but none of them start over that starting lineup, unless you're going to tell me that they're going to pull Mount out of the starting lineup and put one of those three players in there.
Well, they will, right? Because obviously he needs to be rested. Like he's not gonna
right. But I'm saying they're not going to be. None of them are going to start. They're not bang on starters.
I have a rebuttal to that, actually. If you're starting with Lukaku up front, you need somebody who can cross and give aerial balls pretty well. And Ziyech has been doing that really well in the preseason. And now that he has had a proper preseason, he can sort of be the guy who will actually be assisting Lukaku for quite a few of the goals. I know Reece James can cross as well. But I think even in the last season when Ziyech played really well for a few games, I think in the Burnley game and I think a couple other games, the chemistry between him and Reece James was really, really good. And I think that
as well, though.
Chelsea.
Here's the thing, because I feel like
Ziyech will
with
ball out this
Lukaku,
season.
at his best, he's usually at his best in a two-man attack. So we could see ourselves playing a 4-2-2-2, a 3-5-2, a 4-3-1-2, and in that sort of position, though, there's no space for wingers. So I just don't see Ziyech getting into the squad, because it would have to be Havertz and Lukaku or Timo and Lukaku. So your best threat from crosses would be Reece James and Ben Chilwell in that instance.
Yeah, they're both
Why are you
excellent.
saying Chelsea may go for two players up front, two strikers up front, Lewis?
It's what's best for Lukaku. That's how you get the best out of him.
Okay.
You have a striker next to him.
Even our other
And that would
formation,
be Havertz or Werner.
in the 5-2, in what is it, the 3-5-2-1, 3-5-2-1. Timo, if he's in that situation, still plays as a striker, even though he's a forward or a cam, whatever you want to say he's playing as. He's always going to play that position. That left side, you'll probably see play more like a forward, and then that right side will drop underneath and play like a number 9, right? So if it's Havertz, he'll drop underneath, start to play. If it's Ziyech, he'll drop underneath and start to play. My only problem is when you have Havertz and Mount in the same team, they both like to drop deep and start to play. You don't want both of them dropping deep to start to play, because then you have Lukaku isolated.
To get touches in the attacking third.
Yeah, but Havertz can drop deep and start to play. I mean, that's what he's very.
We've usually seen that when he's been playing as an attacking 8 under Lampard, no?
No, he for Germany he drops really deep.
Okay, that might be in the German team then, but with Chelsea, I haven't really seen it as much. Maybe that might just be different instructions. Yeah,
and it depends how Tuchel wants to play each player. But I can tell you the bang out starters would be Lukaku, and up front will be Lukaku and Havertz. I'm not putting Mount in there this year because he's in the
He just gets in the midfield. I think it's either Timo Werner and Lukaku and Havertz and Lukaku. I'm interested to see Werner there because they're both meant to be better in an attacking 2 as opposed to a 3.
Right.
So I'd like to see if Werner's any more different if we play him next to Lukaku, but that will really be like last chance for him. Havertz as well, I already know he's going to pull it.
I fucking hope so.
I really want Ziyech to do well this season. I don't know why. I really want Ziyech to do well this season. I mean, I've enjoyed watching him preseason, and I mean, I don't know, man. His crossing and his he can find a player, man. He's so good with it.
So do I. I just don't know where he fits.
It's not just the crossing, though. It's the fact that I think he's a good passer. He sees the game. He's very good at actually taking long shots. He's very good at finding space. He likes to roam. I see that people, like, based on last season, just kind of forgot what type of player he is. But I do feel like this is what he's going to show this year.
Yeah.
And that adaptability now to actually work in the formation that we're playing is going to show its fruits now as well. Because last year, I think people just looked at the circumstances and kind of ignored them and just said, you know what, the player's just bad. He's not good. And he's 28 or he's about to be 28. Let's just sell him. Like that was their immediate thought. But I'm just like, that is sometimes far too reactionary. You need to understand why sometimes something doesn't work and maybe make adjustments to get the best out of your team. And I do feel like he complements our team far better than people realize. Because when you think from a creative point of view, Mason Mount last year was asked to do a lot. Jorginho last year was asked to do a lot. And I do feel like Ziyech is just that third type of profile player that is actually very creative and also has a goal threat in him. So it's...
Yeah, I completely agree.
Well,
I agree with that.
But to get the best out of him, you have to switch formations. The formation we play is not his best formation.
I don't think you have to, I'll be honest.
I have a question on that, actually. I know some of you guys were talking about playing 2 forwards up front in order to get the best out of Lukaku and Werner. Now, my question to that is, are Chelsea buying Lukaku in order for him to fit Tuchel's system? Or is he coming in so that Tuchel makes a system around him? Because those are two absolutely different things.
Yeah, probably the latter.
What do you think about it?
No, I think it's again the way I know everybody gets caught up on positioning on the starting position, but it's more of the instructions given to the player. You're always in our front 3. when we play our front three, you have two that are more attacking and one that's more ball progressing, right? You're going to have one person that's always going to be kind of playing that cam position, and you're going to have two that are going to want to attack, right? So if it's Mount Havertz and Lukaku, it's going to be Havertz and Lukaku that attack, and it's going to be Mount that drops deepest. If it's Werner, Lukaku, and Havertz drops deeper. If it's any of the rest of them, it's going to be one side drops deeper to start the play. The other two are going to play transition and attack. They play more like two forwards. When we come back in defense, that's when you see the structure in that three. So it really, he fits Tuchel already because of the way we play.
So it basically comes down to like what individual roles are once the game kicks off.
Right.
You can start with the formation. I get it. Yeah, you can start with the formation, but yeah, the game changes, roles change.
Yeah, and also you'd have a different formation on the ball to off the ball. So it depends on what the instructions.
We always do. We always do because we almost go into back two sometimes because you have, you have Dave who likes to push forward. Yeah. Sometimes Rudiger will run forward, and now if you add Koundé to that mix, you know that Tuchel's going to tell him, hey, if you have space, you're going to run into that space if you get the ball at your feet, because that just adds another attacking player, and somebody's going to have to step out of where they're at to pick him up and stop the ball progression, and that's just going to open up space. So it's going to be. He's a mad scientist, man. He's going to put stuff out that you never thought of.
I think we've got some Lukaku news. Dawn scenes. Put out an article on the Athletics, so I'm just going to get up here quickly.
No problem.
Before we do that, pick up Uyi with the donation saying, if Tuchel sticks to the same formation as last season, besides the wing-backs, 3 attacking players are needed in the 11. We had Mount, Havertz, Timo, and Ziyech. Lukaku brings in a different profile. Exactly that, and it's the profile that we've been lacking in the squad as well. Someone with experience, and someone imposing as well, so we can't get bullied in the attack like we used to.
And someone that's clinical from a goal.
Yeah. Oh yeah. With a better first touch.
That's the key one with the
give me a second. I'm just going to get this one thing tweet up.
I had one thing to say.
What the Athletic tweet, though, yeah?
Yeah.
The Athletic tweet, yeah. Let me check.
He's going to have his medical in Belgium on Sunday.
Medical in Belgium on Sunday and travel to London that night or Monday in the morning to seal the 150 million move from Inter Milan. Didn't plan to exit Inter, but the financial crisis made it necessary for him to leave. He's doing his medical Sunday, arrive in London within 24 hours. This is the actual report. On Saturday, The Athletic reported that Chelsea agreed a deal worth a club record £97.5 million to sign Lukaku. Belgian international is expected to sign a 5-year contract worth around 12 to 30 million a year, which is around 195k a week. Talk between the two clubs stepped up on Friday, with Chelsea aiming to include fringe players to lower the sum involved, while Milan were hoping to get well in excess of 100 million. And then we ended up giving them the cash-only deal because they weren't going to take any of our fringe players.
Fabrizio has actually just tweeted something. Romano.
Oh, he said.
Oh, yeah. Romelu Lukaku will be soon in London to sign his new contract as a new Chelsea player.
This guy just reports after someone else all the time. This is the exact same shit. Oh, my God. DiMarzio reported it was happening, and then he dropped the "here we go" 2 minutes afterwards. Now fucking Orstein's put this out on The Athletic, and he's dropped another tweet a minute after that. Let me not say too much in it. Let me not say too much.
A tap-in merchant.
My goodness. Tammy Romano, bruv, I can't be asked.
He's going to we go again in a minute, innit?
Romano also says that Chelsea will focus on Koundé after this. So
another thing that was reported before we dropped it. I can't be asked, man.
Let him, bro. He's
all
doing
this
Raheem
summer
Sterling.
I spent listening to waffle merchants.
He's a prime Raheem Sterling when it comes to the transfer window, innit?
Yeah, damn right, bruv. Damn right. Sterling, Sonny, everything, man. Right, let me go back to David Ornstein's because his one was dropped earlier. What's Inter Milan's transfer strategy this summer? They still have issues financially, despite selling Hakimi to PSG for 60 million. Oak Tree Capital Management, who agreed to invest 235 million, have provided only a fifth of the sum, and the wage bill also remains an issue, and its sources suggest it needs to be cut by 15 to 20%. Offloading Lautaro Martinez, who only made 2.1 million per wages a year, didn't make too much of a dent, whereas Lukaku earns triple that, which is why it's more significant that they sold him.
You mean Hakimi?
What?
No, Lukaku.
No, Lukaku.
No, the first one you said was Lautaro Martinez. He's still there. You're talking about Hakimi. Ashraf. Maybe it's a misprint.
No, that's a typo on there. I was reading from the screen.
Yeah.
Honestly, made a little typo there. I thought you meant selling Lautaro Martinez wouldn't make too much of an effect because of his wage.
No, you're right. But actually, I saw that they're up for liquidation, possibly. That every one of their players is for sale for the right price.
Really?
Every one of them.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Club can go into liquidation, apparently, because they are in pretty bad financial.
Bro, someone grab that Barella guy, man. I just want to.
Yeah, bro, we need to be back at Inter Milan again for some more players if that's the case.
Can't lie, man.
Take what we can get.
It's peak to be an Inter fan.
Bro. Take him.
I do feel bad for them, but same way.
Lewis, we got Danny Drinkwater for the minute. We'll take Barella.
Danny Drinkwater.
Hey, give him a swap deal, innit? Just send him a Drinkwater comp from this pre-season and tell him he's still got it.
We'll throw in a free Bakayoko in there as well, just in case, just to sweeten the deal.
Barella would be the perfect final midfielder for us. I'd be very satisfied
Barella or
with that.
Brozovic? I don't mind Brozovic either.
Would you take Barella and Jorginho in that midfield? Or you want?
What would you do with Conte?
Yeah.
So Barella for me is like the player that would ultimately be the one that ends up being like after Conte is just kind of done with us. That's the player that I would see taking that position personally.
I'm just worried about height in that midfield. Still worried about the height.
It's always a problem at our club.
He's about the same size as Conte.
Yes.
You know what the problem is, right? Jester, like when you try to get technical players, they tend to have low center of gravity, and therefore they end up being short more times than not, or they're not really that tall. They're not necessarily the most physical either. But like Barella is the one guy that I feel like I could live with it because he's actually quite a physical player himself. He's not the most demanding in terms of physicality, but like he's actually a very aggressive player when he plays.
Why not Billy Gilmore though? I want to
because he's not our team this year.
He's a different profile though. He's not the same as Barella for me.
Barella's more of a ball pressure like Kovacic. We could do a Kovacic swap for Barella.
Hey, stop!
I'll be all over that.
Why do you have to get rid of players, bro?
Well, we're talking about doing swaps. Do you rate Barella over Kovacic?
That's not the problem. Get rid of Danny Drinkwater. Get rid of the deadwood first. Then we worry about the rest.
Yeah, but nobody wants the deadwood. That's why they're
exactly. You can't swap. No one wants the deadwood.
Hey, see, this is the problem, guys. You need to big them up. That's the problem. Bakayoko is the best thing since sliced bread, guys. You want him.
Two people that want him. So
Bakayoko is that guy. I agree. Big up Indefinite saying, look, I couldn't say it with a straight face. I'm sorry. Lukaku will link up with Havertz, Werner, Pulisic, Cho, and Ziyech. I think we have the strongest front line in the Premier League now. It's between us and Manchester City, bro. And that's the way it should be. It's 50-50 for the title. With or without Harry Kane. Although, to be honest, without Harry Kane, maybe you could make a case for Chelsea having a stronger team. I just would need, what's his name? Timo Werner to bag a few more goals or get a few more assists, and then we're all there.
It's happening.
Well, if he doesn't do it this year, playing off Lukaku and not having to be the chief scorer for this team, I don't know if he will ever.
Yeah.
Neither will I, man.
He needs to be sold.
And I truly believe that for a lot of our players, this year is the make or break season for them, because including Christian Pulisic before everybody comes at me.
I'm glad you mentioned it. Thank you.
Look, I've been honest about it. I've been honest about if he doesn't pick it up this year, there's no reason to re-sign him.
No, I hear that.
So if he's another injury plagued year, he's got to go. Because before everybody, I'm a Chelsea fan before the player, right? I was a Chelsea fan before he came to the club. I'll be a Chelsea fan after he leaves. So,
yeah, that's a good point.
That's with any player on the team. You can name them. I'll take Chelsea over any player on the team because no one player is bigger than the club itself. So
unless it's Harry Kane and Spurs.
Yeah, but see, I think Lukaku's better than Harry Kane. I like my strikers to win trophies.
You could have. The right thing to say there would be to say you prefer Lukaku over Kane. No one can really come at you, but to say he's better.
No.
People will debate.
Can I just say, I think they're different players. They're very different.
Yeah, I agree.
I think Kane's overall play off the ball is very good, and he scores goals. Lukaku doesn't track back as much, off the ball isn't as good, but again, he does what he needs to do. He's clinical in the final third.
List all the trophies he's won.
It's a team sport.
Kane.
Come on.
Oh,
I knew he was going to say that. I just knew he was going to say that.
That's again. You're there.
He's got
win
silver medals, though.
You're there to win trophies. You can do all the scoring, all the assists, but at the end, you're there to win trophies. That's how you're judged.
That's one.
No, sure. Well, that's why he wants to go to City, right? Because he needs to win.
Because he can't carry a team. Lukaku carried a team last year in Inter.
Oh, I don't know if he carried the whole team. I don't know.
If Lukaku was not in that team, they don't win the Scudetto.
No.
Carry the team.
Lukaku was top
of
all.
Carried Everton. He carried.
He was top of all attacking statistics to Milan last season.
Yeah.
No. He was obviously their best player. I don't know if he carried them. Carried them means that everyone was below par, in my opinion. I don't think they were.
Which is not true. Yes. Martinez had a good season last season.
Yeah, I was going to say Martinez is good.
Because of who?
Was good.
Because of who?
I mean, you can't.
I've watched Lautaro Martinez without Lukaku. He's junk without Lukaku on the field.
But what he plays for?
But
you're going too far, Jester. I can't back you no more, bro.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to stop halfway. You go all the way in. Don't sit on the fence. Jump off the fence.
I will argue for the point until until it makes sense for me. And then once you start saying wild statements, I'm like, yo, guys, I don't know this guy, man. I don't know what he's talking about.
I watched Lautaro this summer. He wasn't impressive. In Argentina's team,
because
Messi had to carry that team.
Yeah, but that's the reason why. Because Argentina's national team is focused only around Messi.
Yeah. Messi definitely carries that team. I think that's different. Yeah.
Because they make him carry the team. Take Messi out of the team. Now I would like to see if Messi stops playing for Argentina. I would like to see how Argentina plays. But at the same time, I believe they could be better because a lot of players will have a lot more contributions to make rather than just give the ball to Messi and just sit back and see what happens.
C1 London, I see your question. Foden was not integral in any of those trophies. Okay? So because you sat on a bench and won trophies, how many does Kovacic have? How many Champions League does Kovacic have? I believe it's 4.
4. He's a 4-time Champions League winner.
4-time Champions League winner.
That's a good one. I can't even lie. That's a good comeback.
So again, you have to when I say trophies, that means you have to be a main player in winning that trophy, right? You just can't sit on the bench and go, "I got a trophy."
No, but that's at the same time, isn't it also on the fact that how the team is? Tottenham has not had a good. They have been decent, but they have not been good. Like Kane is probably he is their best player, but the rest of them are not at all good. Like Son, yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say Son is good. You can't say
that's right now. That's right now, though. Like if you go back, there was a point where they had Dele Alli that was performing for them. They had Christian Eriksen that was performing for them. Like they've had decent enough players, but the problem is the club ends up selling these players or not making the best decisions at the end of the day. The fact of the matter is, though, you could also make the same argument about Kane. Like in terms of Spurs, the way they play, they do play for Kane as well. So it's
saying
one. I respect them both for different reasons. Like I think they're different strikers, like you said, bro. And at the end of the day, like to say one is better over the other, I think that's where I'm not really with the program. I would say I have a preference for one over the other. And if you want to argue with me, that's just my preference. You don't have to agree with me.
Okay, maybe I misworded. My preference is Lukaku because he wins things. I like winners. I don't like. I participated.
You're changing the
I like
narrative
winners.
Now. You're changing the narrative now.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
Fabrizio's tweeted again, guys.
We don't be knowing anything.
Hold on.
You guys, Fabrizio has tweeted again. In more news that we totally have not heard before, Atlanta have scheduled a meeting in London with Chelsea in the next 48 hours to ask for Tammy Abraham as their main target. Price tag around 40 million. Arsenal and West Ham interested too. Atlanta going to bid for Tammy if Inter will ask for Zuvlan Zapata as Lukaku arrangement. So what we didn't know, there's a huge transfer merry-go-round involving Zapata and Tammy Abraham. And also, Atlanta have a meeting in London with Chelsea in 48 hours for Tammy Abraham. We didn't know any of this, guys. Breaking news.
Which is Monday, yeah? Just like that's exactly what you reported a couple of days ago. So that's Monday.
Yeah. I told you. Tap in merchant.
I can see Tammy get to Arsenal.
Dead ass. Like I actually can't. There's no debate for it anymore.
Oh my days! You know what I saw? Earlier on, I saw Arsenal fans saying they don't want Bernardo Silva. They'd rather have Madison because they think he's better than Bernardo Silva.
Really? No way.
They're not getting either one of them.
Listen, Madison's not that good, you know. And also, Madison gets injured all the time.
But to say that about Bernardo Silva, like
Bernardo Silva. But I think people. The thing is, because he's in such a good team, he maybe doesn't look like the strongest player, but like if you put Bernardo Silva in an Arsenal team, instantly he'll transform that team. So
he's their best player. What are you talking about? He's their best player. If you put Bernardo Silva in that team, he's their best player.
For sure. But my point is at City, obviously, Bernardo, people just, I think they've got used to him being in a system that maybe doesn't suit him.
I agree. Yeah. And I think it's because of that versatility and playing in so many different positions. You don't really get to appreciate the play because you don't really see him in a consistent place for you to actually understand this is what he's good at, this is what I rate him on. Unfortunately, for Arsenal fans to say that, I'm not even
That's
shocked.
mental. I can't believe that.
Having howlers in it. It is what it is.
Yeah, but that's not the first mental thing you'd hear from them. Of course, hopefully Babs is not in the comments. So you're like, you always talk about Arsenal. What are we in
Let me give you another one. Get ready for this one. This next one's going to kill you lot, innit? Saka. It's better than Jadon Sancho.
Oh, come on.
I
swear to God, I actually like Saka, but I was just like, what the?
Saka,
what?
The thing is, Saka's a good player, but he's only really had one season where he's actually been quite decent, whereas Sancho, I think, has consistently performed. Exactly. Very different players.
Yeah, check out as well. We got a new video dropping tomorrow. New presenters on the channel. Let's go.
Hey, am I allowed to drop propaganda or promotion?
Drop it.
Not propaganda, but because it's not this site, I would be plugging. Can I make a plug? Because I don't know the rules.
Go for it.
I just got done. That's why I'm late. I just got done with Worldwide Chelsea Pod, episode number 69, the best number you could be on. And it should drop either Sunday or Monday. So if you're around Apple or Spotify, look us up.
Yeah, send us over the link as well when it comes out.
I always retweet it out, so I'll send it over to you direct.
Wait a minute, what? Wait a minute, you can't.
Is this how it is, Sammy?
I can't do it. No. Come back. Oh my God.
Nah, Mo, you can take over. This is you, bro.
I'm not ready for this. No, wait, Lewis, come back. I'm not trained.
Oh God.
Yes, Saka had a patch last year, but he fell off because he's very, very, very young, and he's a good young player, but Sancho is better than him. He doesn't get in our squad at all. So, I mean, that's fine. It's just Arsenal saying something to seem relevant again.
Saka is good, but he's the best of the worst lot.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
I think if he plays for a much better team, I think he has a lot of room for improvement. I like Saka. I think in the Arsenal team, he's definitely their best player in my opinion. But yeah, to say that he's better than Sancho is a bit too much.
I think every club, they're obviously going to back their own players, right? So I'm not surprised they said that.
Yeah, and No, that the pod is not on YouTube. It's just on Spotify and Apple Play.
Lewis out.
Or Apple Pod.
It's Danish Maldini as well. Like, it's like I've been stabbed in the back. It's painful.
Sammy, stop it, man.
Oh, look at that. Look at Andrew.
What Andrew
I know it's Timo Werner's secret service. Who's
Don't.
That's all.
Don't.
Oh, God.
King Fatter has spoken. King Fatter's spoken.
I'm on your side, Lewis, innit? I'm saying keep him in.
Come on, G.
It's a Timo Werner situation, innit?
Sammy, stop it. Sammy, stop it.
No.
Sammy, stop it, man. Sammy,
Oh,
stop.
no.
Sammy, I'm not.
Anyone saying anything else tells you right on the
Sammy,
timeline.
stop it.
I'd tune into that, to be honest.
Oh, my days.
I would tune into that, but it wouldn't be for the right reason.
Yo, that's the
Get
good
that
thing.
Mongo with class rep, man.
That's the one.
Oh, look there. Wow, disrespect, man. The disrespect to my man.
Alright,
Lewis.
Klasref is clear. Here's what it is. Like, I already told Klasref if he made a YouTube channel, I'd watch every single episode. I'd watch everything. It would be fucking hilarious.
He did. It's called Waffle FC.
Oh, man.
Oh, someone send me a link for it. Aye, Winter
No,
Surfer,
I'm
get
just
on
kidding,
here if
Jokes.
you're
That
going
was
to
a
chat
joke.
big shit.
That was a joke. But yeah, he does waffle. I mean, he's King Waffle.
He's a
Look
funny
at
guy.
look at Andrew again. Leave little Lewis alone.
No, I'm
Can't
looking-
be old. He's probably taller than me as well, so here's what it is.
I
Yeah,
think 6
guys,
foot.
get us up to 1K likes if you want to see me at fucking Job Center on Monday morning. Come on, man. Smash the like button. Let's go.
Times are rough, guys. Do it. Press the like button.
I know you all like to see people suffer, so get us to 1K likes and you can see me get the fucking Vince McMahon treatment.
That would be,
Chelsea
that would be a lot worse.
Chelsea fan TV's highest wage earner will get sacked. Oh well.
Oh, my
Financial
days.
highest
Man.
trades.
It is what it
on the
is.
channel.
This is basically a messy situation at Barcelona, isn't it?
I bet the likes must be streaming up now as well.
Budget cutbacks, man. It's all good.
Yeah,
Right,
but
now-
you know,
Now that one's
If-
just a bit mad.
if he's vertically
Come on.
challenged, then you can't. Like, you get fired for discrimination. You're not supposed to terminate. Little people.
Oh, wow.
Because
Exactly. I can
I don't
finally
know what
use
is
it to my
happening now.
advantage.
What is happening?
Let's go. Mohammed saying, do you think Loftus-Cheek is good enough for backup number 6? I'm not too sure.
I don't think
No,
I
he's
haven't
number
seen
6 to
enough
begin
from
with.
him to be sure yet.
He didn't have a great loan move, did he?
Yeah, it's a bit sticky.
But
for
then
him.
I think, in fairness, what was he going to do at Fulham? Like, he wasn't going to do a madness,
Yeah,
was
exactly.
he? Like,
I felt like it was just more about minutes for that one. Like he was going to go to a team that would give him minutes, and I'm glad. he
minutes,
did.
yeah. But equally
Right,
though,
right.
based on that logic though, obviously Billy Gilmore's gone to Norwich, so like, I don't know, it could be the same thing, or actually Billy Gilmore could have a good season out on loan. So
Yeah.
he's gonna play a lot of defense. He's gonna play a lot of defense.
It's going to be weird, man. Like seeing him that role for me, it's going to be weird. You'd have to be really, really accurate with passing, and be. I feel like he's fine with just being press resistant and being able to protect the ball. So from a physical point of view, I feel like he'll be fine. It's just a discipline aspect.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I might be out of a job tonight. It is what it is, man.
Damn.
I can't even go to the job centre on Sunday because it's closed.
You're going to let him know over the stream? Like, what? What's going on out here?
Mate, let the haters hate. It's fine.
Sammy, we can't do it like this, bro.
Is Sammy in backstage?
Do you guys think Chelsea will announce R9 with a video that has montage clips of Drogba? I ain't even too sure, you know.
No.
Like, what's Feroz saying?
I'd just be very happy with the coming home by Diddy. Like that's
He did upload a video of Lukaku's coming to Chelsea on his Instagram.
That might have just been a teaser for what's to come. That trailer's gonna be so glorious. Just knowing that he's finally announced, we finally got the paperwork done. And he'll actually make this kit look nice. I might have to get a second one with his name on the back once prices go down.
Ooh, good. Old statement, mate. But yeah.
I want
End of the season when it's like 30 quid a ticket, I'll get one.
That is so true. Price is going up now. Like 60 quid now still. Start of the season.
Now, when they did that end of season, flipping hell, people cleaned out.
I got everything.
Flipping hell, that store was cleaned out, man. I went there, everything was kid size only.
Or Sammy's will give us a mega store discount.
Oh yeah, Sammy, hook me up, bro. I need it, bro. The times are difficult out here.
Times are difficult out here.
Pandemic and all in it. Oh man, I can't wait for these lots of non-looking deals, man. Wait, what's in the description?
Probably the Patreon, I think, guys.
David Ornstein already put out a tweet somehow. Oh, that's 354, but yeah, nothing.
Why? How long is it? Because it's probably something we've already.
Oh no, that's the pinned tweet earlier. Yeah.
Oh Lord, somebody deleted it. I gotta snap this up.
Wait, what?
Deleted what?
Someone deleted what?
No, it's Tammy in at Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh shit!
Yeah, but it's been deleted. It was CFC.
I think
it was CFC.
Yeah, I think it was Pies. Yeah, it was Pies.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Should we sell Werner this summer? No, not this summer. If he has the same season as last season, next summer, but not now. I'm not
even like no cap. Like generally, I actually don't know what he has to our team. Like everyone talks about assists. How many assists did he actually get last season?
He got about 15 plus, didn't he?
15 assists, did he? Are you sure?
Yeah. I swear he got like 27 goal contributions.
Yeah, it says. But
it's just he misses a lot of chances. That's it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Breaking news. 18 minutes ago, Johnny Boy Blue. Now I 100% back Romelu Lukaku.
Yes, man, jumped on the Lukaku train. Better late than never. You do love.
John is going to be on one of these streams and it's saying Lukaku's got the minerals, bro. You lot wait for it.
Music to my damn ears. I cannot wait, man.
What? Who is that guy the other day that was obviously going on about us selling Haaland? What's his name? I can't remember.
Yeah, that's Johnny, right?
Oh, is that his name? Yeah, the guy that was like
Johnny Brexit Pep.
Oh, he's wow.
He's got a bit silent.
He called him Brexit Pep.
That's what they call him. You didn't know that?
No.
Because he did a face reveal.
You heard of that?
Oh shit, bro. Oh damn, I was not ready for that.
Man. The man also saying, do you think Masunda will get a run out against Carabao Cup teams?
He won't be with the team this year.
It's time to go, Masunda, man. I love the guy.
He didn't even get a chance to play in pre-season. It's so peak.
Yeah,
did he even play the Bournemouth match?
He had the vid, didn't he?
Oh, that's awful for him, man.
Because he's a walking broken mirror. 10 years bad luck. That's seriously, man. I feel bad for him, but he has had injury after injury after injury. He's finally healthy and then gets the vid. So, yeah, I don't see him with the squad. We've got way too much depth in that position. Like I said, we could actually move one of those people out this year. We have that much depth. So,
Champions title.
Well, I mean,
11 assists for Werner.
I feel like if he's willing to take a reserve spot, then there might actually be a chance for him. Might. Because he'll end up getting one game or something, and if he has an impressive game, he's already building a better profile than he's done the last few years. He's got to start from scratch again.
How old is he now?
He did.
How old is Masada?
I forgot about that.
He's 23 or something, 22 or 23.
Yeah, it's time to go. It's time to go.
Yeah.
He's 23. He's never going to play for Chelsea.
Yeah.
Let's get it straight. You know,
To be honest, I just want the club to help him get his career back on track, man. If anything,
I'm surprised he hasn't gone before. I wonder where he'd go though.
I don't know. PSV. He can play with
anywhere because
Van
he'd have to
Ginkel.
take a small loan somewhere either. They can't be at a massive club or anything because they probably just won't play him.
I say go Dutch league or the Spanish league and go to one of the smaller teams.
Vitesse. We have good relationship with Vitesse.
Vitesse is not a bad shot, I think.
Yeah.
He could probably get himself a bigger move if he impresses there.
Club Brugge, Genk, something like that.
Yeah.
I'll take the ball.
Guys, I'm gonna have to dip, so I will see you guys later. It's been a fun. I will see you soon.
Bro. Bless.
Take care of yourself, man. Peace.
And so we still need an Exodus, Kepa, Barkley, Zappacosta, Batshuayi, Kennedy, Masunda, Bakayoko, and Malang Sarr all need to be sold. There's probably another 10, 15 names you can come out with, even without.
Yeah, Kepa's not going to be sold this year.
Simon Johnson said in his podcast, there's players that can't get sold regardless because of their wages. That what was it? Let me get the thing up. Moving certain players is next to impossible due to a lack of money in the global transfer market, wage demands, and lack of form momentum. Even loans will be difficult to get some wages off the books. There's players that we just aren't going to be able to get rid of, and a lot of those are the names in there too. So we just have to find a way around it. Hopefully, just wait for their contracts to run out or some shit.
Yeah.
Come on, injuries to other teams before the transfer window closes. Because that's when
they're desperate. I agree.
That's when people get desperate and like Barkley. Yeah, Barkley. We could bring in Barkley.
Can we not wait? So what's Barkley? What's Barkley on then? A week? Is he on a big wage then?
I have no clue. No clue.
How much is Barkley on?
Yeah.
Barkley is on about 100k a week.
Is he? I was going to say it can't be too much because obviously he went to Villa for season. So.
Too much. That's way too much.
That's way much.
Yeah.
He should be paying us to play.
No, he's not that bad. But 100 grand is too much for him. Yeah, I agree.
True.
He should be on Zuma wages. 40k.
Here's the thing. There's not a single one in that list that I think is worth keeping.
No, really.
Someone in the comments thinks that Batshuayi should be a backup striker, apparently. I mean, yeah.
Batshuayi? Oh, hell no. Hell no, I'm good.
Who would you take, Batshuayi or Werner? That's the question.
Werner, every day of the week. Every day of the week, Timo Werner.
That's not even hard to... Hey, that's not even hard to talk about.
Hey, look who's here. Yes, bro, what are you saying?
Yes, boys, how you doing?
Good.
We're all good, man. We're all good. Literally just going through questions in the comments section. That and other than hearing I'm about to be out of a job in the next few days, which is peak. But
I heard Werner slander, so I had to join.
Yes.
What are you talking about? Werner's slander, I'm joining. No, I'm not.
I promise you, Fava is so pissed off Lukaku signing.
Oh my days.
Fava's fuming. Look at
Loki, they could have a great partnership together.
I'm good.
Yeah, I've always said that if you count Werner as a winger, it could actually work. He could still
Werner, Lukaku, Havertz up front.
Yeah,
if we play as a free, but then you play Lukaku as a lone striker, and that might be a problem.
I think he suits. Yeah, I agree. He's having a pair.
It'd be Havertz or Mount dropped, but it could work. It's a good plan B. So you never know.
We'll have to see. Guys, continue to drop your questions as well. I can't lie, I have to head off now. But I'm leaving you in the great hands of Sammy. Totally not sacked, but probably sacked. But it is what it is anyway. Big up everyone that's locked in. I've got to dip anyway. You guys have a great night.
Cheers, Lewis.
Bless, guys.
Later, Lewis.
That's enough of that clown. Yes, boys. Now a proper panel. I like this. I like this. This is much better now. So, boys, talk to me. I know I don't want to talk too much about what's your thoughts on Lukaku because we've obviously spoke about that all week. But what I would like to know is he going to gel in straight away? Is he going to find the Premier League difficult because he just came from a different country, basically all the excuses you lot gave Werner. Are you not going to say the same thing for Lukaku?
I would think like the stats itself, like numbers don't lie. I mean, arguably one of the prolific striker in European football right now. If he comes into the team with Thomas Tuchel's system, I reckon like it's going to be like clockwork, at least like maybe after maybe a couple of weeks, like a week at least, just to start to gel in. I would say because medicals tomorrow, he might fly on Sunday night, so I think it's going to be sometime maybe in the next weekdays, probably like around the Super Cup week. So
imagine he gets
won't be too much
in the Super Cup.
And don't forget, we got that open training session as well.
If we have a penalty in that Super Cup game, he has to take it. Because the last time he kicked a ball for Chelsea was the decider penalty in the Super Cup versus
Bayern Munich.
Bayern Munich, yes, in the Super Cup. A game we should have won, in my opinion. Yeah. And we never saw Lukaku ever again after that. So it would be quite a perfect time to introduce him to the team, isn't it, in the Super Cup?
Yeah.
Hey, imagine he misses another winning penalty.
Oh my God! Do you reckon he's going to register in the Super Cup? I don't think so, though.
Yeah,
it'd be too soon, no? He needs to do medical.
Probably Palace game for me as well. I reckon it's going to be the Palace game.
This has been done for a while, actually. I know it's been announced today.
Yeah.
This deal's been done for at least 24 hours, if not 48.
Chelsea TV want to make that edit. Want to make that class YouTube video, don't they?
Well, no, we were holding off because Inter wanted to get somebody in before it got leaked out. Because as soon as they know they have money coming in, the price for the players they want to buy goes up.
It's just Chelsea, the football boards, it's just a different world from all of us. I used to be a steward at the Crystal Palace Stadium. And at the beginning of the transfer window, I saw Adebayor training and taking pictures in the Selhurst Stadium. And then it took another 3 weeks till deadline day for Adebayor to be announced that he signed for Palace. There's so many things we just don't know about in football. And I don't care what any reporter says. Like, it's just a completely different world.
Yeah, it is. It's all about tactics, right? Like, they want to keep it harsh so that they have leverage in the negotiations with other players. Like
Havertz was purposely announced on deadline day to hype it up. It's just a completely different world. So that's why it's exciting but frustrating at the same time, because you just never know what's going on. Like, we probably never even bidded for Haaland. Like, you just never know.
I think they're pushing to get Lukaku on the pitch Wednesday, even if it's a cameo.
Nice.
I think that's the early reports that I saw. I think he's already actually. I know they haven't held up the shirt, but contracts are signed and that they've been submitted into UEFA. Then he's officially our player. So I know we're talking about semantics here, but if the paperwork's done by Sunday and he's registered as our player with UEFA on Sunday after he does his medical, then he will be available for the Super Cup. Okay? That has nothing to do with the formal announcement, with the shaking of hands, holding up the shirt. That has nothing to do with being a Chelsea player. That is just PR.
Cool. It would be, like, psychology-wise, it'd be quite good if he can play the Super Cup, because say we won it, his first game, he's already got a trophy at Chelsea. Like, just mentally, it must be a good start. So I don't think he won anything at United. Well, obviously Inter he did, but I don't think he won anything at United, did he?
Did he not? No, did he not?
Or the Europa League.
No, that was the year before he came.
It was before. So it would be nice to see him win something. Did you not see the Community Shield today? Mental.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I watched every minute of it.
City just look finished. Don't know what's happened to them. And Pep doesn't lose finals.
This is why I said if we get Lukaku, with the front contenders for the league next season. If we get Lukaku,
100%. I've always said that. If we have a striker, we'll be flying.
Yeah, any player now is icing on the cake. Whether it's Tchouaméni or maybe Koundé, well, honestly, like it's been a good week so far for the Chelsea, and I just saw a tweet from Terry Flew says Koundé's going to be the next player coming to Chelsea as well. So,
would say Koundé comes. Is he a bench player, or do you want someone gone?
I would, if Koundé comes, I would think like he might be a rotational player ahead of Aspi, because Aspi's already now aging 34 years old now. So Koundé will be the one that still fresh, young, that can play alongside Thiago Silva, Christensen, and Rudiger. So
you think he's ready to start?
He's going to be the prospect for the future for sure.
You don't think we would do what we did with Versatility? You start him a few games, let him play the cup games, and just work your way up. Or do you think you just throw him in the deep end?
Yeah.
Like, remember what happened with Baba Rahman? Like, he just went him straight into the first 11. And
I would think like he's one of those players that going to be sold this summer as well, alongside Malang Sarr, Bakayoko. You got some of the lonely army still in our team that need to be sold or loaned.
Talking about loan army, would you not be interested in doing a live stream talking about ranking all the loan armies?
Go on.
I was just thinking we'd do a live tier list of all the loanees at Chelsea.
Go on.
We rank them from not today, but another week. I just thought if you're not interested, we could do that one day.
Go on.
Sure.
Before the Palace game.
Yeah. What are you looking for though?
I'll keep you updated. I'll put a little schedule up.
Yeah, why not?
You'd have to do it before the transfer window shuts because it'll probably change by that time. So, but yeah, I think Zuma's the one, obviously, does not have a place in the squad anymore. I think if it was up to Tuchel, he'd keep Chalobah over Zuma because he can give you a little bit more flexible in the positions he can play. And he likes those players who can play with the ball at their feet. And that's Zuma's worst attribute is to play, with the ball at his feet. He just is not comfortable, and he's not trustworthy. So I think Zuma's on his way out. If indeed they'll find the right deal for him. Atletico are now in for him, possibly, maybe.
Tammy as well. Don't forget that. Don't forget.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about for.
I've heard Tammy could be going in the next 2 days.
Well, they have a meeting on Monday with Atlanta.
I think the thing with Zuma though is people forget that he's got very good aerial presence though. So we will need to work on that. From set pieces, like everyone forgets that he scored some critical goals for us last season. So
Zuma was a top scorer for a long time, wasn't he?
Yeah. So
I is very good with his head
play needed work, but like his aerial presence was like second to none for sure.
Yeah, but that's like having one skill of scoring goals with your head, but you're a center back. Right? We want you to defend and be safe on the ball first. So
I agree he should go out. He should definitely go. But I think if we do let him go, we need to work on our aerial presence though. Because I think again, I'm trying to think who else.
Well, you have Lukaku now. Havertz. You would have Koundé is very good.
Yeah, but Havertz is a problem.
How bad the goals I agree. Like Lukaku's got good aerial presence.
Yeah. Very, very good. So, again, I'd rather have my defenders defend and be safe on the ball than score goals. If they never scored a goal, but they were solid and, net didn't get beat, they did their job, I'd be fine with that. I'd take that guy every day. So.
Yeah. Well, the same argument can be made for Timo. I want my strikers to be scoring. But yeah.
Absolutely.
No one cares about his assist.
I have to say, I'm going to eat my hat. 11 assists, a lot more than I thought Timo Werner got last season. Someone in the comments.
He had 15 in all competitions.
He deserves to stay. I'm not going to lie. He does actually deserve to stay in the first 11.
He just needs to work his first part.
He's in his head. The whole thing is mental. It has nothing to do with physical attributes, or he's just from coming to England. Now he can't shoot the ball. No, it's all mental, and I think Lukaku coming in takes the pressure off him because he doesn't have to worry about if I don't bang this goal in, we're going to lose because you have Lukaku to do that. So I think that this is Timo's best chance to shine. If he's not going to shine playing next to Lukaku, playing off a centralized striker, which he did at RB Leipzig with Schick, then I don't know that he could do it in this league.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean he's a bad player or he's crap. It's just there might be a mental block he can't get over. And the only way to get over it is to actually leave and go someplace else. Where
it's not just for Chelsea, right? We saw it in the German national squad. Like he didn't look sharp either. So I think it's just, everyone says, yeah, Chelsea have turned him into a bad player. No, like for Germany, he still looked very, very average. So it's nothing to do with us at all. And he gets plenty of chances. It's not like he's got really good support around him, like the balls that are being put through. It's nothing to do with the club. It's just to do with him.
Actually, it was Germany who broke him. The Spain game. Remember they went away and got smoked by Spain?
Yeah.
And he wasn't the same when he came back.
Yeah, 6-1.
That's the game that broke him.
6-1. I remember that. That was before Newcastle away.
I was going to say that's the game that broke him.
Yeah, that was before that.
Or Fulham away. It's fucking awful.
So yeah, it's just Sorry,
I feel like I need to stop giving Timo Werner hate. That's all I ever do.
Yeah, me and Alex are going to be the Vern stands for next season, right?
We'll do a whole.
Everyone's going to hate him next season, and just you and me. Just going to be us backing him now.
I'm going to get so much hate if he actually does well.
I hope he bangs. I mean, again, everybody.
Of course, we want him to do well.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, well, I don't want that player to do good because my player won't get in the squad. Then you're not a Chelsea fan. You're a player fan. You want every player that starts on that pitch to play well, because if they play well, we win. If they don't play well, we lose. So would you rather have your player come on and play well and us lose, or us win and your player not getting on the pitch? You have to figure that out for yourself. I can't.
Yeah, obviously we want to win. No, for sure. But everyone has their kind of players that they have strong feelings about. I want to win over that.
Yeah, hives are like that.
But there's a limit.
There's so many hives.
Everyone has their favorite player, but overall, you need to support Chelsea Football Club. That's the most important. It's like Lewis was supporting Denmark against England only because of Chris.
That is so true.
Lewis is mental.
Ridiculous.
He had other reasons that he told me about, but we won't go on.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair enough. Yeah, that's true.
So I was rooting against England, but I'm not English. I just wanted banter material. So
we'll talk about the Euros. I'm still upset about that.
Well, we've got a super chat. Thanks, Jimmy. That will go towards Lewis's new camera because, yes, we all know he films with a potato. Let me get that. Think of Lukaku's chunky meat in his shorts as he runs for Chelsea. What do you think the size is? I'm hoping you'll talk about the size of his shorts, which will probably be a large.
I'm not going in. I'm not touching that question. Nope.
These comments are killing me.
No comment, Jimmy. Yeah. If you want to talk about something in some man's shorts, you go ahead.
What do you want us to say to that, Jimmy? Like, oh god,
I don't know. I'm going to stay way away from that.
Well, to quickly change the subject to that, guys, Maki, our new presenter on the channel, will be announcing all the latest info on the Lukaku deal tomorrow. She's new. She's never been on YouTube before, so make sure you show her some love. Make sure you turn on the notifications so you don't miss it, and everyone be all nice to her in the comments, etc., etc. Be filling in.
Maki.
Fava, don't flirt with her. Behave yourself, yeah. Okay then.
I'll be
Lewis.
Oh my days, you lot, man.
Good Lord, man. I'm not going to go near that conversation.
No, that's all the comments now. Look, 2 cans of tuna. Oh my god, boy, it's behave now.
How big are cans of tuna in England? Because ours, they're about this tall.
Yeah.
So-
you can get big packs.
Oh yeah. You get the
Okay,
fat
so
ones,
yours
yeah,
are about this big.
Actually, no. Wait, the single packs are quite small. If you're talking about twin packs, then they're bigger, obviously.
Oh, you're talking about? He said 2 cans, not 2 packs, did he?
Oh, 2 cans is like it's
Yeah. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Imagine you've just tuned into the stream. You're like, yeah, we just signed Lukaku. I want to hear the latest news. You just hear us talking about tuna. Oh god.
Well, that's a good
Lukaku.
metaphor.
Kansas Razorback 2 now.
This is why this is the best Chelsea channel. It's the only streams that get off topics like this. But it's
That's
fun.
real news.
We're all having a good time, innit? We're having banter.
Mm-hmm.
Good with that. Oh god, guys, behave now. Ali, that's definitely bigger.
What are
than
these
all of us,
comments
but-
about?
Oh god, alright, it's enough. It's enough of that now. Let's change. Alright, guys, let's go to a Q&A. Let's keep it PG.
Yeah.
Let's do a PG. Any questions? Or the panel will ask. Doesn't have to be about Chelsea. It can be any personal questions to the panel.
No
Far
asterisk
away.
talk, please.
As long as it's not about sizes of certain things. Chelsea shorts.
Yeah, Chelsea talk. Let's do Chelsea talk.
No
Yeah,
asterisk talk, please.
What's the
I
right
feel
call?
like next season, if we do go,
Ooh, 500 likes.
are we gonna play 4 at the back though? In the earliest, earlier 6
No.
for the first 6 matches though, at some point,
Why?
because you're gonna have I would think if we gonna go 4 at the back and have Reece James on the right, then Silva, Rudiger, Ben Chilwell, Mason Mount, Kante, Jorginho, Werner, Lukaku, Havertz up front.
No, I
Yeah, but we
think
don't have a holding mid.
Yeah, he'll go 3. He'll go 3 at the back, I think, consistently, to be honest.
The problem is we don't have a holding mid.
I said
at all.
Jorginho and Kante.
Neither one of them are a holding midfielder.
Jack,
We played that way under
Starting 11
Frank
in the
Lampard. If you've forgotten already.
No, I do remember.
Jack, I'm not going to answer this here because Lewis will be doing a video outside Stafford Bridge with his predicted starting 11. So make sure you check out that video in the future. Coming Blues TV says Alonso or Emerson. I think it's depending on for me personally, it's depending on the game. Alonso scores goals for me, so I will always choose Alonso. I don't think he's first 11 quality anymore, but I think Alonso is a very good sub player. What about you, boys? What do you think?
Can we just merge them together to make one really good player or half decent player? Alonso with Emerson's speed. Maybe that works. Yeah, I can't pick. Alonso's going to be the one that stays. I think Emerson's going to end up at Napoli this summer. So.
Yeah, I prefer Emerson. I'm going to go Emerson.
Yeah.
Nerul said, do you think Havertz will play as a second striker to Lukaku?
The way we play in our formation is a 2-1. So it's 2 inside forwards or cams with a striker, right? So one of those inside forwards or cams is always going to play more of a second striker role. And one of them is going to drop to pick up the ball. So it's depending on the partnership. If Timo's on the field, Havertz will be the one to drop. If Mount's on the field, Havertz will play as a second striker. So it depending on the parent, the 3 that you have out there, it's always going to be dependent.
Do you think Tuchel can surprise us with something new? Because now we actually have a striker, and Lukaku isn't the fastest of strikers, anymore because he's changed his body shape. But do you think it's possible that we could see something new? Because now Tuchel's he's got a good squad now. He's got wingers, he's got strikers now, midfielders. Do you think he can change something new? Choose something new?
I think we'll see a 4-2-2-2 or a 4-2-4 at some points this season. Because once you bring in like a Jules Koundé, he can step into the midfield and play that holding mid role, and drop between the 2 center backs like he's done with Marquinhos at PSG. If we get Tchouaméni, if he plays, you could play a back 4 because Tchouaméni will be that 6. So it just depends on who you have in the squad and the opposition that you play. If we're playing bottom of the table, who's going to sit back, Maybe we do go to a 4. And the beauty of the players that we have in our squad, let's say we've got the Koundé, we've got the Tchouaméni, is they can play multiple positions. So you can switch in game from one formation to the next. And if you want to see a confused team, start in a back 5 and end up in a back 4. See how much that confuses a team for about 10, 15 minutes.
100% agree. Toon, welcome to the stream. How you doing, bro?
Good. You're right.
Nice to meet you. I just like how Fava disappears from the chat when this question pops up. And Daniel, to answer your question, he does. Can't tell you why, but he does.
Who is Astrid? I've heard a lot about this. Who is it?
She's a Chelsea girl that does OnlyFans.
Oh, yeah.
If you check her out on Twitter, but make sure you're alone. That's all I'm saying. Ali says, what's your all preferred front three? I'll start with one. You know what? As much as I don't like Werner up front, I think he's a very good winger because he gets assists. So I would actually say Werner on the left, Lukaku up front, and on the right, it'd be whoever's on form. So it'd be out of Pulisic, Ziyech, or Odoi, whoever's the most informed in training. But I'd be happy to rotate. The problem with Havertz is a problem, but he can be CAM.
Yeah, but if we're playing only 3 attacking players,
but it means Mount's gone. It means Mount's gone, isn't it?
No, Mount, the kind of player Mount is here. He's not going to stay out. Mount is so important to the team.
Yeah,
I kind of consider him like an untouchable, to be honest with you.
I prefer him over Havertz.
He's always going to be in the team.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Mount. I love Mount.
Yeah, I prefer Havertz over Mount.
They're two different, but I just feel Mount.
I don't think it's an either or.
Havertz has only been 1 year, to be fair. So this would be a big season for Havertz.
Yeah, he could step up. Yeah.
I think Havertz will be 15-15.
I don't think it's an either or situation. I think they can both play together. We saw that in the Champions League final. They can definitely play together. But I think because of what Mount brings to the team, he's definitely going to feature. I think Tuchel will even consider adjusting the team formation or whatever just to accommodate Mount. Yes. Mount is very important in that starting 11, to be honest with you.
He's not going to adjust the team around Mount. We played a team around Mount under Frank Lampard, and it didn't work. This team is going to be built around Kai Havertz and Romelu Lukaku right now. Kai Havertz was £70 million plus transfer fee. He will be on the pitch. And he showed at the end of the last season and then in the Euros, he was Germany's best player on the pitch.
Yeah.
This guy's going to ball out this year. And he's got levels in him. He's got levels in him. And it might end up being that Mount is not a nailed on starter anymore because Tuchel's going to put the best lineup out there for matchups, right? So if he sees something that Timo can do against a team and exploit it, that's what he's going to do. And if that means that Mason comes off the bench or sits on or doesn't come on at all, that's going to be what it's going to be. Again, that's when you get to the agendas over team or hives over team or players over team. You don't want that because you want the best team to beat the opposite team that we're playing.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
T, welcome to the stream, bro.
You know what? I got to bounce too. I got another stream in about 30 minutes. I got to take some downtime. So,
Trez, do you want to tell the audience about your socials?
Yeah, you can find me at Jester's Vengeance. You can find me, of course, I did this earlier, Worldwide Chelsea Pods, and multiple live streams for Chelsea. So I'm around.
Nice. Thanks so much for joining us.
You're very welcome. Have a good one.
With Luke. It was a nice one, mate.
Bye, man.
Cool. Oh, Fava's back. Yes, Fava. Fava, I know you ran away, but I have to bring it back. Can you confirm to the audience? The Chelsea Fan TV audience want to confirm this.
Oh my days! Wow.
The answer is yes.
No, I just I'm.
No,
that's not mean I'm loving with her. No, I just like her. That's all.
And how would we play with all these attacking players? T, would you like to answer this?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
How do you think Chelsea will cope with all these attacking players?
We are going to win the league.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. Alex, would you like to take over?
Just imagine if we switch the formation for playing 4-2-3-1. Mount, Havertz, Ziyech, Odoi, Pulisic, all those players behind Lukaku.
It's going to be an exciting season for us.
It will be.
Yes.
Definitely going to score loads of goals. So again,
I hope Lukaku stays injury free this season. He's going to score 40 plus goals.
He will, I'm sure. There's no doubt. No doubt. There's a reason why we're paying all this money for him.
Very true.
Yes. Yes, and then I see Chelsea fans crying about Haaland's hat-trick today. The thing with Haaland is Mina Raiola. We should have got him, but Mina Raiola, yay, that guy.
But we actually never put a bit in on for Haaland. That's a problem, because a couple of days ago, Jan kind of like.
You say Sadiq Clyde, Sava?
Yeah.
Is worldwide Chelsea a liar? No, I'm joking. That's my boy, Sadiq. I'm joking. He'll get in trouble. Can't get in trouble. But anyways, let's move to well, I've got loads of questions. Let's try and fly through them. I don't want to miss any. Oliver says, could it be great if we get Declan Rice? You know what? Why not? I don't think he's a must sign for me personally, but I don't see. I know Favi, you can't stand the guy, but I don't see why he'd be a bad signing. Jorginho and Conte will have injuries this season, and I think we need a solid CDM. I know people are saying Kante's not a CDM, but I think Declan Rice would be a good backup or someone who can help the defense a bit. So if we've got the money, I don't see why not to sign him.
Do you honestly still in a hype for Declan Rice?
No, I wouldn't say like make sure you go out and sign him. But if he's got a decent price tag and it's not a nightmare to sign him, I just don't see why not. When you want to compete for the league and cup games, you need a big squad, and you need a big squad full of world-class players. So why not? We just won the Champions League. Everyone wants to come to us. We've got a lot of money. Roman is a billionaire. I don't care about money. Everyone was crying about Lukaku's. Everyone was crying about Lukaku's wages and that. You know what? If I'm paying £70 a week tickets, £75 for a Chelsea shirt, you know what? Roman can pay that £300 a week. I don't care. But
I'm still unconvinced. I'm still unconvinced
about
this Declan Rice, man. I'm still unconvinced about him somehow.
I think the problem. I don't know. Declan Rice is an interesting one, right? Because I think, like, he had a good tournament in the Euros. He did. Like, he had a good partnership with Calvin Phillips. He's a good CDM. Like, he's a good player. Like, he's movement off the ball, his awareness, passing. Like, he's a very good player. And I agree, Sammy, he would add depth to our squad. I think the concern would be, I don't know, I think West Ham would inflate his price, and then I think we'd be overpaying for him. And then the question is then, if we're overpaying for him when we buy him, does he become a starting 11 player, or is he a benched player? And he's not going to want to come to Chelsea because he's a starting player, West Ham, right? So he's not going to want to come just to be with his boy Mace to like be on the bench. You know what I mean? So
yeah, true. What's the next question? Assuming we're in the Champions League this season, do you reckon Haaland will push for a move to Chelsea? It'd be risky for him though. If Lukaku scores goals, where would Haaland play? Unless we play with two up front, which I can't imagine Tuchel doing. Unless he does 3-5-2. I think Haaland wants to be the star of the teams. I just can't imagine him joining Chelsea at the moment.
I think the question is interesting because I agree. I don't think Haaland will push for a move himself. I think we might push for a move to get him, type thing. But I agree. Like, why would you have Lukaku and Haaland like the same club? Like, it doesn't make much sense.
I don't want him to, but City would be perfect for him because he would be the best striker at the club.
Yeah, he would. Unless he goes to the main man, don't he? They signed Kane that made like what season after, then I don't think they're going to go. Especially if Kane's reported fee comes true, like 150, 160 million. There's no way they're going to go sign Haaland after that.
True. Which is true. Liam says no holding mid. By the way, I don't know if he's talking to. I'm guessing you're a fan of Declan Rice for saying that. Irons. So if I say his name wrong, Irins Onia says, who will be the first manager to be sacked this season? Not Tuchel. Us. You know who I'm going to say? Crystal Palace. I'm going to say Patrick. I'm going to say Patrick Vieira.
Really?
Yeah. He's not. He's got no experience. Palace have a decent team, but they're not that great. I just don't see how. I don't know. Palace is a too big job for him. You can't just go straight into the Premier League.
But I agree. But then the thing is about Palace is like they've got a good track record. Like they're not. They do obviously move managers on, but they're not. They don't fire managers like at every bad turn. You know what I mean? Like they might.
But look what happened to. They've had the worst manager in Premier League history. They lost their first 8 games without scoring a goal, and then they sacked that manager, got Hodgson, and then scored their first 2 goals against Chelsea and beat us. I can't remember who it was. Was it not Low Drop? It was an ex-legend. One of the best players. Come on, we know who it is. And then Mourinho was cussing him. He said something bad about Mourinho, and Mourinho said, like, you're the worst manager in history in the Premier League. Oh, come on, boys, who is it?
Oh, I forgot his name.
It's good. Cool. Let me get it up.
Previous Palace manager.
Yes, we all know it. It's a big player.
A big player for who, though? Who is he a big player for?
I can't remember, but... Oh, come on. Come on, guys on the court. Frank de Boer, that's it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He didn't score a goal in 8 games. They had to sack him.
Maybe you're right, actually. Maybe it might be... It might be...
but that was bad. That wasn't a bad period. That was bad. Like, how can you not score a goal in almost 10 games?
No, that was bad. Yeah, he might be gone. I think what's the Newcastle manager called? Steve Bruce.
Well, Steve Bruce still.
Benitez has gone Everton.
Yeah. Steve Bruce might have a difficult one. I think even though they've signed Joe Willock, they're still very average team. So again, they might have a difficult.
Yeah, I was going to say that or Vieira actually. Yeah. With Bruce, he doesn't really do well, does he? He gets relegated every year.
Yeah.
Without
Joe Willock, they would definitely get relegated last season. So I think that was a good move for Newcastle.
Indefinite says, I think Werner needs to see a sports psychologist. I actually agree. This is a mental block there, and it is similar to what happened to Morata. But at least Timo was a part of the.
Yeah, Do you know what? It happened to Morata and it happened to Fernando Torres. Fernando Torres was a top player, came to Chelsea, and then absolutely bottled it for ages.
Definitely something going on at Chelsea training ground, making all these players depressed.
I don't know what it is about. Sometimes Chelsea is so weird. We either do a madness with players and like they become really good, or like they just flop. Like Kevin De Bruyne, Mohamed Salah. It's actually mental that some of the players we've had haven't been good at Chelsea. So it's actually quite bad for us, to be fair.
I really hope from a year's time we're not adding Lukaku to this list.
I know, that'd be so. I know.
He's really keen on Alonso today, isn't he? I just don't want Alonso chipping into Chilwell's playing time. Chilwell was so good last season, in my opinion. I don't think he will ever be dropped unless there's injury.
Yeah, I agree.
Thomas, 4-2-2, Werner, Lukaku, Mount, Havertz, George, Kante, Reece, Silva, Rudiger, and Giroud. That's not bad.
Is that our 4-2-2-2?
But that wouldn't work every week.
No.
That's dependent on the opponent.
But
is he gonna go 4-3-3 at some point?
No,
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
How did Lukaku play at Inter? I think it's much less how we used to play. Tuchel will surprise us with something new. I do actually think we're going to see something new. I do agree with you there. Like I said from many streams ago, if Chelsea had a good striker last season, we would have been 10 times better. So maybe he's going to stay the same and just hopefully score more with Tuchel. But even Lampard, I think Lampard would have kept his job if we had a striker as well.
Yes.
So it's a really weird subject.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's a really weird subject.
I always thought that the job was too big for Lampard, though, to be fair. Long
of course, I do agree with that. I think maybe in 10 years, 5 years' time, with experience, Lampard, I have no doubt he'd be a quality manager, but I do think it was a big job for him. Connie Blue says 4-2-3-1. Orange says 4-3-3. Nathan says Lukaku in the middle. And says Lukaku, I have it.
Yeah, I like that.
It's going to be quite interesting. I don't think probably getting the Super Cup is going to be in none of those. I just get surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Tuchel will play in 3D chess with our squad this season and get so many teams trying to come at us with only chess pieces. This will be an amazing season for us with Lukaku in the mix. I 100% agree. I'm so excited. This is probably the first time I've been excited since Lampard's first season. I just can't wait. I'm really happy with the squad right now. I think we've done amazing signings in the past 2 years. And I just can't wait for the season to start. Don't know about you boys.
No, I agree.
I'm excited for next week. I'm excited for the Super Cup, man.
Oh, the Super Cup, yeah. We've never won that, have we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we have.
Yeah, we never had one since 1998.
We have. 98. We beat Real Madrid, Di Matteo.
Yeah, a long time. Yeah.
We haven't won. We haven't won the Club World Cup, innit?
Club World Cup, no.
We never win that.
Going for Tokyo. Those yakiniku beef will be good.
Do you remember when we played Corinthians in the Club World Cup final?
No, thank you.
Got absolutely embarrassed. I had so many Brazilians in my final mugging me off.
That was tourist tax, fam. Come on.
Yeah, Torres, so bad. Chelsea have until 11 on Tuesday to submit Lukaku in the squad before the Super Cup.
You sure?
I'd love to see him. I'll get that confirmed. I'd love to see him.
I'm just more, he just needs to be like fit and ready for the start of the league. I'm more bothered about that, to be honest.
As long as he's fit. Omar says Mount is untouchable. You need to wake up. Oh no one in this panel is anti-Mount, bro. I was just saying with what with the formation I said that it will make Mount be dropped. But I'm not saying I want him dropped.
This guy's
Mount's my favorite player. My favorite player. Let me get it clear. Mount's my favorite player by far. So I love Mount. I don't think any of us want Mount dropped in this panel. Just to get that clear. My name, mate. Tuchel has got a new formation planned. I think that as well, I really do. Infinite says the three main ones would be 3-4-3, 3-5-2, and 4-3. I spot on, depending on the opponent. So that's the problem with Lampard. He played the same formation every week, where to win the league, you need to change it up or something. Because when you're playing against teams parking the bus, you can't do what you usually do. Oh, Zeon's here. Welcome, Zeon. How you doing, bro?
What's up?
How you doing? What's your thoughts on Lukaku? You gassed?
To be honest with you, I'm gassed that we got a striker. People are moaning still about this deal. I mean, let's be real. The deal's done. So, quit moaning. Look, I wanted Haaland. Let's be real. Everyone wanted Haaland. Yeah, younger, kind of more mobile and all that kind of striker. But let's see, because we're starting with a striker next season. Let's be real, because I didn't want to start with Werner up front. I mean, as much as I love Werner, I don't think he's a striker, and him starting on the wing, and then we having a proper number 9 up front, it's going to give us a great chance, not only for the league, but for other competitions that we're going to be in. So I'm happy. I don't care if people aren't happy. I'm happy that we've got an actual striker who can get us at least not 7 goals, not 10 goals, but at least plus that, because last season, Jorginho was our top scorer in the league.
Yeah, it's mad.
And all his goals were penalties. And that's embarrassing for a club like Chelsea to have, a midfielder who's the top scorer, with 7 goals, and they're all penalties. I mean, you ain't going to compete with the likes of City, the likes of United, Liverpool, So striker was definitely a must, and we got it. So, yeah, I'm happy about it.
Stuart says big up Semi has R9 signed, pretty much. Love for the support, bro. Juju says this is a very different Lukaku. I agree. The last Lukaku we saw in England was this very hench, slow, and out of form striker. Where Inter, he just completely transformed. He lost a lot of weight, and I think Chelsea will make him lose more weight as well. To be honest.
See, we gotta thank Antonio Conte for making this type of Lukaku because if you see in training, he made him do drills with a one-on-one with defender. One of the Skriniar was there, the defenders, Inter defenders aren't a joke. To improve his game and because that's what he was lacking in England at United. He didn't have that physicality. He was he wasn't lean. He had that kind of weight in him and also he wasn't managed in my opinion as well by United, by Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. So I think this is definitely a more of an improved and goal scoring Lukaku that we're going to get because people might think, oh, he's 28. Age isn't a different. I mean, look at the likes of Ronaldo. What, 35, 36 now, and he's still doing it in the big deal. Lewandowski, so age is just a number. Fans, Haaland obviously was my number one choice. 21, we can use him for years. But let's be real, if Haaland turned 24, 25, you'll have big clubs coming at him, and then he won't say, no to them. Lukaku, this is his final big move, and he's in his prime now. So we're getting a ready-made player, and with Haaland, it was a gamble because we don't know how he's going to do the first season. You saw Werner in his first season.
Yeah, especially in the Prem.
Exactly. So it's the physicality of the Premier League. Lukaku's been here and done it before.
Yeah, he knows it.
So,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's this is a ready-made player and an improved player. So we've got to thank Antonio Conte, and you know what? Fair play to him.
100% agree. I just can't wait, to be honest. He's gonna, like always, he's gonna shine at Chelsea, or he's just gonna flop. And but
he's always said Chelsea.
I know I'm always talking bad about Werner, but I think an out of form Lukaku will still score more than Werner. So
100%.
So I still think it's an improvement, whatever happens.
If Werner can't do well with Lukaku, he can't do well with anyone. Let's be real, because I mean, I think under Lukaku, I think Werner can learn. His finishing. Let's be real, because Lukaku can score goals. He's proven that. Werner hasn't proven that in the Premier League. Okay, in the Bundesliga, he's done that, but it's a whole new level compared to the Bundesliga and the Premier League. So with that experience, Lukaku can, take Werner under his, belt and teach him a few things. So I won't be surprised if we see an improved Werner this season under Lukaku.
Yes, I agree, because I think the signing of Lukaku is going to motivate Timo Werner. When Lukaku scoring each and every week, he will also want to score each and every week, so that he must be kept in the second lane.
Yeah, it's true. It's his last chance. Liam says Kyle will be one of the best players in the world. He reminds me of Zidane. I don't know yet. I think that's an insult to Zidane, in my opinion, right now. But maybe I'm biased because I'm half Algerian. But Havertz, he had a really good preseason. He scored a couple of goals. His last non-preseason goal was the Champions League winner. So I think Havertz is going to come to the season with loads of confidence. I don't think it'll be the same Havertz as last season. It'll be a much better person, more confident. And I wasn't the biggest fan of Havertz last season, but I'm really excited for him. Actually, I really think he's going to be flying this season.
He's going to be the prospect, bro, this season. Oh my days. Him, Werner, and Lukaku, boy, up front, could be saucy to watch.
Tuchel's gonna have a headache when it comes to attackers, for next season, because there's so much talent up front.
It's a good headache.
On my days, it's Chunks.
Yeah.
How you doing, bro?
Is this the guy from Porto, though? I barely saw you in the camera.
Yeah. Me and Khaled went to the Champions League final.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ethan, how's everyone?
All good, bro. Actually,
we're hungry.
Khaled, I want to hear your thoughts on Lukaku.
I'm gassed. I wanted him from when we was going to get him, we got Morata instead. That's when I wanted him. I'm so gassed that he went through. Legit.
You've loved him from day one, haven't you?
Striker, man. I was at the game on Wednesday, and bro.
Yeah.
Werner, the crowd tried to encourage him, but it's just not the one, man. At least now if you got a striker in,
Nah.
Hey, at least I can hear so many Werner on my end though.
Oh, but you know what? Werner is my guy. I'm not gonna lie, I love him as a player. I still want him to start.
Khaled hates Werner so much. He bought Werner at the back for banter.
Yeah.
And who bought it
I've
for
been
him?
backing him ever since.
Khaled, did you wear it to the Champions League final? I can't remember. The Werner shirt. I can't remember.
Starbucks connection.
His connection is good.
Starbucks connection, man. Unreal.
Onkford says we can't really play without Timo either. It has to be Lukaku's the edge with Kai in the camp.
I would.
You know what?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't know. We can definitely play without Timo.
I would put Mason Mount on the pivot. I'm genuinely serious now. I would put Mason Mount on the pivot at some point.
I wonder if Tuchel's going to play a 4-3-3 this season.
That'd be good.
Omar, thanks for all the support today. You've been absolutely active. Tuchel will play 3-day chess this season. Oh, sure, she said that. Did you see Fabrizio's latest post on Lukaku? No, but that's going to make me check right now.
This is about him, his medical. What's it about?
What is it? Let me get up on the screen for you.
Mason Mount, the boy.
I'll put it on the screen once.
It did say something. Yeah, Belgium medical.
I thought I did it.
Money mates. Guys.
Let me check as well.
Was it the medical?
Yeah, medical in Belgium, and then he's gonna fly on to London on a tomorrow night as well. So
I don't know if you lot can see that right now. There we go.
Scroll down. Go. Not that one.
This is for Haaland. After scored a hat-trick, Haaland just announced, "I'm proud to be part of this club." It's probably saying I'm not going anywhere.
Scored a hat-trick in 25 minutes.
What bloody hell? We've done the wrong shot.
Well, that's pointless now anyway, so that's Tammy Abraham.
Big news on Tammy tomorrow, I reckon.
So he's going to stream in Twitch then tomorrow, I reckon. For
who? Fabrizio?
Yeah.
Well, I'll make sure Mackie, Lewis, or Sophie will report on anything big on Tammy tomorrow. Oh, here it is. Can everyone see that? Is that all good?
Yeah. Go on.
Romelu Lukaku will be soon in London to sign his contract as a new Chelsea player. That's what we want to hear. Work in progress to plan for travel, medical, and unveiling next week. After Lukaku, Chelsea will be focused on the next signing. How do you say his name, boys? Is it Kunde? Kunde. Yes. Always his option as a centre back, but not agreed yet. So it looks like Rowan Abramovich is still ruining football, even though he spent 90 million on Lukaku. He's still, and that's what I love.
That's literally a quote from David Ornstein. It's literally the same. But David Ornstein did say it's going to be doing the medical in Belgium and then fly to London tomorrow night.
Yeah.
I just can't wait for the "Here We Go" tweet.
Bolingoli. I forgot the Twitch guy. Who said that? Bolingoli? Oh.
That wake it was. That wake it we just released. That was made for Haaland. Let's be real. I mean, it just suited that, but unfortunately, that ain't the case.
I just never thought that deal was happening. I don't know why people are getting so gassed. Like, he was never.
I mean, to be honest with you, I think let's be real, because I think rumors coming out that Chelsea, Dortmund wanted at least just to even start this conversation regarding this transfer was around 170 million pounds.
Yeah,
just
mad.
To start talking about it, let alone just agree or take it. Just to start conversations about it, that was just crazy.
Mental.
You know what? They're going to regret it next season if they don't get Champions League football, which I think they will. But if they don't, they'll regret it.
Where's Sadiq at? Can you let us know? See, Sadiq's our boy, so I need to back him up. He's not a liar. It's blame his source. It's blame that his source gave him false information. So it's not fair to hate on Sadiq, but as a little cheeky dig, Chelsea Fan TV, the only YouTube channel that didn't say Haaland was coming, just little digger. Next question.
That is so true.
About the Blues, Sally says Lukaku is better than Haaland. Oof, big statement.
Wow.
Richard says, are we pursuing Conte? According to Fabrizio, any person with Italian accent explains perfectly. Fabrizio. According to him, we are. Matt says, how good is Conte? To be fair, I don't actually know much about him.
Conte's a good player.
He's a good talent.
He's an absolute baller. He's got pretty much everything in him. Like, he can play in the back three, he can play in the back four. He can play. I think he can play. Is it right back as well? I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Right centre back and right back. He can play.
But he can play either.
He's very versatile as well.
Yeah.
For his height, he's actually a pretty decent player. I mean, they think that he's like the next, Puyol or something like that. But obviously, we can't go that far. But he's actually a pretty talented kid as well.
No. Do you think Silva will start next season? Because obviously he's not the youngest guy. He's world class, but he's not the youngest player, is he? He gets injured every other game.
I don't think it will. I think it'll be Christensen.
You think he'll be dropped?
Christensen's still in operation, man.
Yeah, he was, but I don't think
suffered that knee injury,
Yeah. Okay, but post injury, I think he'd be started.
Yeah.
He played quite a few games. What I remember.
He's just not at that age where he can be played every game. He won't be played every game. He will be played in important games.
Agreed. Yeah.
I mean, you saw Silva getting off, in the Champions League final. You can see, like, even coming back from that injury, he was still like. It's just, I'm not saying that he, the age and all that kind of stuff, but the guy's done it like pretty much everywhere. And obviously, 37 and all that kind of stuff, your body can only allow you what you can, handle. So, but I think, I think having him in the locker room will definitely be a huge boost for some of these young centre backs.
For sure.
Exactly. Even if Koundé comes in, Koundé can up to the likes of Thiago Silva. Christensen's doing the same. So he's getting them ready for the likes of when he's not going to be there. So.
But talking about Thiago Silva,
are you? You in a chicken shop?
Chicken shop,
He's in a chicken shop, or he's on the toilet, or he's in the chicken shop. With the tiles up.
I heard someone shouting at him, so I think he's stepping outside. That's hilarious.
He's on mute. Such a sus guy. Do you think he looks like Chunks?
This cloud,
all the time.
I'm not going to say anything. Yeah.
Or Dino, or the rapper Dino.
Talking about Thiago Silva's ex-club, all I'm going to say is if PSG get Messi, I do not want to be playing PSG in Champions League.
I don't mind. Away days at PSG with the Ultras, I'm good, man.
Oh, nah, we're not. PSG, with Messi as well. Nah, PSG.
They have no excuses.
No,
they
but
can't win the Champions League. They can't win the Champions League with Messi, Mbappe, and Neymar as the front three.
But isn't Mbappe won't be there.
Team, no matter how, even if you put
Madrid.
Don't forget,
even if you put Haaland in that team,
Just
they signed
Haaland, you put the best centre backs, best midfield and all that kind of stuff. If they still can't win a Champions League with that front three,
I know that's
they'll never win it.
Yeah, they got Sergio Ramos, right? They've got a good squad.
Yeah,
Ramos.
That's going to be interesting. Ramos and Messi and Ramos had huge rivalry, El Clasico, and Ramos clearly said, "I want Messi at Paris as well." So it's going to be That's going to be an interesting thing in the locker room when them two see each other sit next to each other. But PSG, I think you know what, they've had a solid transfer window. You know, they've been very smart with their window, like Donnarumma transfer. You know, Sergio Ramos. You know, Wijnaldum as well from Liverpool.
Yeah, they had a good one. But PSG is so lucky. Like, who would have thought that they're going to get him on a free? Obviously, all of the add-ons, but like, that's mental. Like, because how much is Messi worth? Like, if he wasn't on a free, like a couple hundred, easy.
Messi, basically, this is what I think Sky Sports was saying, minimum. That PSG are still like discussing wages and all that kind of stuff. Messi wants at least 1 million a week.
I heard that. That's madness.
And like, he knows PSG will pay it, so why not?
She was like, when the guy goes 1 million a week, she was, wait, what? And like, I'm like, yeah, that's true. So, because it's a financial play in France as well. They're trying to not like, you know, mess around with that. And also, I mean, I think they can get it done because Messi is apparently they're saying that he wants to move as well. You know, Neymar's also pushing the deal. So, it looks like it'll happen. I mean, let's be real. United, City, and Chelsea, they ain't going to do anything to get Messi. They're focused on their targets.
Yeah.
I mean, Chelsea should be focusing on after Lukaku, Koundé, and possibly like a CDM if we can get one. City are focusing on Kane, and United, I don't know what they're going to do after Sancho and Varane. I mean, they're still looking at Camavinga as their CDM option. So, yeah, I don't think any of the Premier League clubs are going to get Messi.
No, I don't think want to.
But to be fair, if you've got Messi on a free, his high wages are worth it, no? Because you would have spent a lot.
I don't think it's his wages. I think the only positive of having Messi, you know, at your club is what you're going to get from him. Because look, he'll have the highest shirt sales. Look at the stuff that he can bring. You know, he's a worldwide icon.
He's a brand.
Who don't watch football. Yeah, people who don't watch football, they know who Messi is. Mm-hmm. They know what he does, and you know, so.
PSG made
accomplishments, all that kind of stuff.
Apparently, PSG made Neymar's transfer cost in shirt sales within 2 days. Apparently, they made it back because he's such a big name. Yeah. Everyone's buying it. So imagine, I'm a Chelsea fan, and I'll probably buy a PSG shirt with Messi if I ever went to France.
Yeah, of course.
Like, just for that, that's such a big That's such a big signing. So sometimes you can't think about money when it's such a big.
When it's someone like Messi, I don't think, to be honest, I think the salary is not the problem. Though. I think Chelsea and other clubs don't want to do it because it's like the salary, and then he's got like image rights, bonus, like retention rights, like the whole package is mental. And like I think City, PSG can afford it. No one else can afford it, to be honest.
No.
Obviously, rumours are saying that if Messi does go to PSG, Mbappe could probably change his mind on a contract and sign one because I know he wants to play for Real Madrid. I mean, who doesn't? But playing with the best player, you know, in the world, definitely could change your mind. I mean, Messi could probably speak to Mbappe once when he goes there and says, "You know what? I'm here now for like
I'm here to stay,"
and then he stays and then he just commits to Paris. Aguero saying that
Messi made Aguero want to leave after a month.
Are discussing that they want to get out of Barca now.
Over a month.
After just being there.
Just under a month.
Oh shit, that's peak.
And, did you see the videos today of Aguero training? Like he just blanked everyone. Like everyone was like trying to high five him. He was just like, he does not want to be there. He does not want to be there.
He left Man City for Messi, and now Messi's left. So there's no point of him being there anyway.
So Aguero to sign for PSG in January then. Won't surprise me actually. Get all the Argentinians there. Evans says, "Is Chelsea going to sell any more players?" 100%.
I think we'll sell. We'll sell Zuma. We'll sell Zuma. I think.
All the players all the deadwood from the Conte era, like Bakayoko, Drinkwater.
They'll sell Bakayoko first because I saw that guy in that preseason against Tottenham.
He was so bad. God. But his attitude is poor because I was once on a Nike shoot with him, and it was like 7:00 in the morning, and the cameraman for the Nike said, "Can you like just smile for the camera?" And then he was like, "It's too early to smile," and I'm just thinking like shut up, man. Like, on your wages, like I don't think I would never not be smiling on your wages.
Yeah, I know. What's he talking about?
Do it, man. So his attitude is so poor. So, and I can't say who it was, but actually I think I can. I did a Nike shoot with Cheeky Sport. So it was Cheeky Sport, the presenters, versus Nike athletes. And I swear, Cheeky Sport Joel just kept beating Bakayoko in all the drills, where we had to fake the advert. We had to fake Bakayoko against Cheeky Sport, because Cheeky Sport just kept skilling Bakayoko. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying that, but sorry, Nike. But Bakayoko is so bad, man. Like, he's mentally as well. He's so
don't know what made Chelsea buy him for. Was it 40 million we bought him from Monaco?
He was a good signing. Don't get me wrong. He was a good player at Monaco. And when he came to us, he was so good when he first came. We even made a chant. He was a fan favorite when he first played. He was so good. He was
it didn't last long though. Didn't last long.
No, it didn't last long. But he was a good signing.
I don't know if you guys noticed that. Whenever Chelsea win a major trophy ever, the after window, after that major trophy we won, the season after, our signings have been dreadful. I mean, I think look, when we won the league under Conte, after that we signed Morata in that window. We signed Drinkwater. We signed Bakayoko, all these players. So we've never been consistent when it comes to transfer windows, when it comes to like winning major trophies and just keep it going. That's what we've always had, a stop-go, success, when it comes to trophies. That's why, I want it to be like City, where, they win back-to-back league titles, back-to-back, obviously Champions League, I don't think they'll win. But like, back-to-back league titles and, these FA Cups and even like, the League Cup. Chelsea have never had that. Chelsea won the Premier League title once and then they've stopped. Then they come back up again, then they've stopped. So it's just like a stop and go thing. And I think that's what I think Chelsea should improve on, just be more consistent, especially in the transfer window.
It's true. Richard says, when with City getting Jack Grealish and possibly getting Kane, are you concerned about them? Well, after watching them in the Community Shield, no. Kane will obviously add something to them, but they just look a bit dodgy. I don't know what we've done to them in the Champions League final, but they just don't look strong anymore.
I still think that they're one of those teams though that on their day they can smack
rip you apart, 100%.
Yeah. 100%. So I think we can definitely beat them, but I think for us the biggest thing is not going to be City and teams like that. It's going to be whether we can turn up against like Brighton at home or Arsenal at home, or just like teams that we should beat that we didn't last season. Do you know what I mean? That's going to be. I'm not concerned about City. I'm concerned about other teams.
I'm not worried about like the big six teams. I'm worried about the teams that we can't, like, we get slapped by. Well, not slapped by, but like like beat, like Villa. We got beat by Villa.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's like like Watford is going to be like. People say, "Oh, Watford is easy." Norwich are back up now as well. Brentford's going to be a tough game as well. So teams like these that I'm worried about. I mean, City, we know how they play. We know how United play. We know how Spurs play. We know how Arsenal play. Teams like, promoted teams are going to be different because we don't know how they're going to play. And, even like the low blocks team, that's what I'm worried about. So that's why having a number 9 like Lukaku will exploit them because, last season we saw Werner, he couldn't find spaces against like low block teams. No matter how hard he tried to get, in behind and all that kind of stuff, we couldn't get the ball to him. He couldn't get past him. So with Lukaku, he can bully, defenders like Lewis Dunk. He can bully defenders like, Ben White and all these type of players. So this is why I'm kind of excited for this season, especially with the number 9, a proper number 9 up front.
Agreed.
Big season for us. Matt Gross says, are we looking at another right wing back? I've not heard of any news at all, actually.
Traore, that's gone quiet. I thought Tuchel wanted to bring Traore as a backup to Reece James.
Oh yeah, at the beginning of the window, I heard that. Yeah, but it's been quiet.
I don't know if this is true or not, but doesn't Tuchel think that suit like Reece James? I know I want to see him as that right wing back role where he can just go down that right. But Tuchel's I think last couple of games he's played him as that right centre back, is it? And then put Aspilicueta in that role. I mean, let's be real. Reece James done well, even playing that position, but you're wasting his talent playing him there.
Yeah, 100%.
His crossing,
he needs to go up more.
Is second to none.
Yeah,
and with that, obviously, don't get me wrong, Aspilicueta has done a good job as well. But Aspilicueta hasn't got that kind of crossing ability that James has. Reece James can get you those type of assists, from the ball. I mean, imagine if you have a number 9 like Lukaku in the box and having Reece James cross the ball into it. Heading ability there. Lukaku's brilliant aerial.
Like with Morata,
So-
remember all these goals came from Azpilicueta crosses. So maybe Lukaku can feed off Reece James's crosses.
Reece James crossed second to none. I mean, I think he's better than Trent Alexander-Arnold when it comes to crossing. I mean, he's crossing, it's just second to none. So, and also,
He needs to go up more. He is even at Wigan,
he's
he played in
coming off a
midfield
good
a few
season,
times. I think for Chelsea youth and Wigan, he played in the midfield a few times. So he is talented up front. So I would love to see him have more permission to run up.
I like these players that can play different roles, like in different positions.
Yeah.
Like because really like Kunde, he can play centre back, and I think he can play right back or left back. I think he's in those two positions. You want to have that type of player, the luxury of a player, because say by chance your main centre back gets injured, and you can put Reece James in there. Because he's played there now, for a couple of games, so he's got that experience playing there. So you want to have that in a player.
You know what? I disagree with this comment. Now you will see the best of Timo because right now no pressure on him. I actually disagree. I think it puts more pressure on him because Werner's going to think if I do not score, I am not going to play anymore, or they're going to sell me, just like Kepa with Mendy. So you could be right. It could make him feel like, cool, I'm not the first striker anymore. I'm a winger now. No one's going to expect me to score goals, or he's going to feel like I'm never going to be this Chelsea striker ever again if I don't pattern up. So I just don't know with Werner.
See, more pressures on Werner than Lukaku this season. Let's be real. Lukaku's coming, in. Werner's
he's a record signing though.
Werner knows Lukaku's going to do his job, and that's put the ball in the back of the net. Now he needs to say that, can I do the same? Can I replicate what he's doing? And if he can't do that, then he knows that his time's going to get old, because Roman's not going to mess around when it comes to even if he's spent 100 million on a player, he's not going to mess around with it. If he thinks that he ain't going to perform well, he's going to tell him to get out. As much as we love his work rate and all that kind of stuff, but end product's got to be there. And I don't think his decision making as well. Let's be real, because when he comes to the final third, he gets, I don't know if he gets like kind of scared. He kind of gets like, he freezes and all that kind of stuff, so he needs to get that past him and start off fresh, because in my opinion, this is probably his last chance. And especially this season, I mean, not even Werner, the likes of Ziyech, I know he's doing well in pre-season. He's got a lot to prove. Pulisic off injuries, he's got a lot to prove. Havertz as well, big money signing, he's got a lot to prove. So some of these players that came in last season, they've got a lot to prove, because obviously not all of them delivered. But I think out of all those other signings that we made, Havertz is probably the one I'm thinking that will improve, because we've seen glimpses of what he can do. So Werner, we've seen glimpses as well of what he can do. He's got pace. I mean, that game against Liverpool, I think we played at Anfield, he was tremendous. I mean, I was very unlucky that he didn't get that goal. I think he was offside, but I don't think it was. So, I mean, I think they were saying on Sky Sports how many goals that Werner had disallowed because of offside. I think it was about 17 goals. So he could have been in the running of Golden Boot if those goals weren't offside. So that's what I'm saying. So Werner's just been unlucky when it comes to offside rule, but he needs to step up his game, I think. Definitely this season.
Guys, I've never seen this before, but apparently you can do polls on a live stream. So, guys, if you check your comments on YouTube, I've just done a little poll. Do you think Lukaku will succeed? Let me know what you think. This is all new to me. It's a new feature. So just let me know what you think. Should I tell Lewis to do this poll every stream? But quite a lot of people are actually doing it, actually. 93% on Lukaku will succeed. Unfortunately, I can't get it on the screen, but it's doing quite well. 94%.
Go on, finish business at Chelsea. Let's be real. He's coming off a team that won the league title, and he did well for Belgium as well. Let's be real. I mean, didn't he score a lot of goals as well for them? So
yeah,
I think all he needed, at Chelsea, is playmakers around him, and he's going to get that. He's going to get people who create chances for him, because let's be real, I think last season we created the most chances in any of the big six teams. So we've got a lot of players that and Lukaku is just basically that missing piece that we've been missing. Like, just put the ball in the back of the net. Let's be right. I mean, that Arsenal pre-season game, we should have beat them like 8 goals. Like, you know, we should have scored like in that first half, all over them. They didn't know what the hell they were going to do. If we had finished our chances, we would have won that game by a lot of goals. So, yeah, I think this is an incredible signing. We needed a striker, we got it, and now we just move on, because I don't care how much he's going to get paid. I don't care, you know, how many years he's going to be here. We just need him to perform well, and you know, I can see that happening, because this is definitely a different player from what we saw back in 2016.
Definitely. He's been through multiple clubs since then. I agree. Yeah.
Tuffy said it's the Meludia Algeria 100th year anniversary. Well, I support USMA in Algeria, so not Meludia. Well, thanks for the comment, bro. Click says, sadly, Sadiq is having a hard time as he crashed his Mercedes.
How do you know that?
That is such a lie. He's got like a 2 litre. He's got a 1 litre Toyota. He's chatting rubbish. He's chatting absolutely
got
rubbish.
1 litre Toyota.
Go on his stream and say, Sabi said you're a liar.
I was in his car. It was Toyota.
Sadiq needs to get off the grass. He does, bro. Blue Monster says shouldn't have let him go in the first place. Yeah,
we shouldn't have let go loads of players.
If Lukaku didn't go,
players, De Bruyne, Salah.
It's true.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, I would have preferred to have Salah.
It's not just one of him. There was a lot of players that we should have let go.
You have to remember though, if Lukaku didn't leave, we wouldn't have got Costa and probably wouldn't have won the league in Conte's first season and with Mourinho's second season. So it's a tough one. I do actually think selling Lukaku made sense. As much as I want him now. But I think it was worse to sell De Bruyne than Lukaku at that point. No.
To this day,
Salah was rubbish at Chelsea. Salah was crap at Chelsea, so I didn't actually care. Even though he's world class now, it made sense selling Salah. I don't know. Alex, I know you're going to tell me off for that.
I don't know, bro. I don't agree.
You're Egyptian, innit? So you're going to tell me off for that, aren't you?
Nah, I back Salah all day. We shouldn't have. To be fair, though, I think both Kevin and Mohamed Salah needed, for whatever reason, it didn't suit. Well, I'm not gonna lie. When I say whatever reason, I don't think they were managed properly. Let's be real, like they weren't managed properly.
I can't remember De Bruyne. I honestly can't remember doing anything. Salah, I remember him scoring the goal against Arsenal when we won 6-0. Salah scored the 6th goal. He came on the bench and scored.
I think when we sold his,
they're both no. To be fair, Kevin De Bruyne was a few assists. Like he was playing well. He wasn't amazing, but a few seasons in, he would have got better. That's the point. Same with Mohamed Salah. Both needs to be coached properly.
When we sold De Bruyne to Wolves, I think it was in Wolfsburg we sold him to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he had a phenomenal season there. I mean, didn't he score like 30? Was it like? Did he get how many assists did he get in that season?
Oh, mental.
I think it was about 30 something assists he had. And then I think City brought him for around, I think was it 47? I don't know how much it was around that price. And then
bargain.
Imagine if Chelsea had looked at that season from Wolfsburg to De Bruyne and said, you know what, we made a mistake. Let's rebuy him and see what he can do here and give him a chance.
Sammy, sorry, just to cut you off. We got fixtures for the month of October. They already put the time schedule and all that. We got like 5:30 p.m. kickoff and one 12:30 p.m. kickoff. Unfortunately.
For what?
In October, I'll show you my screen. Hold on.
Okay, cool.
De Bruyne, I just can't believe from the player that he's become now. It's just mental, because imagine if right now De Bruyne was in this team. Oh, this team would right now just forget league titles. We'll probably be winning the Champions League like every season, because he's that type of player. He is so good.
It upsets me, man. Mourinho and TalkSport said that Kevin wanted to start every game, otherwise he was going to be tomorrow. So, yeah, I'm not surprised he wanted to start every game. He's a top player.
I mean, Salah as well. Salah, what he became, I think he went to Roma, ignited his career there. And what a player!
I'm not gonna lie, I've lost so much respect for Mourinho over the last few years. Like the guy, once he has something in his head, he just drops players. Like like Luke Shaw is a good player, and he just used to go on, nah, he's not good enough. I'm like, what's he talking about? Like,
Look at him last season.
Yeah.
Mourinho gets things spot on or he's terribly wrong. Like
you're right. He's like Marmite. He either makes really good decisions, but then the thing is, because he's won stuff. This is what happens when you win stuff. If you then make a bad decision, your ego gets in the way, and you don't want to change course. And that's what happens with Mourinho. I think he actually really underperformed at United. Like for someone of his caliber, they should be doing much better. But
see, I think with Mourinho is that if you don't listen to him or don't respect what he's saying and stuff like that, he's gonna come at you. And I think that's what happened with Paul Pogba. Paul Pogba, I don't think Paul Pogba thought that. He was thinking that Mourinho isn't the type of guy to take me forward and stuff like that. That's why in training you saw these kind of incidents with him and Mourinho. So that's why Mourinho said, you know what, about Paul Pogba, what he was. And obviously he didn't say that I don't like the guy and stuff like that, but it's just like he just didn't train well and stuff like that. So he's making excuses up for him. So I don't know. Mourinho's that type of guy, but you can't really say that players didn't like him and stuff like that. Players wanted to play under Mourinho a lot because he was that type of manager.
But that's the ones who never played under him. That's why.
True that.
But apparently he had his favourites. Like if you was Mourinho's favourite, you loved him and he loved you. Because even Hazard said, "I wish." He felt guilty with Mourinho sacking, and he said he would love to play under Mourinho again.
But then, didn't Mourinho say that Hazard was one of the laziest players in training?
Yeah, it's true. But many have said that. I think some Chelsea players on Chelsea, the official Chelsea YouTube channels have said he's one of the lazy players. But
he still stepped up though every game that we saw him play. I mean,
he's so talented. Yeah, it's because he's so talented. I think he knows it in it. He's like, I can't be asked to dribble around 3 cones tonight because I'm a skilled 3 players tomorrow. But Salif says, how far do you think Oscar would have went with Chelsea? I think I wasn't a fan of Oscar. I think he was. He had so much potential, and he's one of the biggest disappointments for Chelsea in my opinion. I was so excited to see him. Apart from his 2 goals against Juventus, and his class goal against Swansea when he scored on the outside of his foot on the corner of the box. Other than that, he didn't do anything. But I think he was stupid to go to China. Yeah, he got a lot of money, but no one ever heard of his name since he went to China. I think that was a stupid move. What about you lot? Do you lot miss Oscar?
No, I don't miss Oscar.
I miss him a little bit. That goal against Juventus. That goal against Juventus gave me a laugh.
Oscar was the type of guy that you like him either, depending on how he played in the game. I think he was so technical, gifted, and all that kind of. I don't think I liked the player, but we had Mata then as well. Mata was brilliant as well. I mean, these players that we had, they were pretty solid for us. And then we let them. Obviously, we sold them to obviously Mata went to United and all that kind of stuff. But we haven't seen anything about him now. Like we don't hear that United fans love him. They just think that he's out. He's out of his prime now, which he is. But they're still giving him a new contract. So, but yeah, I like some of the old players that we had, like Oscar, Mata. These guys were pretty good, but I wouldn't say that they were incredible.
So he said he was reversing and got distracted. He doesn't have a Merc. It's a lie. Oh my god! Tell him. Go on his stream right now and say Sammy said you don't have a Merc. Then what? I've got a picture of Sadiq's car of him driving it because Sadiq plays football with me every Sunday. So I might have to expose him. 1,000 likes and I expose Sadiq. Guy says he smashed a like. Thanks, bro. Fergie's son, big legend on the channel. Like the Ting people, support your quality channel. Thanks, bro. I really appreciate that. Fergie's son, 400 likes. Go on. Gamma says, is medicals happening tomorrow in Belgium? Some saying it is, but Fab saying something else. I got told yes. From my information, I've told he's trying to plan to get into the UK now because obviously with Corona that is quite difficult to travel at the moment. But footballers get a little bit easier because it's work. Because it's work. Football is work. The government do allow footballers to travel globally. But hopefully tomorrow will be the picture of Lukaku holding the Chelsea shirt.
I think Fabrizio People are saying though he'll have his medical like next week and he'll be flying next week. I think he's getting told
next
that
week?
because obviously he's not going to make it up. He probably got told this.
That was David Ornstein from The Athletic. He said medical in Belgium tomorrow, and then then fly to London on Sunday night tomorrow as well. But yeah,
the sooner the better. That's all I'm going to
3
say.
3 p.m. kickoff. That's nice, isn't it? Against Newcastle.
Nice. Are you going to that game with all the stairs?
I would. I want to try. I want to try myself. I would, man. Why not?
Just get him back.
Interesting.
Let's get him back.
I love how his pin tweets Sancho on there.
For God's sake, please.
Cool. Lucas says Chelsea suck. Well, we're so bad we won the Champions League. That's a clever one, isn't it?
These comments.
Brian was 21 at the time. He wanted to start every game, and he's the only track record at that stage was 10 assists for. He was so good at Winterburn. Can hardly blame Mourinho.
No, I don't agree with that. That's just not sorry. Whoever this person is, just you can blame Mourinho. Like he should have coached. Mourinho is just not, my opinion. He's not very good. He either sees potential in a player or he doesn't. And if he doesn't, it doesn't mean he's right. Do you know what I mean? He should have done something differently, put him in a different position. I don't know. Like he's clearly a top player. So his age is irrelevant. Like he just
I think Mourinho likes to work with players that are already ready to go. Like
exactly. He doesn't want to.
Because I think it's not that he didn't want to train, De Bruyne or other. I think he probably thought, you know what, this guy's going to be a long-term thing. It's going to take me ages just to get this guy, getting rolling and then starting and all that kind of stuff. So forget it, and I'm going to focus on the players that I've got right now who are, in the starting team, and put more focus on them. Because if he had put more focus on the likes of De Bruyne and we had Salah, then, we wouldn't see these type of stuff happen. So you can't say it's just the player's fault. The player wanted to leave because he knew that his chance at Chelsea wasn't going to happen. And, for him to play football, to get his career going, he had to leave. So you weren't going to just stick around for Mourinho to tell him, oh, yeah, you're in the starting lineup this week and, I'm going to train you and all that kind of stuff. He wasn't going to wait for that. I mean, look at Sancho. Like, Sancho left City to go to Dortmund. I mean, he took it to his own decision. I'm going to go to a club and change my career. And look at him now. I mean,
but then look at Phil Foden, right? Phil Foden could have left, stayed, knew he'd get his opportunities over a period of time, and now he's a starting 11 player.
I think it depends on the player. Like look at
compared to Mourinho.
Pep lost his cheek though.
Yeah, no, but I agree. But that's my point, though, right? Mourinho is not very. You're right. He's very short-term focused, which annoys me because Kevin, maybe a season, 2 seasons to go would have been top player. And he's just like, nah, like he wants to play every game. I don't want to play him every game, so he needs to go. Mourinho is just very hot and cold on people, and I don't like it.
Even Terry used to say. I think John Terry said in the interview that when he was injured, Mourinho refused to look at him or talk to him.
Yeah.
And that's John Terry. Like, can you imagine what the bench players would be like? And Mourinho was a bit weird, but you have to remember, Mourinho had a master's degree in psychology, so maybe it was his method of trying to get players to improve in training to impress him. So you never know. But he was a clever man.
I'm looking in the comments. I want people to understand. I always appreciate what Mourinho did for our club. Obviously, getting 2 Premier Leagues back to back. But what I'm saying is his man management is awful. One of the worst.
Why he doesn't last. That's why he gets sacked at every club.
Saw that United. Yeah. You clearly saw that United. Yeah. His man management was poor. I mean, I think his final game was at Anfield against Liverpool. I mean, that game, you saw that Liverpool tore United apart. You just saw him. Mourinho, I think was Pogba on the bench that night? Yeah, he was, and he refused to put him, on the team. And it was obviously, I think he had a scuffle with him when he came back from, I don't know if it was an international break or something like that. And they had a little, a fight on, well, not physical, but a fight, and then I don't think he started Pogba in that game. And then, fans were saying, oh, why isn't Pogba coming on in the second half? He never put him on. and that's it. Mourinho's got his favourites. I think Matic was in the team, and he was a huge favourite of Matic. I think was it McTominay. All these players that I don't even think exist to be in the Man United shirt. He like them. He had his favourites, and that's why he didn't last long at United, and United just went, what, goodbye, thank you. And then the morning after, we heard the news that he was sacked, and I was like, well, I'm not surprised. I mean, you saw that game against Liverpool the night after. It was shocking.
Yeah. Look at these people, these comments, man.
But Mourinho, when he was at Chelsea, when he won the league titles of back to back, like people say, he was brilliant. I mean, we're not going to forget that. Obviously, we're not going to forget that. And obviously, him coming to Stamford Bridge and saying fans that I won 3 Premier League titles for you. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you won it. That's great, and we appreciate that. But if you think about now, I don't think he's a top elite manager, and people might disagree and stuff like that. But it's true though. That's why he's gone to Roma. I mean, who's going to manage Roma? I mean, Roma, they've got their squad is awful. They're depleted, and they need players as well. So. I think that's his. Let's be real. I think Mourinho's level isn't going to be like a high next, a massive Premier League club or a big European club anymore, because people know that he's out of his depth. His tactics are the same. He's going to do the same thing, and he's going to get. He's going to leave. So
he's going to get found out. Yeah, I think he's one of these managers that needs to know when to dip out. I think there's certain managers that just know. I think probably Arsene Wenger's a good example of someone that stayed too long. He probably should have dipped out maybe, a couple of years before he did. I think Mourinho, if he carries on, will just be one of these managers that goes 18 months at this club, then he'll go to another club. It's no, mate, just dip out. Otherwise you're going to be known for your bad years and not your good years. Do you know what I mean?
Mourinho is obviously liked because of the name, Jose Mourinho. People know who he is. It's that big name. And that's why people know him. Otherwise, if it's not Jose Mourinho, who the hell are you? They wouldn't care. So,
who's this guy calling us Spurs fans? They're like Mourinho. Listen, we're just stating facts.
Oh, he's a mug. Where is he?
No.
Welcome, Ibrahim. Ibrahim, how you doing?
I'm good, man. Actually, just I was recording something else for my boxing channel, so. I thought you guys were on. I thought, you know what? I might as well just jump on at the same time. But yeah, Romelu Lukaku to Chelsea. How do I feel about that? It's interesting because his last season in the Premier League, it wasn't a great one. For me, the pace of the game in the Premier League didn't really suit him. However, he's learned his trade in Italy. I've seen him in the Euros, and he seems a lot sharper. His touch has been a lot better. He's been mentally a lot more at it. Could he be a success at Chelsea? I believe so. Because the way we play and people getting behind with Werner, etc., is very similar to how we played with Everton and West Bromwich Albion, where he just ran in behind and just become an absolute havoc. So I think that he would do really, really good at Chelsea, and for me, potentially even top goal scorer, depending on what Kane does with City. If Kane goes to City, that will be a bit different. But I think he'll be top. I think it's more than likely he could be top goal scorer in the Premier League, especially with Chelsea and how much chances they create and how many chances are missed by Werner. He could easily become top goal scorer. But it's interesting to hear what you guys are saying about Jose, and you guys starts at Jose. For me, I see Jose as the old school mentality person where they say jump and you say how high. He basically he grew up on that army-like mentality where he just barked orders and you have to listen. He shouted at you and that's how you became pumped up. In this generation right now, that's not really the case. Players are more powerful. They're a lot more softer. You have to touch their emotions, etc. You have to put their arm around their shoulder. Jose is the opposite of that, and that's why I think the tide is turning and he's crashing. For me, tactically, he can compete in this level, but his personality is the absolute clash. If you put it based on the 80s and the 90s, he'll do absolutely well. You think you could do shower treatments and shout out players today in this generation? They'll say no. They'll speak to the agent and say, I'm handing him my transfer request, and they'll cut to like flipping Juventus or something like that, and they'll start winning the Serie A. That's what these players will do, you know. So they got options with their agents, but I think he will do well at Roma, surprisingly, because they have that old school mentality, and I think it could be a match for them, even though they don't have the plays. A part of me saying that he'll do well at Juventus. I don't think he necessarily needs the plays. He just needs the mentality. That's all he needs. He doesn't necessarily need flipping world-class plays. It helps, but I don't think that's exactly what he needs, personally. But I'd like to know what you guys think as well.
With the world-class players, like some of these players have big egos. And Mourinho doesn't like these type of players who have big egos because he wants players to follow what he says. And like Pogba's got a big ego, and Pogba, that's why United never liked Mourinho, because you know when Mourinho said this to Pogba, Pogba's like, you know, you're the manager of the club, but you ain't gonna tell me what to do.
Exactly.
You know, I'm getting paid this much.
Tomorrow's from that, by the way.
Know? So you know, some of these. This is what Mourinho needs to learn. Like back in the day, players didn't have that much of ego. They were like a team, you know, to play for the team and stuff like that. You got that, like, you know, like a PSG, you know, Neymar, Mbappe. These two players have got egos. You know, that's why, you know, Tuchel, you know, obviously, don't get me wrong, he had an issue with the board, and that's why he left. But you know, he had issues with Neymar and Mbappe as well. I mean, Mbappe, you know, refused to shake his hand when he came off. You know, when he subbed him off. You know, that's ego there. I mean, Mbappe now, he's showing his ego. Before, you didn't see that from Mbappe, but now he's starting to show that what type of player that, you know, some of these big world-class players, they show egos. I mean, Ronaldo did it at Real Madrid. So this is what Mourinho needs to understand, that this isn't like 1990 or, you know, back then where players listen to the manager and, you know, go ahead with it. Now players be like, hey, you're going to tell me to do this, and I don't want to do it. I'm going to leave. I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to Paris. I'm going to, you know, Real Madrid. You ain't going to do anything about it. So players will back chat Mourinho now. So that's why he doesn't, you know, he doesn't agree with some. That's why in these teams like United and who have big egos in there, that's why he ain't going to do well. And Roma's different because Roma, I think, they don't have the top class players anymore there. But I mean, you know, you got Dzeko there and all that type of players. But they're going to listen to Mourinho. But they're the player there that's going to be like, you know, I do what you're saying. So it should be a good fit for him. But like I said, will they do well? I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see.
Omar has a question for all of us. When was the last time you were this excited about the start of the season? For me, I've said this earlier, when we signed Costa and Fabregas. That was the exciting season with Mourinho. Or Lampard's first season, because
Good shot.
Because we all knew Mount was going to play, Tomori, and all these players we've never seen before. And of course, a legend like Chelsea was so exciting. And that was the first game of the season, Chelsea United, even though we lost like 3-0. That was the loudest away section I've ever heard. So that was good memories for me. What about you guys?
Same. I got same as you, Sammy.
Yeah.
I just don't want to. I don't know. I know we signed Lukaku. I just don't want to expect that we should go into the season thinking we're going to win 3-4 trophies. I want us to be like. I'd rather us think it'd be like an okay season than like last season, for example, win the Champions League. I did not expect that, so I was buzzing. Right? If we go into a season expecting to win every single trophy and we don't, it will be more crushing. So I think we need to just be more realistic with our expectations.
For me, I think we should just stand tall and let our balls hang. For me, we can go with the title. Why not, fam? City, like I know City are good. I know City are great. But we won the Champions League last season. We're the European champions. We should have. They should be looking at us in fear, and they should be looking at us thinking, bro, like if we play these lot, it's going to be peak for us, etc. They should look at us and have the fear of hell trembling within them. For me, with Romelu Lukaku, who has been up there, has scored. I think has he scored 20+ goals in a Premier League season before? He might have done. He might have done before. I could be wrong with West Brom and Everton.
Everton, not United. Yeah, no, he didn't.
Definitely not at United.
He hit like 16, 17 goals.
Exactly. And if he hits the ground running, and right now I would say he's supposedly at his peak, at his best that he's ever been. Supposedly, because based on what I've seen from him just recently in the Euros, I've never seen him better than that from just a technical standpoint all around than all of the times he's been in the Premier League before, even at Roma before, or not Roma, sorry, Inter Milan. So for me, if he hits the ground running in the league that he's already known to have, somewhat success within, and we create as much chances as we did for Timo Werner and Tammy Abraham, and bruv, all I'm saying is, we need to challenge for the Premier League. I want to challenge for the Premier League. I'm not accepting anything less. I'm not expecting us to, because last season, remember, we dropped all the way to 8th. What was it? We dropped halfway through to like 8th. 8th or 9th. And then we scraped our way back in. If we keep that same level and same energy from halfway through last season all the way up until end of the season, we could be right up there, top 2. Man United were dead last season. Man United were whack last season. They finished second.
But you know what the difference is? Yeah, the Champions League and the league are so different because we can be tactical in a cup competition. United are very good at getting results against teams 8th below, right? So I agree, we can have a good run in the FA Cup like we did. We can have a good run in the Champions League. But in terms of the league, we need to cut out the sloppy results that we get. And that's why I'm just trying to be realistic about where we are. It's not necessarily anything to do with a player signing or like how we set up. It's a mentality of like thinking that we can go through the whole season, winning every game, whether it's like because we went into some games thinking like a West Brom at home, oh yeah, we'll walk this. And we got battered 5-2. Not be losing 5-2 against West Brom at home. Yeah. So that's just my concern. But if we can cut out those errors, we'll be calm.
I mean, look. We could take example like City last season. I mean, they didn't start off great. Let's be real. I mean, didn't like people were saying, "Oh, Liverpool's got this in the bag. They're going to win it again." City are dropping off, and then after when City played us at Stamford Bridge, that's when they kick-started their season. So that's what Chelsea need to do. I mean, if Chelsea don't start off, if Chelsea start off sloppy, it's okay. And then we need basically a game to kick-start the season. And if we can go on a run like City did, anything can happen. Let's be real. I mean, league title. I mean, obviously, Champions League and the league is completely different. There's no doubt about that. The teams are different. The opposition, we don't know how the European teams play every day, because we don't play them. In the league, we know who we're playing. We're playing West Brom. We're playing, Watford, Norwich. We'll know how they play. We won't know how Paris Saint-Germain play. We don't know how Real Madrid will play again. We don't know how Dortmund will play. So, it's definitely different, but there's no doubt that we can win the league. I mean, if we're not confident now, when will we be confident?
I agree. I think we're going to challenge. We are going to challenge for the league.
We just came off the Champions League, win against a team that should have beaten us. I mean, if you think about it, this was City's probably best chance of winning the Champions League last season, and they still couldn't do it. Because people weren't, Chelsea were coming off a loss to Villa. Our momentum wasn't on our side. We just scraped top 4.
We lost FA Cup final.
We lost to Leicester, and our momentum was down. City had it all up because they just won the league title. They just battered the likes of what was it? They battered Dortmund. They beat, I think, Paris Saint-Germain. In that first leg, they dominated, and the second leg they just absolutely outclassed them. They were favourites coming into that game, but what happened? We out-attacked them. Tuchel again, beat Pep. He beat Pep at the Etihad. He beat Pep at Wembley, and he beat Pep up in Porto. So, no matter who's favourite, it doesn't matter. I think whoever steps up on the day will beat you. Even if the likes of Brentford, people don't think that, will do well. On their best day, they can beat anyone. So, you can never judge a team by a game. You got to judge them by the entire season and how they play. So, I'm confident that we can probably, win at least 2 trophies, or even, I wouldn't say 3. You can go like 10, but 2 trophies definitely. So a league title and an FA Cup would be a solid season. So
for sure.
Yeah, so we can be confident now.
I definitely think, obviously, the fact that our conversion rate of chances last season, based on the fact that Timo obviously wasn't putting it away, will be helped obviously with Lukaku. I agree. I'm just concerned about, obviously, again, these just like dead games that we should win. If we're getting draws and shit like that, it's just we need to cut that out very quickly.
Also, I think we need to now stop clinging on games by a 1 goal. With Lukaku coming in the team, that will definitely change. Yeah. If you think about it, we beat City at Wembley 1-0. We beat City in the Champions League final 1-0.
1-0.
See, I know we were defensively solid. Let's be real. That's no doubt. But we should be finishing off these teams. I mean, that game against Real Madrid, that second leg, we were all over them. We should have beaten them like about 10-2 on aggregate at that time, or even like that. We were all over them. And if we had a clinical finish, like I said to my brother, if we had Benzema on our team, if he had swapped shirts and he was there and we were creating chances for him, we would have got like 2 hat-tricks in that game. So it's just, if we finished our chances, we would have beaten teams like 4-5-0 easy.
Yeah, I agree. We need to finish our chances. Everyone forgets in the Champions League final, we were very lucky. We had a solid defensive back line.
True.
Because we had obviously, great ball from Mace, great finish, but we didn't have many chances, right? And when we did, obviously we put 1 away. We didn't have a good back line. So this I agree. It's probably why, actually.
I mean, you saw it in the second half. I think when Pulisic had a chance to get the second, and you see it. That's how our season summed up. Chances not, the ball's not in the back of the net. It's wide. It's over. It's hit the post. It's in the goalkeeper's hands. That's how it was. So definitely with Lukaku, it's going to be a huge improvement. Huge.
Yeah, I agree.
100%. Yeah. For me, I remember there was a 0-0 against the Leeds. I think, fam, a few of those 0-0s are just those 1-1 draws. Lukaku, listen, we get over the line, and it's not just those 0-0 or 1-0 wins. It's the confidence. If he hits the ground running and scores on his debut, or scores on his second goal, or second win, as well as Kai Havertz coming into form on the back end of last season, Ziyech, stepping up a little bit more towards the back end of the season as well. We had Timo Werner. He was slightly better in the second half than he was in the first half, even though he wasn't scoring a lot of chances. He was still creating something before he was getting subbed off for Tammy Abraham and Giroud all the time. So he did something at least, and he can assist in some way, shape, or form. Who else? Ben Chilwell, second half of the season, amazing second half of the season as well. Our defense, we barely conceded a goal. We threw Kepa in the goal for the first couple of games of the last season, and look what that done. It made us start a very, very poor run of form. Yeah, now we've got Benjamin Mendy. Listen, guys, Benjamin Mendy. Yeah, one of the best goalkeepers in the league. We've got the best defense in the league, hands down. If we don't win this league next season, I'm telling you, I'm going to be fuming. Yeah, because all of the, for me, Liverpool, I don't see them as competition. No way. For me, I think we've gone so far, especially the players that we bought in last season, that have sort of seasoned, sort of back end of last season. I think we surpassed Liverpool. Man United, they're under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, and as far as I'm aware, so long as they're under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, we don't have nothing to worry about, lads. Yeah, I'll tell you that for free. We've got nothing to worry about. They've got Ole, so we don't need to worry about any of that. Yeah, even if they can bring Ronaldo and Messi in the team, they got Ole, fam. Ole's not helping them. Yeah. Anyway, boom. Yeah, City. On our days, we can beat them, and as well as that, their defensive midfield needs addressing as well. The last season they had Fernandinho, their last or sort of what is it on his last legs. Gundogan gets injured a lot. I'm telling you this now. If they have those two missing, teams will go straight through their defense. Remember, literally they'll slice straight through. Remember us in the Champions League final? There'd be a lot more teams doing that kind of tactic. Us, we are right now. We're geared to be like, unless we get a serious injury, things go left wire. Right now, for me, I see us as favourites to win the league. I'm sorry, but I'm overconfident, but that's just me.
The big thing.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. If you said that, I mean, you got the right to be like, okay, because we already got Lukaku. Any other player now is icing on the cake, whether it's Chouameni or Koundé. Regardless, like you said, if we don't win next season, it's gonna be hard to find excuses for sure.
Absolutely true, man.
No,
Absolutely true.
I mean, I wouldn't say that we're clear cut favourites to win it. I mean, City will always be in the mix. People say Liverpool, yeah, obviously they had injuries last season. Let's be real. Van Dijk, he wasn't there. You know, they didn't have, they brought in Canate, who's a solid centre back as well. So, so Liverpool will address it. I mean, I think they're looking at Saul as a replacement of Wijnaldum. So if they get him, he's a solid midfielder. So, I mean, people say United. Yes, United have been poor on the Gonzalez. They haven't won a trophy for 4 years, under him. But they finished second still, I know. But with Sancho in the team now, that's a definitely improvement on that right. With Varane, that defensive now will get addressed. So I think every team, I think United, Liverpool, Chelsea, and City will be the four teams that I'm right now looking at could be challenging for the league title. There's no way Spurs and Arsenal are going to be even looking at that league title because they'll probably be trying to get that top four, but not even, I don't think, getting that. If Kane leaves Spurs, there's no way Spurs finishing the top half.
Not even top six.
Table. There's no way. Even with Son there, even with that new defender they brought in, they'll finish at least, in my opinion, below 10th place because Kane's the one who got them the most assists last season, got the goals for them. And if he goes, they're finished. So Arsenal, Aubameyang, after he signed that contract, he's lost his magic. Pepe still looking around where he is, can't find him. Thomas Partey, he's just getting injuries left, right, and centre now as well. So Arsenal aren't even in the mix neither. So I think four teams, United, City, Chelsea, and Liverpool, they'll be in the mix. But I'd still say City are just about still favourites. Even without a striker, they can still. It's Pep Guardiola. I just can't see. I know Pep tingers with his team a lot, and he did that in the Champions League final. You saw that. But you can't really go against Pep Guardiola because on best day he can beat any team. Any team in the world.
The biggest thing for us is, like, if you see the way that City played last season and Liverpool, for example, there would be games that, for example, would be like 1-1, a few minutes to go, and they got the result, right? If we want to win the league, we've got to go into games, and it's not even about winning 3-4-0. It's just about ensuring that, like, we get the result we need to get. And last season, I just feel that there was too many games where we went in. And the thing is, on paper, we're a bit like City, especially adding Lukaku to our squad now. We cannot psychologically go into games thinking that we're just going to walk this, because City don't do that. Or Liverpool don't do that. They go into games ensuring, that's Pep and Klopp. They drill their teams hard. So Thomas hopefully will do that. We saw that in the Champions League. He wanted to ensure that even though no one thought we were going to win the Champions League, we go into every games being well drilled. He's a tactician. He knows what he's doing. So hopefully we can have that same mentality in the league, because the league is a whole long season. So we need to make sure we get those dead games through and get the results.
I mean, the team should be going into every game with confident that they can win it. I mean, they've got to have that mentality. They can go in. If they don't go into a game saying, "No, we're going to get a draw," Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, when that game against Villarreal in the Europa League final, he was going for a draw to go into penalties, and he got that. You don't want to have that mentality. You want to have the mentality that in 90 minutes you finish the game off. You get the win, and then you pack your bags and go home and get prepared for the next game. That's what Chelsea need to do. They need to prepare, for the game, every game they go to next season, even if it's away or home.
I mean, in my eyes, Lukaku was the missing piece. But the truth be honest, we need to acquire Koundé. I think the defense needs to be improved. That's the only way we win. That's the only way we win. Simple as that.
I mean, defense was solid last season. I mean, didn't we get the most clean sheets, and we kept on when people came over?
Yeah.
I know there were little blips in the team, that we let silly little goals in, but I think Koundé's, like I said, Koundé's a baller. I think he'll definitely improve the team because he's
Yeah,
young.
you need to acquire him. He's key.
young. He can play different positions as well in the back line. So for his height as well, and he's pretty good in the aerial threats as well. So he's a pretty solid defender. But I don't think he's a top priority. Obviously, top priority was definitely striker. There's no doubt that we had to go into this window and get a world-class striker.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure. But every great team always has great defense.
That's true.
I truly believe you need a strong Every time we've won the Champions League, our defense has been top notch. The first Champions League Chelsea has ever won, the defense was impeccable. This one, it was amazing. Christensen somehow stepped up his game after jumping on. Who was it? Which Liverpool player did he jump on the back and get a red card with? Nevertheless, he was a screw up at the beginning of the season, but he stepped up, man. I think he could transfer that. He can flow his whole game into this season, but honestly, I like a little competition between players and the defense for everyone to step their game up. And that's why I really want Conde on the team. Lukaku was a perfect snatch. I mean, I'd rather have him than Haaland simply because the money that we would have spent on Haaland, we can get 2 or 3 top-notch players.
Dilla, as you mentioned about AC, this question, I think you're the best person to answer for this question. Do you think he'll extend his contract?
What was that?
Do you think Christensen would extend his contract, or do you think he'll leave the club?
That's a very good question. That's the question that everyone wants to know right now. Man, I think that's been under the radar, and people haven't been paying attention to it. I truly think he should. I don't know if he will, though, but he should. He needs to grow under Chelsea. Because other teams won't give him the opportunities that Chelsea has. When you're in Premier League, you're going to grow. Even if he does another 2-3 years at Chelsea, he can go to any other league and stand out. Because everybody knows Premier League's the toughest league, and you're a defender. You got to be tough. You can transfer, go to any other team, and be phenomenal after you're done with your 2-3 years more in Chelsea, you know? He's young. It's time to grow.
Yeah, I mean, Christensen definitely should get. I think if Chelsea definitely should extend his contract because I mean, if Christensen's looking at Koundé coming in, that should give him more motivation to extend that contract. Because to tell him, you know what, okay, this new guy's coming in, he might get into the spot straight away, like because of the he's the way he is, and he's been a starter for Sevilla and all that kind of stuff. I think Christensen going to give that motivation to him, saying, you know what, that's going to improve my game. I've got to improve my game to get ahead of him.
Exactly.
To get ahead of Thiago Silva, to get ahead of Azpilicueta. And he's got to have that mentality. So because even with like now, you say Werner, obviously, if Tuchel plays Werner and striker and doesn't play him, on the right or the left, Werner should have motivation with Lukaku coming in saying, I got to improve myself. Otherwise, I'm not going to be in the team. I'm not going to start. Because if Lukaku's starting game in, game out, and the manager doesn't think I'm a winger and doesn't play me on the left or right, and he wants to play me in the middle, I got to improve my game in training, show him that I can, step up to the game, and score goals. Because last season, people were still picking him. Manager was still picking him. Lampard was picking him because he was a new signing. We spent a lot of money on him, and that was it. Now it's different. Now Lukaku's in the door. Now you got to watch out because then we know Lukaku's going to deliver. We know he's going to give you goals. Do we know Werner's going to do that? We don't know that. So that's what I'm saying. So some of these players, they've got to fight for their spot. And Ruben Loftus-Cheek, I mean, if he stays, he's going to fight for his spot because you can't just get into the team. You got to show your worth to the manager, and the manager's got to
Every great football team has competition within the team. You need that. You need competition within the team for a team to be top tier. And that's what I believe. That's all I've seen, So
yeah,
I
100% agree.
Always wanted Chelsea to have the depth.
Yeah.
This is what I've always wanted in the past. We've never had that. In the past. Now we've got that speciality that we've got the depth. We got players now. Players get injured. We got players that can step up.
I know this may be controversial, but that's the reason why I don't want Tammy Abraham to leave. I really don't want him to leave. I think the guy. I think he could score 15 in the season easily.
But that is if Tuchel trust in him. That's
Sorry
the
to
thing. Is
interrupt you,
Tuchel going to
boys.
play him?
But this is a good friend, Tony from Chelsea. He's a good channel, it's Chelsea SW6. If you've never heard of him, go subscribe to him. He's one of the first ever Chelsea channels. Unfortunately, he couldn't run it for a few years. But if you have a few 5 minutes, make sure you check out SW6. And Tony, I hope to see you soon. I heard that you're not going to be coming to Chelsea for a while, but I would love to talk to you soon. And you're always welcome on the channel. But sorry, boys, carry on.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Shout out to your boy.
The only thing with Tammy is Tuchel gonna play him? Because Tuchel right now doesn't fancy him.
Well, you know what? Yeah, life's tough. Not everybody's gonna like you. You gotta step up. Simple as that, man. I'm tired of making excuses for multimillionaires. Let's be honest, they're multimillionaires now. You're playing a game that we all wish we could do for a living. Come on now, man. Step up, get your thing, get it together, man.
I
with
think Atalanta we're going to buy him for sure.
Yeah, with Tabby, it's a bit. Do you know what it is? For me, I don't know whether to sell or to keep or to even loan out. Because for me, I think Tabby is a very, very good striker.
He's versatile.
Is he Chelsea level number 9 striker at his peak? Will he ever be? That is another great question. Will he ever be?
Yeah, you could say that about Lukaku, but then they sent Lukaku away. Now look at him.
No, I think Lukaku had a lot more. I think Lukaku had a huge promise. I think Lukaku, when he went into West Bromwich Albion, but then he went into Everton, he had a huge promise. But I think with Tammy, for me,
I just feel like Chelsea has given up so many players for abysmal reasons. I don't know why. Kevin De Bruyne, Lukaku,
No, with all of them, they have explanations. With De Bruyne, it was at that stage of his career, he wanted a guaranteed first team starter, and he weren't like De Bruyne now. He was like a very young De Bruyne, and I think we had at that time.
But you can see it. You can ask any Chelsea fan, you can see the talent in that boy, and they let him go for what?
No, they didn't let him go. He wanted him to leave. He was saying, look, if I'm not going to be guaranteed first team, this is guaranteed. This is irrespective of whether he's in or out of form. He was a guaranteed first team start regardless. Otherwise, he's leaving. And then the Chelsea parted ways and said, you know what, we can't guarantee that.
Tammy's different.
The cocky moment. That's on him then. Fair enough.
Tammy's different to De Bruyne and Salah in their careers. Because Tammy, if you think about it, Chelsea loaned Tammy out to a lot of clubs. And Tammy still didn't show that he is that kind of striker that can take Chelsea to the next level. He went to Villa. Don't get me wrong, he scored goals in Championship, but he wasn't off the charts. He went to Swansea. He didn't do well there as well. So if say we sell, that's why I think Chelsea still see some potential in him, because that's why I don't think they want to sell him to a Premier League club, because they know if he does well, say in an Everton or say in a West Ham and start scoring goals, they'll be like, oh shit, we made another mistake. We sold another player that can probably get us goals. But that's why they see potential in him, but they just don't see him as that guy that can take Chelsea forward.
Now I'll play devil's advocate towards the guy, because I do see major pitfalls in his play. He is very one-directional. It's either he's just in the middle or that's it. And it's kind of annoying to watch.
Do you know what? I can see, and this might sound absolutely crazy. Well, how old is Tabby? 24, 25? Like 24, 25.
Yeah,
I can see him at the and him refining his game, and at the age of 30, he'll be like like similar-esque to how Lewandowski plays, where he just touches the ball, bang, bottom corner, touches the ball. He doesn't make huge runs. He doesn't he's at the fastest. He doesn't do a lot of diving headers, etc. But he's in the right place, right time, touch, bang, touch, bang. And for me, I don't want to have that moment where I'm looking at him and he turns into the next sort of Lewandowski in the future, and I'm thinking, rah, like, could we have kept him on for a bit longer? And also as well, for me, the reason why I would say he should definitely stay at Chelsea, irrespective of if it's a loan, etc., is because there's a manager merry-go-round. They leave every couple of years. If Tuchel don't like you, cool. Just come. A couple of years later, Tuchel might not be here. And if you're on loan with a couple of other Premier League teams and you're bagging it in, he could come back to Chelsea 26, 27 and be definitely a first-team starter under a new manager if Tuchel don't perform. Because it's been a managerial merry-go-round. So for me, if I was Tammy, I would definitely go out on loan. However, if there's no option to that, because we don't know what Tuchel doesn't like in his play, maybe Tuchel doesn't like his style of play entirely. So whether he scores goals regardless of bangs them in, he doesn't like that mold of player.
I mean, honestly, it kind of makes sense why he doesn't like him. I mean, look at all Tuchel's play. All Tuchel's past teams and strikers, they go all over the field. They're not playing like cross and everything. Like I said, he's just one directional.
Fluid.
He's in the middle. Yeah, he's not fluid at all. He's not. That's his biggest problem. If he becomes fluid, that's what he needs to fix. Because a guy can play defense. It's weird, but I mean, I guess he used to play defense when he was young. But man, the guy's good. He just has to work on being fluid. And man, that, like you said, we might be looking at somebody special.
Well, I think Tabby needs a new environment. Tabby needs new teammates, new place, new location. Because here at Chelsea, if he stays, because obviously he's got 2 years left on his deal.
Yeah,
and Chelsea got to sell him, I think, this summer to get the most out of his price. Because next summer his price is going to get dropped even more with the 1 year left on his current deal. So I think he's got to go, in my opinion. And also, I hate to say it because he's an academy player. I love the academy players. I love the academy players of Chelsea. And, to see a guy who's done, so well to come up to this level right now, to be in the starting team, let alone, start. So I think he needs a new environment, a fresh new start in his career. So, and Atalanta, if he goes there, I can definitely see him do well there. I can definitely see him scoring 10 plus goals, 15 goals at least, and do well for them, because Atalanta like playing with young players. They've got a young squad, and they've got a pretty decent young squad. And I think, they'll do well with him as well. So I think he needs to go to a team where he'll be more, I wouldn't say like respected, but more like saying, you're the guy. You're the guy for us to get us. Right now at Chelsea, he's not that. Tuchel's not going to, doesn't go to him in the training and say, you're my guy. You're going to get me this goal this weekend. With Lukaku, he will say that, because he knows what Lukaku can do. Tammy Abraham, he hasn't shown that to Tuchel, to say that I'm the guy. I'm the guy who's going to lead the line. So Atalanta is a great pick for him. So, yeah, I just don't see him, staying. I would want to keep him at least.
Yeah. I hope for a loan. I hope for a loan, but logic tells me so.
Do you know what? I'm going to play devil's advocate for a minute, yeah? How many players do have left Chelsea, went to Serie A in any way, shape, or whether they left and then they went to another club, then they went to Serie A, done well, come back and just start shelling up the Premier League? Yeah, we saw it with Salah before. Yeah, went to Serie A, used it as a playground, learned his craft, and went back to the Premier League and absolutely done amazing. De Bruyne had done that with in the Bundesliga with Wolfsburg. Lukaku did that with Inter Milan. For me, if we give him to Atlanta, I know he's going to do well with that league. The problem is that I don't want to be in here like 5 years' time, us paying back the money for our player that we just sold. Whereas if we could have just went to Atlanta, you know what, Atlanta, we'll pay 50% of the wages, you'll pay 50% of the wages, we'll have a loan deal, we send him out to you guys, okay? If he does well, and Lukaku does well, for example, you know what, we might loan him, we might extend his contract and loan him out again, maybe have I don't know, extend his contract for like a year and have like a 2-year loan there. So when he comes back to us, he has a 1 year left on his contract. We pay 50% of his wages. He comes back as a prime number 9 because he definitely needs to leave regardless this summer. Irrespective, he can't stay here. He can't stay in Chelsea. Otherwise, he's not going to be any better sitting on the bench. He ain't gonna sharpen his skill on the bench. It's not gonna happen. But Atlanta, he's gonna treat Serie A as like a practice ground, exhibition style. He's going to start banging in goals against slow defenders and just like bang, bang, bang. Literally, he's gonna smack. If he doesn't do well, sell him. Sell him at that point. 1 year left in his contract, but he might just sell. Because what we're going to get for him if he sold him now, what, 40 million? Next season, 1 year left in his contract, what we'll get from him? 30 million? It's not really that much of a difference, in my opinion. It's not really that much of a difference. So that's how I see it. But if he does well next season, on loan, 1 year loan, you can sell him for higher than we would have done this season, irrespective of him having a year extra on his contract. That's how I see it. It's very, for me, it's too dangerous to get rid of him right now. I think there's a player in him. I don't know whether it's a player in him now or just maybe in the future, but there's definitely somebody there.
Yeah, man. As long as we don't end up like Arsenal, you know, those Arsenal guys. I'm just joking. I know the boy is probably looking at this video like, oh, is he going to talk about Arsenal again?
Pick up the sides.
Dad was crying last night. If anyone was watching last night, Dad's got on the stream upset that we were talking about Arsenal. If anyone didn't see her.
No. They're
man,
you don't need to worry about them. You don't need to worry about them.
Everyone makes fun of Arsenal. Why is everyone talking about Arsenal? Because they're a punching bag.
Man, we need comedy show, innit? That's why. What?
Yeah, man.
Comedy, man. So.
Arsenal is spelled. Oh my god.
Arsenal's that one team. Arsenal's that one team. If you're having a bad day, you watch Arsenal play.
You watch Arsenal fan TV as well.
The way they lose, that'll make your day. I mean,
and you watch Arsenal fan TV.
Zia's fuss about Lukaku, didn't he?
No, are you mad? It's Lukaku.
Just joking.
Look, bro, Sammy, I beg you zoom into that real quick. Sammy, look at my picture.
Your picture?
Yeah.
No, his avatar.
Oh, yeah.
Look at him. He's ready to claw defenders.
That muscle,
He's about to make defenders fly. Those defenders are about to fly.
Question for you guys, yeah? With hopefully this gets official and this gets signed and everything, because I don't want Willian to Tottenham situation where he's already in the country and he's already cut to another team. But in my opinion, 99% sure he's going to sign. Boom, yeah. What players around him, or what players that we have in our current squad will thrive from Lukaku being here?
Werner could do well.
Werner,
it could help Werner. Big up Tom.
I don't know. It broke up. I didn't hear the question.
I asked, with Lukaku coming in, what players that we have currently will be a hell of a lot better, would step up their game massively. Like, you think they're like, wow, like you've improved so much.
Yeah.
I agree with everybody else, Werner.
Yeah. It's obviously
everyone.
Maybe Havertz.
I can smell his spirit from over here, man. It's Werner, trust me.
Ziyech, he's definitely going to improve as well. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I think Ziyech now, if he crosses balls in, which I think don't Chelsea love crossing the balls in the box? I mean, now they've finally got a player that can probably, get the end of it. Tammy couldn't do it. Giroud was probably the only one that could do it. I mean, Werner couldn't do it. So, those who'd like to deliver crosses in, they'll have fun, putting them in, because they'll know that someone will be there to meet them.
No, that's true. That's true. And where does this leave the conversation for Mason Mount? Because if you played Havertz or Werner, where are you going to play Mount?
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Yeah.
Will play, you can have Mason Mount in that midfield three. It's a box-to-box midfield.
Depends what formation, really.
4-3-3. You can have Mount, Jorginho, Kante, and then Werner, Lukaku, Havertz up front.
I think Mount, no matter where you play him, he'll do well anyway, regardless, because he just wants to play football. He wouldn't care if he got put into a centre back role. He'll still deliver.
Mount is undroppable anyway.
So if he plays, say in Kovacic's place, and we put Jorginho, Kovacic, so Jorginho, Kante, and Mount in that midfield three, that can work, because Mount can also defend. He can help out, and also he loves going forward. So I don't think Tuchel will drop Mount regardless of what's happening right now. I think the players that will need to prove to him that they deserve to be in the starting lineup will probably be the likes of Ziyech, the player like Pulisic. Mount's already shown to Tuchel that, and Tuchel's already said that Mount's a player that they can't miss. So I just don't think Mount will be droppable. I might be wrong, but I don't think it is.
I mean, I look at this like a good time for Mount to get a little breather, The team's stacked. You don't have to play him every game.
Yeah.
But he likes playing every game.
You might have healthier players, man. I'm just worried about injuries with these guys nowadays.
He loves it.
Yeah. But that's the whole point of getting like a stacked squad. Because if an injury does occur, we have adequate replacements to then take over from their spot. And if you get back cover in almost every situation, for me, I wouldn't be. For me, I think we need to get a right back in.
Right wing back, be more precise.
A right wing back or a right back, or somebody like a Reece James, but sort of a. Pardon? That this guy, the oiled up guy.
I'm being serious. I'm actually being serious.
Adama Traore.
Hey, Tony.
Hey. Welcome back.
Yo.
A YouTube legend. How you doing, Tony? It's been a while.
Yeah,
oiled up guy. What are you talking about, oiled up guy?
Yeah, not bad, guys. Yeah, thank you very much. Nice words as well. Thanks, Sammy. I appreciate that, guys. Really do. It's nice to be remembered. You know what I mean? But
it's a shame you're not going to be at the bridge anytime soon.
Well, it's not strictly true, actually, Sammy. I don't know who told you that.
Oh, yeah?
But, I did have a ticket for Spurs. Obviously, midweek, you probably know about that. You probably obviously bumped into a few of the people that know me and that.
Mm-hmm.
But I've still got my season ticket, a home season ticket, and away season ticket as normal for this year.
Okay,
and if I don't do this, it'll be 40 years without 40 frigging years.
Wow.
But it's I don't really want to go in it too much because obviously you're live and we've got to respect your channel and everything else. But it's basically to do with a vaccine.
Yeah, I saw that. That's why.
Yeah, you worked that one out yourself. Yeah,
I don't think you was a fan of the test, so I thought you won't be around.
Well, no, it's not that. I've got a problem with the test. Hence the reason why I had a ticket for the Spurs game. I couldn't get there in the end, to the truth. And really weird as well, because I ended up paying for it as well, so I paid for it twice to watch it live. It's ridiculous, really. But I'm glad I never went, because I wouldn't have got home to half 3 and after that second half.
Yeah, you know,
one of them ones. But yeah, I mean, so it's really, it's really where we go with it all. And I've got a ticket, obviously, for Arsenal, and obviously this doesn't kick in properly, does it, until September? And then, of course, we have to wait and see what happens. Because there may be an exemption.
I'm scared. I'm scared they're going to make you have a passport, the vaccine passport.
Well, that's where it's going, mate. But I don't want to. Listen. Everyone knows my thoughts. If anyone,
I'm not getting it done anytime soon.
Well,
are they actually going to make us take a vaccine? Otherwise, we're not allowed in the bridge.
It could be. If anyone doesn't know what we're on about, it's possible to have a vaccine to go to Chelsea, basically. Or the Premier League.
Well, no, it's not that. I'll tell you what it is. Right? What you've got to understand is it's not just about Chelsea Football Club. We're a massive corporate brand, as you know.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of people, a lot of big corporate companies that are sponsors. and they are obviously all behind this. We all know about where it's all going, and again, I don't want to get too controversial, otherwise you'll get demonetized, and you know how it'll work. So basically, what happened was I had already bought my ticket and I'd obviously done my season ticket and obviously away. Everything's all sorted as normal. Really looking forward to it. As indeed, I was at the Leicester game, the end of last season, as you know, and it was just a matter of going in with a little. I had actually a little lanyard, and it was good enough to get in at that point. But we are going to a cashless society, as you see. Stamford Bridge now is no cash; it's just all pin and chip now, isn't it, and all that.
Yeah.
But then, of course, once it was all done on Monday, they sent out an email, Chelsea, to everyone saying that
no tickets.
Basically, you can't get in unless you've had a double jab or a lateral flow test pass, right, within 48 hours of the game.
Yeah.
So I've got to tell you, I was in one of those, or do I don't? I think, well, I don't want, again, I don't want to go into why. I didn't want to do that. So, and I thought, well, this is bullshit, yeah. So I thought, well, do you know what? Where there's a will, there's a way, and I'll leave it at that. The test was done, and I thought, right, okay, well, that's good enough to get me in. But as it goes, I didn't go anyway. Now I understand Crystal Palace, that'll be good enough to get me in. So I will see you at that game, buddy. I will be at the first game of the season. I'll be at the Emirates, and then we'll just have to wait and see, and I suppose cross our fingers after September and see what's what, But I know a lot of Chelsea fans now that are going, well, what are we doing now? Give my season ticket back or what? Give my season ticket back or what?
Someone's got an echo on.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
like you said, Tony. Like you said, we also hope that that rail seating in the Matthew Harding lower. Now I heard ready for next week as well, because the Spurs game, it's like almost like most of us they stick us up in the East Stand upper.
Yeah.
Would that be like that for Palace as well, or is it all finished?
No, I would say if you noticed the way they've gone about it. And to be fair, I didn't really know about it. You know that it was like, what is going on there? And of course, I've done my bit of research and. But I would imagine that everything could be done by the time Crystal Palace comes around.
Yeah,
they've got to have it ready, haven't they? It's a full house, isn't it? So
look at that handsome man, Don Rosso.
Yeah. As you can see, it's the first time Stamford Bridge for Tony. You know more than me. It used to have safe standing, and then they got rid of it, didn't they?
Well, I don't know about safe. It was. It depends how far you want to go back, mate.
Back in the day, wasn't it? There was no seats back.
Well, no, there was. I mean, the East Stand was built in the early 70s. That's what bankrupted us. You know that. Well, one of the reasons why, because it was to do with. Well, I don't want to get too political, but Labour were in power at the time, and it was the time when it was called the Winter of Discontent, and the stand was the first part of what was going to be in its super ground. And it actually ended up. It wasn't actually completed in the end. It was supposed to have all this hot air coming through under your seats and everything else. But yeah, that was the first part that was. So the East Stands always had seating, if you know what I mean. The West Stand used to have seating at the top tier, and then what was called the old benches. So it used to be terrace, but then it was like a bench. Well, it was like concrete. We used to call it the benches. And of course, you had the old shed end, and the North Stand. Well, the North Stand used to be in 4 sections, and the end section used to have a bit of grass growing in it. It was crazy. Yeah. It was a complete contrast. And then, of course, once we started to, what went on with the sale of the club. This is Ken Bates and all that. This is pre-Abramovich. And where we were going and all that. That's what really pisses me off, when other supporters go, well, I remember, when you had 6,000 or 8,000. What they forget, of course, is the terrace part, right, was shut at one point. So we only had seats. We got a ban, obviously, for the first year back in '89. And that's always quoted. And people always quote when we was at our lowest ebb. I mean, you've got an estate agency or a property development company that's trying to literally close you down. You know, it was literally backs against. Do you know what I mean? We had to really, so obviously we were going to be in trouble at that period of time. But that's always the time. If you ever speak to Goonies or whatever, it's all right with them to go back to the 1930s, though, isn't it? In between two world wars, and count their 5 flipping titles then. That's all right. But they've got to bring up, the early 80s and all the shortness, But no, when the second development was, which effectively was the village and the hotels, and obviously Matthew Harding gave us the money for the Matthew Harding lower. Stamford Bridge had a temporary stand, so it was seating, but everyone used to stand on it. It was like corrugated metal sort of thing, So it's been a long time since, and it's going to be great for the youngsters. I just hope the right people in those areas. You want a bit of youth in that area, so that you create a bit of
the next generation of
nostalgia. Yeah, absolutely, guys.
But if anyone has never been to the Stamford Bridge, I really recommend at least once to go to it, because it's hard to explain, isn't it? I don't want to offend anyone, but you just need to get a feel of Stamford Bridge and what it's like and the culture of it. It's not like most stadiums, so that's what I love about the football club.
I mean, when you speak to most supporters, they actually say now when it's one of their favourite grounds, because it is compact. All the grounds back in the day used to be built very, sort of Victorian. Used to be built sort of either on the edge of sort of rows of terrace streets and stuff like that. And obviously everything's been moved away now from the town centres and into areas where they've almost built these circular bowls, and they're pretty soulless, really. But Stamford Bridge has still got its character in it, but we do need to improve it, if we're going to go on to the next level,
Hopefully, as long as we don't turn into West Ham, that stadium's awful, soulless.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a joke, isn't it? And that used to be my favourite away ground, West Ham away.
Upton Park was good. Upton Park was a proper stadium.
That was a proper away game, where he was on your edge all the time. Come out of the stadium, he was like literally. It was a bit of it. You had to run the gauntlet because you knew they were on the right, and it was a nightmare sort of scenario, but it was equally exciting and invigorating. West Ham away was always just a cracking away day, as indeed they all were, but it's not the same. I don't mean to be disrespectful, guys, but it's not. But then you don't want it to be, I suppose, because there's a lot of bad aspects about how it was back then, and of course the football's better now, and we're a different club,
It's true. But Tony, I remember last season when I spoke to you, you wasn't really happy on how we're playing, and that was really long time ago. I remember I saw you at the Community Shield when we lost against City, and you said we need a striker, or we're not doing anything. But this is like 3 years ago, isn't it? When we with Sarri at the Community Shield when we lost. I can't remember when. And now we've got a striker, got Lukaku. What's your thoughts? What's Lukaku going to do at Chelsea?
Well, I think it's an excellent bit of business. And actually, I've been watching a lot of the old football terrorists, to be fair, for my sins. And I can't believe some. I mean, I don't know how, some of the Chelsea supporters. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're all, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think there's just so much disrespect being thrown towards Lukaku because everyone's had their hopes and on Erling Haaland, and
yeah.
And I just think what you've got with Lukaku, it's a masterstroke, really, because he's perfect, right? So many ways, right? He's the right age. We're probably going to get 3-4 years out of him. Well, people say, well, what about Haaland? He's younger. I get that, but then the thing with him is, how long is he going to stay with us? He'll probably move on in 3-4 years if we'd have bought him. And he's proven, yeah. And you can't. And people say, well, Haaland's going to be perfect. He's built for the Premier League. Well, you still don't know it, do you? But the thing with Lukaku is you do. It's a proven track record. You know what you're buying. You're going to get a great player. And he's a better player than he ever was before. And he's just had the benefit of that time with Antonio Conte throughout a period of time where he's done, that obviously through COVID, he's had a lot of one-on-ones with Conte, and Conte's made him a better player, and he admits that. His timing, his runs in a league that's very defensive-minded, and he's perfect. He's absolutely perfect in so many aspects. And also, what you can't forget is the fact that he's a Chelsea supporter, right? And I keep hearing from all of his people that he's got a lot to prove. In other words, he really wants this opportunity. He's got a lot to prove, yeah?
Apparently, he never even wanted to go United. He bought. His agent made him.
Well, we all know as Chelsea fans, right? If we were professional footballers, if we had a chance to play for Chelsea, we'd be slightly more motivated. Would that not be fair to say?
Yeah.
So, if he's there in a blue shirt, he's come back, and this is his last opportunity at the prime of his life to come into play for a club that's got ambitions to win the Premier League again, already European champions. He is the main man, and he's wanted not just by the manager, he's made it abundantly, very, very clear, but also the owner. And people kind of took their eye off the ball with all this Haaland stuff. The moment Roman sent his son over there, that was every indication there was, right? And I'll tell you now, Roman never wanted Lukaku to leave. And that's well documented with inside the club, right? He was pissed off that Jose Mourinho, it was Jose that got rid of him. And it's funny, really, isn't it? Well, we're playing a Super League game in midweek, and it was that penalty miss. Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, the Super Cup, yeah.
That's why I wanted to start the.
It was moved on straight after that. And he was very unlucky at the time because he was only a young lad. And we had an abundance of strikers. We did have strikers then. We had, obviously, Didier and Salomon Kalou and Nicolas Anelka. We had a lot of good players.
Torres,
and Torres after that. So, he had his, he was a young lad. He was learning, and there's a lot of talk at the time that he was going to be the next Didier Drogba. Well, if you look at his career and you look at his game per goal ratio, etc., he's second to none. And I just think I think we all know, right? I think that we had the highest ratio from stats were created to not scoring, yeah? And that tells me we need a striker all day long. And it's very interesting, you guys pointing out that earlier, who's this going to benefit? I think it's going to benefit all the players, all of them. Because now they know they put that ball in the box, he's going to be on the end of it. If you put it over the top, he's going to be able to run with it. He's going to hold the ball too, so they can make those runs. He's got everything, mate. And I think this is an absolute genius bit of business by Chelsea. Absolute genius, And I'm buzzing, absolutely buzzing with it, because
I haven't been more excited for a season than you.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, and we all know, right? It's like the missing ingredient, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? We just know we need a striker. If after those opportunities, with the greatest respect to Timo Werner, and I've got to be honest, I think he'll come good. Not that he weren't good last year, because all those runs that he'd done, and those opportunities, by his sort of selfless sort of like running, and we all like a trier at Chelsea. And if you notice in that Leicester game, it was really, really abundantly clear. Look at the fans, yeah? Straight away, bang, song for flipping Timo Werner. Well, you don't do that unless people appreciate what you know what I mean? So I look at that and I think, yeah, the future's looking very, very bright. And we've finally got a striker. And I'll tell you what I do think now. I think this game in midweek's massively important, don't you? Because I didn't realise, this is our 5th time in a Super Cup.
We need to win it. We actually need to win that.
And we've only won it once, and that was 1998.
98, Real Madrid, Di Matteo.
Yeah, Gus Poyet, and in Monaco. And but we've lost. We've lost to Liverpool, we lost to Bayern, and we lost to Atletico. Do you remember? What's his name? Tore us apart.
Falcao, yeah.
Falcao, 4 goals.
He was shit out there.
Don't forget that. Pato as well.
But yeah, so this is massive. I think it's really important. That'll be our 8th European trophy. Yeah, that one, Arsenal, with your 8th European trophy, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's another one, bang, and we got a chance to be the world champions as well, haven't we? The world.
We've never won the World Cup, have we?
We've never won that, and I'll tell you, it's really important. I think this time around that we've got to win this. I really do believe it'd be a massive statement for us going forward as well. It's no, I'm buzzing with Lukaku, mate. Really am. I wanted Lukaku. I would have been happy with Haaland, but you know, and of course Messi's like blown our heads, isn't it? You know, in the last
I'll take Messi as well.
hours. I'll take him just for the shirt sales, and I'll tell you what, that's the sort of thing, you know, that will turn the club. That would turn Chelsea into another, you know, galactical. I mean, we're already now back down at the top table of European football, aren't we? There was a time when we weren't, but we were at one point very much up there, and now we're back at the summit. And something like Messi would just, you know, secure you on another level, because I think he's got more supporters than, you know, like neutrals that just follow him.
Oh yeah.
It's mad, isn't it? And
here's the thing. My issue is, at that time, after he left, I think it was after the Super Cup, when we lost to Bayern Munich. At that time, it was more to the fact that we don't want to keep like young players, the likes of Lukaku. At that time, we've had Kevin De Bruyne that got sent on loan as well, and there's couple of young players in that team, Van Ginkel as well, that got sent on loan because of Mourinho, you know, the loan policy in that, and it feels so weird that are we regret that at that time when we sent Lukaku to Everton though? Should we keep him when we had Mourinho for a second stint?
Should we have kept him, you saying? Should we have kept him? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, should we have kept him, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Jose, if you know, at that time, he got rid of some great players. I mean, he got rid of one player of the year, back to back.
Yeah.
Just bye-bye. We all know what happened with Kevin De Bruyne. I mean, I think even it was so obvious to me he was going to be class. What about you, Sam? You see his performance at Arsenal in the League Cup, which ran the show, didn't he? Great player, and we all knew it as well. Yeah, he's an egotistical person. We know that too, and apparently spat his dummy out at Swindon, didn't he? In the game.
I understood Salah. I wasn't a fan of Salah at Chelsea at all. He was terrible, so that's why I wasn't bothered selling him. But De Bruyne, I think, was someone we should have kept. Lukaku, he didn't have a chance, I don't think. He only had the Super Cup, didn't he?
He sent back Felipe Luis, didn't he?
Oh yeah,
Philippe Luis. He's got a good.
Loads of players he let go.
I think Felipe Luis, I think he was homesick. I think that's why he left. I could be wrong though. I could be gravely mistaken.
No, I'll tell you what it was. Just put a point in there. He might well be right. He might have been homesick, yeah. But I'll tell you what it was. Mourinho played a right-sided player on the left and left-sided player on the right. So he never got a chance. If you remember, he played Ivanovic as a right back.
Yeah.
And that's what honestly, and so we never got a sniff. And loads of players, you know, we let go where we could. I mean, I'll tell you, it was a great signing for Leicester. You know, Ryan Bertram.
Oh yeah.
Because he was being groomed for Ashley Cole. You know, he was the next one on. You know.
Bertram was a good player. I do miss him.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I mean, we let a lot of players go, didn't we, under that Mourinho reign? But we were trying to play the game then, weren't we? FFP style, and juggle the books and all that. And it was kind of, you know, on us a bit. But
that is true. That is absolutely true. We let go way too many good players. But then again, we also won a lot of trophies in that period of time. So I'm part of me is thinking, is that a winning formula? Yeah, is that a win? You know, some people say that with the managerial merry-go-round, where they keep the manager for like an 18-month or 2-year period and then get rid of them. And people say, yeah, like that doesn't breed consistency, and you know, players come in and out and etc. But a part of me is thinking, you know what? Is that our version of our winning formula? It might be a very harsh winning formula, But that could be our winning formula. We get rid of players if they're not good enough right now, and we don't breed, young players that need a bit more time in the club, and that's what I think that's our sort of DNA.
But wouldn't you like to see Thomas Tuchel have a little 4 or 5 year? I'd like to see him have a long run at it, wouldn't you?
True. Yeah.
Because
Absolutely.
I think he's the real deal. I just think, and also if you're in a relationship, you don't go back to the woman you left, do you? And I think that's what we did with Mourinho. And that second spell, let's be fair, it was destined to failure, wasn't it? I'm the happy one and all that. Oh, you weren't very happy, were you?
I remember that. Yeah.
And he's never been the same since he was manager of Real Madrid. I'm not saying he's a crap manager and all that, but he's never been the same psychologically. I just don't think he's the same man.
No. He has become a bit bitter over the years. Very much. He's become really bitter, and he doesn't like the mentality of the young generation currently. And I can imagine him coming from the school of thought of an Alex Ferguson, where it's like, you can't disrespect.
Deal with it.
Yeah,
it's hard. It's hard because you're being horrible or nothing, but we were more sort of in your face, talk to someone face to face. You're more virtual. I look at my kids, right? Okay, and when they're on computer games, I go, "How the hell did you do that?" What you're right. You're on a complete, and the way they talk. I'm thinking like, I'm so old, man. You've all got a different vibe about you. But then my generation was more. Well, we go out there. Summer holidays was 6 weeks on the field playing football and cricket and things like that, where you'll be in front of screens.
Yeah.
And
different world.
We used to have the horrible opportunity of actually going up to a girl and asking her out, because you probably do it via text. So
that's true.
Things were different. So I imagine for someone like Ferguson or Mourinho, it's a different, and of course the players now they're all millionaires, aren't they? They're already millionaires.
Wow.
Difficult, isn't it?
No, absolutely.
Whereas my generation, they were in the pub having a drink after the game with us.
Wow, that's
hard to imagine, isn't it?
Thanks, bro. Future Gen says this stream is much better than World Watchers. I'm gonna WhatsApp him that right now. Let me just send that picture. I'm gonna send it to him WhatsApp right now. Sorry, boys.
WWC.
Just to wind him up, Oh my day.
Wow.
But just to go back to that 2014, 15, 16, yeah. I feel like the collapse after we won the league 2015, that's kind of sums it up the way that where's Mourinho now. After that, when we got the debacle, I think we were 16 at one point after we lose to Leicester, and then and then the next couple of days, lots of players unhappy with the way that Mourinho's second stint, and they wanted him to be sacked. After that, Mourinho.
I'll tell you now, right? See Jose Mourinho, right? When he went to Man United, and then as soon as he went there, right, it would have been okay, right? They got United, but fair play, right? It's a massive opportunity. I get it, yeah. I think we're all like that. And he certainly left our place where we were, we were certainly all Mourinho fans. I think we were, right?
Yeah.
I think where it all went sour was when he started the little digs here and the little digs there. Patting the United badge on the Stamford Bridge pitch didn't kind of go down too well. Hence, when he came back, he got what he got, and then he was reacting to it all. But I think what was the horriblest thing, and we all know that footballers, when they ever go to the club, they always go, "Well, this is the most incredible club ever." I've always, they always come out the same old shit, don't they? Right? Because they got it, wouldn't they? Yeah. But when he was saying, "Well, I've never known supporters like United fans," and I was thinking, "Wow, just fucking wow!" Because every time we used to play United, it was "fuck off Mourinho." That's what they used to sing, right? And I sat there and I thought to myself, and I thought, do you know what? I think we've lost about 8 games on the spin, or about 8 games out of 10 under him, yeah? And I remember the game was a European game. I can't remember which we played. It was a Russian team, which I think Yarmolenko. You remember?
Yes, game was.
And there was rumours then he was going to get waxed. Yeah, and there was rumours he was going to get waxed. Yeah, he was going to go. Yeah, and I remember the entire stadium stood up for the special one. Do you remember? And it was like stand up, and it was like 41,000 people. And I just thought, listen, you know, we ain't had a win since whatever's, and you've got, you know, this much love and support. And I think that's probably why Roman took a little bit longer to wield the axe. And I just thought, you know what, you've got a pretty fucking poor memory, mate. And it was just disappointing the way he went about it all. And then come back and immediately demanded respect from us. And it weren't going to happen because you just don't, when you go somewhere else, you go there and at least you go, do you know what, I'm going to say nothing about Chelsea, all this borders, because he had this on one of you crap, yeah? But he's one of everyone, anyway, when he gets there, let's be fair. And then, honestly, could you ever see, I know this is probably a bit controversial, but could you ever see Frank Lampard, for example, yeah, managing Tottenham? He'd never do that. Never, right? Whereas Jose would have known, you know, he'd spent all that time at a club. Why would you go and manage Tottenham? You know, and you'd only do that if it didn't matter to you. It was just another job. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if it's just another job, and then everything that he said beforehand was just, in my opinion, bullshit.
For me,
and I think he should never have come back. You know, that's my personal opinion. But
yeah. Now for me, I think Jose is that bitter ex, whereby at that time I think he was like Chelsea all the way. And after they sacked him, he thought, you know what, F you lot, yeah, I don't have to I don't care what you know, I don't care if I disrespect you lot got rid of me, you lot broke up with me, yeah, and anything I do afterwards, I don't care what you know, anything about the consequences, because he I think it was like an emotional connection between him and Chelsea that broke away, and he just said, toss all you lot, man, I don't care.
Yeah.
If Tottenham come about, I'll go to Tottenham. And I don't think that means everything he said when he was at Chelsea was a lie. I just think he became emotional and just broke up with us basically, and just became bitter, you know, the way there. So yeah, that's how I think about that.
And he's looked upon, you know, at Porto. I've been in their museum, the Stadio de Drago, and I've been inside their museum, and it's all Jose Mourinho-esque, you know. I love him still, you know. And fair play, you know, and obviously he's in our museum and he's part of our history. Can't say he's not. It's just that he's kind of half been ruined, really, you know. But there you go.
Guys, I'm going to end it there because we've been streaming for 4 hours and 32 minutes.
Wow. Coming on the end.
Tony, it's been a pleasure to have you on. It's been a very long time.
Thank you. Nice to see you guys.
100%.
Ziad Ibrahim, Fava, Tony, thank you so much for all coming on. There will be a stream probably every other day on the channel. You're always welcome on. Before I end it, I would like to say tomorrow, show some love to our new presenter, Mackenzie, known as Meki. Meki will be reporting on the Lukaku news tomorrow afternoon, so make sure you give her some love, welcome her on the channel, give her nice comments and feedback. And you will see her tomorrow. Mackenzie, Meki. Guys, so thank you all for watching. We'll try our best to do almost daily videos, but anyways, as always, up the Chels.
Big up, guys.